Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Brody Leafexmore, and alongside me we have the usual in Gibbs. And is that a cheese man I smell over there? It is. It's yummy. What's going on?
Oh, I don't know. It's going well. Speaking of smelling, it's nice to be on a remote broadcast, so I don't have to smell you guys this time. And I'm excited for some great Rocket League as well.
Gibbs, I'm sure you're excited just as well.
I am very... Leaf, I am so excited because we've been friends for a little over 4 years now. Obviously, the RLCS began 4 years ago and one day. And we've been trying to send someone to the future for 4 years, Leaf. And we finally did it. Yummy. It is Saturday for you. It's Friday for us. What is it like out there?
Oh, it's great. I didn't know that I'm not your friend either. Your friend for 4 years. I'm just like a block of cheese, apparently. It's nice and sunny here. I think we're going to be going through till about 6 to 8 p.m. And what is it, 6 a.m. for you?
Yeah, it's gonna. So I can't change my sleep schedule. Just want to point that out. I got 2 kids at home, so probably by those last few matches, I might be getting a little wonky, Leaf, but we'll have some fun anyway.
It's just he'll be having a nap in the middle of it. Hey, Yummy, nothing wrong with being a piece of cheese because you're looking mighty tasty over there. But also looking tasty is some Rocket League. So let's talk about what we're going to see on the Oceanic region. Let's talk about the format in case you guys haven't been here. For the last 2 weeks of the spring series, we've been through South America, we've been through North America, and now we're on to the Oceanic region. Let's talk about the prize pool, $350,000 spread across all the different regions, and of course $50K going to Oceania, Gibbs.
So every win just moves you up that ladder 1,000 at a time until you make it to the grand finals. 2,000 jump between number 2 and number 3. Then you're playing for $5,000 for that first place prize. It's a big prize pool for the OCE region, Yummy.
Yeah, you look back even just a year from now, it's the same prize pool as RLCS for then, but because the Aussie dollar has been tanking so hard, it's even a bigger prize pool. It's almost $75,000 at this point.
Look at this. That's great. Look at this. Economy's collapsing, but these players are getting paid. Everything's right in the world.
I feel you as well too as a Canadian. So our dollar is in solidarity together. But of course, let's talk about what we're going to see throughout this week as well, because there's you're going to look at the bracket and be like, oh, this looks familiar, but it's a little bit different when it comes to the end. I do want to mention the order of the matches, because this is in the spirit of Oceania. We're doing them upside down, of course, starting with that bottom of that first round of 8 there.
And just get some great matches too. I'm especially looking forward to Mindfreak versus RNG, where Mindfreak took down RNG the first week of league play. That's going to be an exciting one. And also, I really look forward to those lower bracket matches, the do or dies, where we might see a couple of those, I guess, midfield teams make a long run.
Yeah. And then let's not forget that the upper final, the lower final, they're both best of 7s. The grand final, that is a best of 7, but a 1-game advantage to the team that comes out of the upper final. No bracket reset here. That 1-game advantage was huge in South America because it came down to the last game. When we went to North America, G2 didn't really need it. They just swept anyway versus NRG, but we'll see what happens this weekend.
That's the standard in OCE as well, where we've always had that format where you get that 1-game advantage. And this is the first time it didn't happen was when LPL had it the last 2 seasons.
And just to mention too, again, this Open Qualifier situation, 4 teams coming through Open Qualifiers is really cool to give just some new talent. We'll talk about that specifically in a bit, but just the format of being able to do that is really cool. And Yummy, I'm wondering why you didn't form your own team for this. I've seen you play. You actually are on my computer. In fact, my keyboard is still set up to your controls to this day. And I've seen you play. You could make it in, right?
I feel like I'd have a good chance if you just gave me about 3 months still to practice. I'm so rusty at this point that it's not even worthwhile. But I think that is part of the beauty of OCE is that you don't need to be the strongest mechanically to get into that top 8. You just need to really grind hard at it over the 6-month off season or however long it has been since that last RLCS to be able to make it. And that's why we have some of these people coming up that we haven't seen before.
Well, speaking of the RLCS, why don't we just give the audience a bit of a recap, or for the first time, some storylines here, as you know, it's the first time having you guys on the big stage here. So Yummy, let's just break down what's going on here. And Gibbs, if you can help out with this as well. What's been going on in OCE is my question.
So my question is the same exact for Yummy. What happened in OCE? We are so used to these veterans making it every single season top 2, Torosauce and just every single season he makes it. No one in the top 2 that's there every single season. It was a crazy league play.
Well, to call it a crazy season is an understatement. I mean, it was the first time we didn't have a returning Worlds team or returning Worlds player in the top 2 grand final. We had a big upset. We were the first time we didn't have one of the big 3 in the top 4. And it all goes back, I think, to the end of last year, the beginning of this year, where you didn't have much time to go from RLCS Worlds to starting the next season. We started really early, and every single team made a roster change all over the place. You have to remember that Renegades, that was Torsos on the team. They picked up CJ. It was a big roster change with Torsos leaving that team and they wanting to bring Kami, but instead valuing Drippe over the top and that world's 4th place experience. They tried out Deca before, they tried out Spy Doge, they did a whole lot of changes. In the end, when you have all these teams that are pretty much brand new, it makes it really hard to actually predict the results. And we've got a little bit of that today as well.
Yeah, it was a wild league play. The best that anyone finished was 5-2 plus 8 game differential. That's not a big margin. Then you go down to the 6th place spot. They were 3-4, 0 game differential. That's how close number 1 to number 6 was. Incredibly close, but the big surprise, obviously, Renegades. They didn't even make the playoffs. They actually had to qualify for this tournament because of that 5th place finish.
We knew the season was going to really pop off when in week 1, Mind Freak took down Renegades 3-1. And it was a surprise. You know, nobody really had huge expectations on Mind Freak. They were a possible top 4 team at the time. And then they took down Renegades, and all of a sudden that blew open the competition. Renegades struggled throughout league play, but they've been undefeated outside of RLCS. So they've only ever lost 3 matches as this roster, all in that one tournament.
Now, my question is Mind Freak, right? They start 4-0. They look like a hot team. They take down Renegades, obviously, in week 1. What happened to these guys? Because they finished 4th in the regional championships, and they kind of got rolled over throughout those regional championships. So what happened to that roster?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, it's always been a struggle, I guess, for somebody like Requiem, who has been 4th place 3 times now. He's never been able to get above that place in regional championships. And he was so crucial to them in league play. He was a huge standout player. And then in regionals, he was still probably the best player on that pitch, but he didn't have that massive performance. And I think we saw, I guess, the nerves really get to them. So this might be a stage for them to really, I guess, play to their full potential. But there's still a lot on the line. There's still that $50,000 and there's still a lot of people up in that midfield trying to vie for the top. Your Furies, all these new teams, the new Canberra Havoc roster, all trying to move in.
My question is, or my feelings are hurt for my boy with Torsauce, because the most important goal, or the goal that everyone talks about in season 8, besides the goal to win it all, was the own goal to knock out the Renegades back then with Torsauce. And then they go into the regional championships on Cringe Society, and it happens again. Spy Doge with what, like 10 seconds left? He owned goals again to knock them out of a top 2 finish. I feel for him because he watches, or did watch, when he was a young player playing with potatoes. So Torsauce is my boy. What happens to that roster? Because there's so much veteran experience on that squad. But a 3rd place finish is not acceptable for them.
I think that might be the problem, that he watched your stud
It's probably
in the first place. He's still a spud, apparently. They should definitely have been further on. In that own goal shouldn't have mattered. You know, it was a bad decision. There was a lot of pressure. It was right in front of the net, and Spido's thought there was somebody coming to score an open net. But they have been struggling throughout the season, finding their play style. I think going back to, or trying to find that magic that Torsauce and Drippe had together alongside Jake and Kami back in the days. And I don't feel like they're playing to their strengths. They've got a really good defensive passing game, but they want to hold that midfield. They want to keep the pressure on 24/7. And often this has led them to overcommitting. And there's teams like Fury and Mind Freak. Those are the 2 teams that have caused all the upsets. And they are very specifically very defensive players, waiting for you to overcommit and waiting to get those goals. It doesn't feel like you get beaten by those teams, that you get outplayed, but they take the win because you outplayed yourself. And that's happening with Cringe. I think with Drippe as well. Ever since he got picked up from NA, and he had a huge NA performance, at least alongside the likes of Classics and Corrupted G, which I'll just say it's not hard to look good on that team. But he came back.
Okay, wow.
And he didn't have that motivation. You get dropped from NA and you lose all motivation. You go from a massive contract. And then I think last season, he didn't put in the work. He's been on the grind this season. He hasn't really felt like that magical best in OCE player.
Now, I just want to touch on that because, again, it feels like it does go back to when things started shaking up, when Drippe left the region, came back, it feels like, again, as you said, that magic hasn't been there, and it feels like that kind of spread across the region where everyone tried to figure out what was going on. So just on a broad terms of the region, when it comes to meta, when it comes to play style, what has everyone been trending towards? Is it teams, like Cringe, maybe are they trying to model after other successful teams like G2 with the aggro play style? Is it everyone still trying to figure out new play styles, what actually works? What is the vibe when it comes to what that meta is for most of the teams and where they're trying to achieve?
I think pretty much all the teams want to be the same for some reason, and it's all about holding that pressure in that forward half. So really holding that to a key ideal is both Renegades and Cringe Society. They're the biggest pressure-based teams, but also Ground Zero do get a lot of pressure. I think Ground Zero have added a really fantastic passing game that is really creative and is what won them that regional championship with Deca, of course. But your only real exceptions to that meta is, again, Mindfreak and Fury, who have played a more defensive game. And by all accounts, from what I've heard of them in scrims, is they're very different. They're very offensive in scrims too. And it might just be that pressure that gets them to change their play style.
So I think we have to talk. So we're going to talk about Ground Zeroes, that they won the entire region. That is a great feat. We'll talk about them a little bit later. But Fury, we got to talk about Amphis. He wins the MVP for his debut season. What made him so valuable to that squad?
I think he's just so creative. He's so good mechanically, but he just takes whatever risks he wants. He'll go up for a ball, he'll pre-jump it, he'll go for that flip reset, he'll really make himself stand out. And he's got two players, both Scarth and Kenny, are trying to be very smart behind him, very supportive of him, and give him as much room as possible. So I think when you are playing Rocket League, obviously the mental game is so big. Well, Amphis has such a great mental game, not because of experience, but just because I guess he doesn't care so much about what the results are of his individual play. And he has so much confidence that it usually ends up working out.
Yeah, that sometimes is what we talk about when a guy comes in at like 15. It's like they don't understand how important this is. Maybe like some of the key players that have come up, like even Scrub, who's like going to his first world championship, and it's like he just thinks he's probably going to be there every single time. So it's just like, what does it matter? But then to the veterans, they know the work that's involved to do it year in and year out. So like sometimes when you're new, it's just, I'm just going to do what I want and it's going to work out because I don't feel any pressure on it.
That's the first case for somebody like that, for a newbie in OCE to have a huge performance.
I tend to call that, again, it goes way back to season 2. It's it's that take 3 effect. Just having nothing to lose. You just go in and you perform really well because there's no pressure holding you back. And speaking of pressure, we got to talk about teams that had to fight to get in here, and there would have been a lot of pressure again to prove yourselves. Let's talk about those qualifiers and the 4 teams that made it through. Then I'll play against the teams that made it through the RLCS. Now, one team player, specifically that I caught an eye out on was Steve. Obviously, now in league play, near the end during regionals, there was a situation with some teammates not cooperating well, and Steve broke away from that roster, now found himself a new spot. So talk to me about Steve, where he's found himself and what this new team's looking like, and how hard it would be to come back from a situation like that, Yummy.
I think it was really difficult for him, and I do applaud him for how he dealt with that entire situation. Obviously not great for OCE in the looks, but it was just 2 players making a bad decision, and it's that at the end of the day. For Steve, because he has been I guess that young player as well, when he first came into RLCS, he actually subbed in season 1 of OCE, season 3 of RLCS during league play for his teammates and beat the top team. Unfortunately, he was underage, so he was already disqualified, but he played through the match. He was that player who just got to 15. He was huge mechanically, and he's still being considered top mechanically and speed-wise for a lot of this time. And he's only struggled, I guess, on the mental side and the comms side, where he can be a bit quiet. But he was tried out for so many teams. I think He's had more trials than any other team, and he ended up, I guess, having the pick of his teammates outside of the top 4 teams or whatever it is. He had the pick of his teammates, and he ended up going with the Leduc Outlast combo. And there's obviously a lot of experience there. So even though it looks like an inexperienced team, you've got a Worlds player, you've got a player who's been in League play a couple of times before as well.
And also for them, they finished top 6. They will be on the opposite side of the bracket of teams like Renegades and Ground Zero. So there's a chance that they can make a run. They're on a favorable side of the bracket. But realistically, like outside of Renegades, who qualified as that number 1 seed, so the 5th seed for this tournament that everyone knew would happen, do you have like any dark horse out of these bottom 3 teams that have a chance to make a run here?
I think realistically, I don't have high hopes for Good, Bad, and the Ugly or for Overt. But you never know. You know, you've got 2 players on Overt who played a year ago, and one of them retired. Riv retired. He thought he wasn't going to be successful after he failed to qualify for the following season by a long margin, but he came back eventually for this for the spring series, had a huge performance alongside Cobo, who played in the same season under a different team. Funnily enough, with Outlast, who's on that Canberra Havoc roster. So there is a lot of experience there, and Sprat brings in, I guess, that newbie look that we've seen. We've got returning players. We've got 2 brand new players as well, because Caveman Ben on Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, he has been touted by many of the I guess midfield players and the bubble players as a potential star of OCE. We haven't seen it yet. He's failed to qualify for RLCS every single time since he began at the beginning of 2019, so he is still pretty fresh to competitive, but he's finally made it into that top 8, and on Twitter he was the most excited I've ever seen anyone just for getting into the top 8.
No kidding.
And that's awesome to see, right? We get to see these new faces come in, and now they're on a huge spotlight, right? Twitch.tv/Rocket League compared to the OCE channels. Everyone wants to perform here. And even if they don't have the best tournament, he'll finally get to showcase it in the spotlight, say he's in a high pressure situation and plays well. That's a good sign, because again, like OCE, very similar to South America, they make a lot of roster moves between seasons. So this could just be a trial period too for what's next in season 10.
Well, that's my question then. One more quick question about these new players then. Do you feel like being on this big stage is going to cause a bit more pressure for them? Or do you think just the excitement is going to carry them through, that it's just going to negate that effect of being in front of everyone?
I think in some ways it is kind of like Worlds for OCE, because we are finally on this main Rocket League channel. We've got the rewards, we've got the viewership. It is a big deal, as a big prize pool as well. And for most of these guys, outside of going to Worlds, you might not understand, but it's their first time to be casted and analyzed by Gibbs and Leaf and these names that,
they don't want that.
I guess to them are superstars. I mean, I know
for them
down underneath how wrong that is, but they haven't got that experience before.
It's well, I mean, I don't have any. I didn't come banter prepared, and that was a mistake. And when you have Yummy on, so we're just gonna move on to the next subject. Let's talk about Ground Zero, because these guys right now, I believe, are the favorites. Yummy, I don't know if you are opposed to that narrative for these team for Ground Zero. Are these the guys that everyone's going to be watching out for and expecting to face off in those grand finals?
Given how strong they were in the regional championships, you can't really pin it against these guys. They're still really strong. And in the end, it is going to be really tough to take them down. But I think with that roster change, with Spydoge coming in, there is a lot more questions. Last week, they played in the RLO Anzac tournament. And they still went to Game 7 overtime against Renegades, and that was with Renegades having a 1-game advantage with Spydoge. And for context, these guys were playing with Spydoge at the end of last year, and they looked like the best team in OCE during that time when they were playing with Spydoge. They looked like they could be number 1 then, and then obviously Spydoge went across to Cringe Society, and that shuffled things up. So based on that experience, they could still be the strongest, but you cannot go past the Renegades, who just feel like they are undefeated outside of RLCS.
So to me, Ground Zero, they had a great regional championship. Sure, that's fine. The reason why they did, there was no Renegades at the regional championship. They've only lost 3 times all year. It just happened to be in the RLCS. So maybe people just have to tell them that they're playing scrims right now, and then they'll be fine. Because it seems like the clutch factor's not there yet. But outside of the RLCS, there's been tons of the gauntlet matches, and then a few other tournaments for OC, 21-0. 21 matches and 0, and that is versus a lot of the best teams. Cringe Society beat them 7 times. They beat Ground Zero 4 times, 2 times with that new roster, and that was just last week. Renegades, huge favorites coming in. The clutch factor, I get it. It wasn't there necessarily. They kind of got boned for the league play. They finished 4-3, not a bad record. It's just because everyone was so incredibly close that they just barely missed out. Like if they were in the regionals, I think they would have been heavy favorites there as well. But again, it just comes down to, can they clutch it out? It's been a while for CJ. He's missed out on a few of these tournaments, but for me, I have to bet on Renegades at this point because I think their history for this entire year, 25-3 overall. It just happens their 3 losses came at a bad time. I think they'll be fine.
And they've got 17 wins in a row. And I think the major point for them as well is that they have never lost to Ground Zero yet, even in RLCS League play.
Well, we're going to find out eventually as kickoff starts very soon. But before that, I want to start putting a bit of, use your minds to envision how this bracket is going to go. Let's figure out for each of us who's going to be in those top 3. What are your early predictions now for this 2-day event? For the next 2 days, 8 teams battling it out. Gibbs, top 3 right now. Who's making it there?
All right, I got Renegades number 1. After that, I think it's a toss-up because I think because Renegades are coming out number 1, Ground Zero is going to have to make a low or a long lower bracket run. So they might kind of slip up. I still like Cringe. Maybe that's just because I'm so used to seeing those names, but they had a pretty good offseason, at least in terms of the gauntlet. Like they were very successful. They only lost to the Renegades a bunch of those times. So they could have been that team, that top dog outside of the RLCS. I think I'm going to go Cringe 2, Ground Zero 3 is how I'm going to have it.
Cringe 2, Ground Zero. Okay. You're already shaking your head at that. Maybe I got that. I see the beard rub.
It's iffy. It's iffy.
Gibbs.
Well, I'm putting Renegades first as well. It's been very close, but you can't put them as not the favorites. I do still have Ground Zero as number 2 because they've been so consistent. And last week they played really well under this new roster as well. And I think Cringe Society are fine in that top 3 as well. You know, like they've got that star power. Deca coming in as the player who was probably considered the best player of overall last season across league play and finals, or the best player, at least for league play individually. Maybe not the MVP performance because he had such good teammates as well. But I kind of want to give that 3rd place to, I guess, more of a team that I enjoy watching. I want to see Fury do well, so I'm going to put Fury in as number 3.
I can't object. I mean, again, watching Kenny play, as you said, is really fun. So I'm with you on that. But honestly, I'm going to go, I think I think this is what Gibbs said as well, too. I've already forgotten, just so I was memorized by Yummy's words. I forgot what Gibbs said. I'm going to have to go with it as well. Renegades, for more reasons than just like, again, this isn't RLCS, so they're going to do good. It's just straight up, I want to see CJ take this. I think that's my main motivator for this. And then Ground Zero in 2nd place, I think, for me, just because the name and Express, man, we were talking about this just before the show, but Express has been here for so long. Again, I remember before the RLCS was even a thing, playing with them and seeing him online as you played in like the NA servers and stuff, and in different tournaments. And I remember casting a few back then. So it's just great to see that Express is on top in OCE, with Renegades, of course, as one of those question marks. And then I think I want to see that old magic come back between Torsos and Drippe. So I feel I have the hopes for Cringe Society here. While I wouldn't be opposed, again, to having fun matches in Fury, those would be my top 3 as well. So
I think touching on that as well, in terms of the experience, Express and Jules are probably the two most experienced when you look at pre-RLCS competitive play. The only person who matches them is Drippe, who was kind of competing at the very beginning of OC Rocket League as well. And maybe CJ, but he was irrelevant then. It wasn't just that he failed to qualify for Worlds every single season then. He was failing to qualify for the top 8. He was just there, you know?
Like, and to be fair, I would say he's kind of irrelevant right now. He talks a lot of smack when he watches the European RLCS. He talks all the smack and then comes out and puts up some duds. So I want to see CJ put a little bit of a better show than we've seen over this last year.
Nothing would amuse me more than him not making top 2 again, just to bring his head size a little bit down. But yeah, I think for them, surely they have the experience to make it through.
Well, we'll find out if CJ can bring legitimacy to his relevancy later on, because right now we got to talk about our first match. As I mentioned, OCE, let's do this upside down. We're going to start off with Cringe Society, Canberra Havoc. I almost said Cranberry. I tried so hard not to. I almost did it. Almost got through it. But let's talk about this matchup and how this is going to go. Yummy, I want to start with you because before you did mention that play style that's maybe causing some problems for Cringe Society is that aggression, that push up, giving some open goals. I still feel in this, they're the favorites coming in this matchup, but is that something that Canberra is going to be looking to take advantage of? Is that push up past midfield a little too far and those nice, clear, open nets?
I feel like it all comes down to game 1. Canberra Havoc have to win that game 1 because that is usually when Renegades are weakest. That's usually when they go over aggressive for no reason, push up too hard and end up getting punished. And they usually reel it in after the end of the game. They feel like they adapt not mid-game, but after game. And they've done that well towards, let's just not go up for everything. So if Canberra Havoc win that game 1, they're in really good stead and they might be able to take it out. But if Cringe Society come heavy out of the blocks, that's going to be a problem.
Now, I think the one advantage, because I'm not sure about Torsos, but he looks like a guy that would wake up at 3 p.m. every day. And it's only noon right now for Australian time. So maybe he still hasn't woken up just yet. So maybe there's a chance. But at the end of the day, Cringe is still a very solid team. Sure, it's a new roster with Deca, but these guys know how to win. Torsos and Drippe have been there before, and it's one bad season, right? And I think it was a bad season for a lot of these veterans, and I think they want to start that road back for season 10 here.
Well, they are definitely disappointed with their 3rd place result. Canberra Havoc, of course, they were disappointed with their 8th place result after making it to Worlds. That's why they're completely disbanded as such, with the Duck moving the Canberra Havoc name to these 2 other players. And realistically, this could be a stronger roster. The names and the mechanics of Outlast and Steve could certainly carry the team, but are they going to be honeymooning, or are they going to still be working out what their issues are right now?
That was my question. Is this going to be a good honeymoon period for these guys to just come in and surprise everyone? And if they're on the field, where do we expect these players to be? Who's that support? Who's that striker? Who's setting up the plays for Canberra?
Well, the Duck should be at the back. He usually likes playing a bit more defensive. And it's going to be interesting because he is not playing with Walcott anymore. And the 2 of them really made a big defensive combo for Canberra Havoc in both iterations with Tango and Spy Doge. So you can't really 100% tell. But Outlast is a ones playmaker. Expect him to go for a lot of dribbles. In the past, he's, I guess, struggled as a threes player to really work in with teammates and not get in over the top of them. But on Steve's note, he's experienced at this point. He will be in attack.
Well, there it is. We're going to find out now. 81% in favor from Chet for Cringe Society. Do you guys believe that Gibbs, this is a true statement, or are we going to get that surprise factor from Canberra?
I feel like OCE with their league play, it was a little bit more muddied where some of these lower end teams were getting some upset wins here or there, but I think that changes today, and I think Cringe, they take it fairly easily.
I think in terms of the 2 teams, both are reasonably new rosters, but one is still got a core of Torsos and Drippe, and that alone gives you the advantage, let alone the mechanical advantage of the 3 players. So I'd have to give it to them as well, pretty comfortably.
Well, here it is. I want to hear your thoughts online, not just in Twitch chat. Let us know on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. But it's now time to get into our first match. We'll see if Cringe Society can crush through or Canberra Havoc is going to surprise.
And we will see as we get OCE Spring Series underway. And Jorby and James here to bring you the first of the action, first between Cringe Society versus Canberra Havoc. James, a lot of mix-ups in OCE lately. These two teams are no stranger, and will probably be a pretty good one to get things started out for this tournament.
You know, it's been a while since I've gotten to cast Drippe or Torsos, so I'm excited for this one, Jorby. It's kind of like old times.
A little bit. I mean, you got a lot of recognizable names. Drippe and Torsos probably at the head of the recognizable name list coming out of this region. And, you know, just looking back at the regional championship for those two, they were playing pretty well together and, you know, playing off of each other really well, I thought, but very aggressive out of their own half.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, Drippe, he's one of those players that has won a special place in a lot of Rocket League viewers' hearts. We've seen what they did with Alpha Sydney in the past, which is a long time ago. But these guys are part of the legendary Oceanic roster, you know, that broke up for a little bit. But now we're starting to get Torsos and Drippe back together. So we want to see these guys back on the international stage. They've made it back. They're here. And although it is online, it's still a huge stage for these guys. And not only some of the old names, but also the new names. You know, Deca is starting to really come into his own as one of the top Oceanic players. He's starting to even just globally build up that recognition, which he already has in the Oceanic scene. And so it's always fun to get to see these guys come in here on this big stage and perform and show us that OCE still has it.
Yeah, it really does. And I think one thing that, you know, I was curious about when I was watching some of the tape this week is that the talent in OCE is just, it got so spread around after Drippe came to North America, but then afterwards they kind of were able to retool, and it took them a couple of seasons, but you're seeing a lot more new talent start to crop up. I think you know, Deca, I would say, is one of, you know, those up and coming players. I really like. I mean, it's really just like
the whole Oceanic region has been in an upheaval. You even saw the fact that the Renegades didn't finish top 4 in league play was a huge shock to many. The OCE region is one that you see a lot of these surprises. You also see a lot of offense, a lot of scoring. It's a fun region to watch.
And on the other side would be Canberra Havoc, Leduc, the only returning member of that name, as Outlast and as Steve, both of them. See how they fit in, or how Leduc fits in with these two players at the start of this tournament. So far, it's Torsos looking for Drippe, ended up backflipping. And good start here for Drippe, but able to turn it back around. Drippe actually making a nice play. Right step towards the box. Torsos looking up high for Deca. He's got him, and a lot of pressure. Drippe will score. Cringe Society on the board.
Quick attack. You saw Steve trying to get the ball out, but I love the ball movement here. You saw Torsos kick off the play with the pass off the corner. Then Deca doing his job, getting the ball centered out to Drippe. And Drippe has always been that scoring-minded player, always looking for his chance. In the right position and hits his mark. So we see very early on Cringe Society getting that lead.
And speaking of Deca, earlier, who was a big part of that last attack, he comes in to replace Spidos, which during the regional championships for OCE, you know, Cringe Society, I felt like the one thing that they struggled with was coming out of their own box and players getting caught, you know, in optimistic defense. But Deca so far, they haven't had to play a lot of defense, but he certainly, I think, is a good line to go down when you're looking for that solid backing, that solid rotation coming out of third man. He's going to take a shot there, but it's blocked by SD, excuse me.
And this kind of reminds you of that old, you know, Chiefs Alpha Sydney style of play of just all-out attack, great ball movement, high-speed passing, and looking for those shots out of the middle. And I love that that is what Deca brings. He's such a quick player, great mechanics, fits right into that offensive state of mind. But a response from Leduc, as we're spending all this time talking about Cringe Society, and we see Canberra get on the board.
And Torsas ended up missing the lead off the back wall as well, trying to find the touch. He just couldn't get back to it. Leduc will punish him. And
wonderfully timed flip shot as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Leduc, he needed to get a perfect hit on that ball. His window was not very big at all, and he threaded that. Great time, or a well-timed flip on that to even get the power and precision. And so I was expecting Cringe Society to maybe keep extending their lead, but it was a good response from Havoc.
Yeah, and Havoc finding themselves back on their own half. Trying to move downfield with a big touch from Steve. Outlast next up, but it'll be long, clear, a lot of space given. Steve, excuse me, back to Leduc. Finds a nice touch with control, but then coming back in off the back wall, able to touch it out, but the ball's still in front of the box, and Drippe will punch it in. There's Havoc in front of the box, and they got burned.
And it was a good jump there from Steve to get that first block. But it all started when Steve was trying to dribble the ball out and got dunked in the corner. Sometimes you just need to get the ball up the wall, get it up high, and try to get it cleared downfield. He got dunked early, which put his team in an awkward defensive spot, and they never recovered from it. The offense that we've seen from Cringe Society is still going full blast. That save barely keeping the lead down to 1 for Cringe Society.
And it was a good save, but we haven't really had a lot of these opportunities down the field. Leduc, the only shot. Outlast, his next shot will be from just a little wide. It was Outlast trying to get the ball, but Deca goes right under him. Now under a second, that was Steve. Torsas ended up backflipping, but he still might have it. Leduc gets the clear out. Back to Steve. A quick turnaround, and Leduc takes the ball away from Steve. Miscommunication.
A few mechanical mistakes on both ends. We saw Torsas had a scoring opportunity that he was not able to convert on because he backflipped early. And then on the other end, we saw that passing idea, the little bump on the back of his bumper, and it went too far off to the right. So a good idea from Havoc, but the execution a little lacking.
Leduc to find Steve out to the side. It'll be a first look for Canberra Havoc, but ends up getting knocked back beyond midfield again. Third man got demoed. Leduc will have to rotate in for the save. Still, the struggles continue to break out of this blue half. Attempted long clear, but too far out of the way for anyone on Canberra to get to it. And it's just been really a lockdown from Cringe Society, James.
They have been keeping a lot of the pressure on in the offensive half, but we've seen those counterattacking chances, like another one right there coming out. Outlast almost taking advantage of that opening that presented itself. Cringe Society getting out of position for a quick second.
And they've given up space a couple of times now on some of these counter pushes that Canberra Havoc have had. So Cringe Society got to be careful. Able to maintain that pressure, but you let your foot off the gas at the wrong second, and it could mean disaster as Leduc gets a hard ball up in the air, but Deca is quick to the ball. Drippe tries to kill. Maybe get one more bounce off the ramp. Outlast, downfield. And he'll have a good touch to Steve. Does he have another? Yes, right down. Does he have a shot? Drippe there for the save. Leduc wants to try to keep it going, but Drippe, oh, that bounce went low. And Cringe Society will take the first game.
I love the effort in the final moments there from Havoc. They tried to make the play. It was a good pass out to, I believe, Steve, but Steve couldn't get the double tap ball he was looking for. Did get a pass out to the middle, but you saw two players from Cringe Society were there ready to prevent that shot coming in off the backboard. They really needed the shot coming off that double tap because it was a great outlet pass out to Steve. So mechanical execution was a bit lacking on both ends at times this game, but we saw offensive pressure overwhelmingly in favor of Cringe Society.
Yeah, it just felt like the defensive positioning for Canberra Havoc You know, they were just a little bit behind every single touch. It's like they were missing by about a half second or even sooner than that. And all you really got, if you were Canberra Havoc, like you said, James, was that one mechanical mistake. What a save, though, right there. If they can keep having defensive saves like that and try to prevent situations in front of the box like that, I like Canberra Havoc's chances for the rest of the series.
They certainly have got chances. We saw them have a few moments where they could have put one in. There was the one where Cringe Society got completely out of position and there needed to be a hard shot going in on net right away. The shot didn't really come in. And then we also saw the counterattack where it was a pass off the back of a bumper of a player trying to get that into a shooting opportunity or a shooting position, but that ball bounced off a little too hard off the bumper, going too far wide right, and there wasn't a shooting chance available. So we've seen some counterattacking chances, some good chances for Havoc, but they were stuck in their own half quite a bit of the time, and Cringe Society had some scoring chances themselves that they didn't put away. So we'll see if Cringe Society can tighten up that and take early leads and extend those leads, or if Havoc can figure out a way to get more time on offense, because they certainly need that.
And they start just where they left off, unable to break out, and Deca pummels this.
Leduc had to get a better clear. He failed to do so, and Deca was ready for that chance. We saw it drop down right in front of him, a hard bounce shot, and that was far post, upper 90. Not much you can do to stop that. Excellent shot from Deca.
Deca's looked very good this series so far. Very consistent touches. He's had a lot of the threatening shots coming out from Cringe Society. More and more Cringe Society with this roster, the more they love Deca. This is exactly where you want him to play well in this tournament, but this is dangerous. Ball in front. Deca comes up with a save on the rotation. And there's a chance there for Havoc to try to clamp down, but they end up giving the ball back to the blue half. Another long clear. Torsas quickly find Deca. Very good on the homing tracker, finding your teammates wherever you might be on the pitch. Deca, a nice carry. The shot from Torsas never came. Canberra Havoc will try to break out once more. A high touch out. Looking again, another shot taken away by Torsas. Canberra Havoc starting to pressure, and Leduc will finally put it in. Canberra Havoc on the board.
And I love that play from Outlast. Take a hard shot on net. What do you have to lose? Go for those rebound opportunities. That's when you get a lot of chances. If you can put it hard in a spot that makes the defense get a less than ideal touch when they get the save, then you're getting yourself a scoring opportunity. Sometimes you have to do that when there's no teammate in position to go for a pass. If you've got the shot, just take it and see what happens. And another close chance follow-up, and Drippe gets the save. Leduc had a golden opportunity, needed to find better placement, shot it right at Drippe. But we've seen now multiple back-to-back chances for Havoc. They are hanging in there against Cringe Society.
And that tee out, Outlast. Or he tried to find the tee out, but he won't get it. And downfield, but I love the pressure we're seeing from Canberra Havoc right now. They're really starting to control the pitch. You know, those midfield boosts that belong to them for the most part. And again, touch out. Torsas couldn't get there. Outlast having to wrap back around to the ball. They're back on defense, and it looks like it might be a struggle again as they work to clear it back out.
Good teamwork on the clear, but we saw the dribble attempt. I believe it was by Outlast. When you fail to get those flicks, you put your team in such a rough spot. We saw Leduc have to scramble back to get in position. Again, we're going to need more execution on those small mechanical plays. Otherwise, you see teams get in rough spots that sometimes they just can't dig their way out of.
Outlast, good little carry off the back wall, but it's taken away. The Duck ended up getting bumped in net. It will keep Deca with control of the ball. He does what he can with no boost. It comes for free off the backboard, but it'll be Outlast. He's only got a race past two. He's got one beat. He can't get the second beat. Deca had the save, but the ball's still hanging in front of the box. Popped up again, and Torsas will be the next to clear it out. Cringe Society barely hanging on defense, but they break out.
Outlast almost did it to him with that dribble, and he needed to pick up some small pads. I saw him go for the mid boost when there was some small pads around him. Had he gotten a few of those, he might have been able to turn in time to get the chance. And we're seeing more and more opportunities come for Canberra Havoc. You wonder when they're going to break through. They've had several shots that have almost found the mark. That one that bounced off the post is about the closest they've gotten, besides the one goal that they scored.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a clear difference from game one. You know, at this point in game one, they only had one shot on net. They have 13. So it is completely flipped, and Cringe Society have just struggled to have the same pressure that they had in the first game. They don't have full control of this pitch, and none of these balls, except for Deca right there in midfield to win that next touch, but none of these balls are really in spaces for a win for Cringe Society. So we're locked with less than 30 seconds remaining.
That speed from Deca at midfield helped his team out immensely so they could get more time to get boost. Back-to-back quality challenges. Deca showing us why Cringe Society picked him up.
He's certainly been solid. You cannot deny his reliability in net in this game, and also carrying the ball. Drippe can't find it. It was Torsas on that carry on the pass. That ball will drop. Overtime here in game two has been very close.
It certainly has been, even on that last play. Drippe almost finding the net late in game two.
Oh, wow. That's Steve sticking on that ball at the last second. Otherwise, I thought that ball was slipping under him. You know how the dominance is. It can be real finicky, sliding the ball under people with that hitbox.
It's easy to drive under the ball. It's easy to get the ball over and under people as well with the dominance.
The old scooper. Torsas gets a great touch. Backpacks midfield. Does he have a double? No, he actually just has the goal. And Cringe Society with a great carry from Torsas.
Beautiful communication. Drippe immediately knows to go for the bump. He does get the bump on Steve. Steve would have had it, and he even made contact with the ball, but because of the bump and the fact that he was moving backwards, the shot still went in. Excellent job by Drippe to make contact on that bump. That won them the game, and then the shot from Torsas also right on target. Wonderfully done.
And Canberra Havoc, despite having as much offense as they did, ending with 15 shots on net, they only came away with one goal and just couldn't break through Cringe Society at all. And, you know, what went wrong for Canberra Havoc there? Was it shot accuracy? Was it they just couldn't keep the pressure up? But it felt like they had pressure for a while.
I think there were a few shot accuracy moments that they needed. You even see on the replay, Leduc had a rebound kick out to him, had the entire net to shoot on, and he shoots it right at Drippe. He will want that play back. We saw a few chances like that as well, where they just couldn't get that little bit of accuracy. They had another one that bounced off the post and went out. So Havoc, they hung in there. They had a lot of offensive pressure. They kept Cringe Society locked down for a majority of the game. But again, the rotations from Cringe Society prevail, and those few opportunities that they get, they put in. And I loved what I saw from them on that bump play. That shows you that these guys are playing excellent Rocket League. Their communication is on point, because he had to either go into the middle for a pass. He could have gone into the middle to try to receive a pass, but immedially going for the bump. You saw Torsas waiting for Drippe to go and
controlling that touch he had in midfield.
Yeah, it was all around first rate play.
I totally agree, James. And heading into game three, when you saw Canberra Havoc really putting it to the Cringe Society defense for a while, now you're going to see that, and you might feel skeptical if you're sitting here at home wondering if Canberra can really take a game off Cringe Society after having really what was their best shot in game two. We'll see if they can create some more in game three, but look at the passing from Cringe Society as they move back down to the blue half. Torsas couldn't get a solid touch, and that would have been deadly.
We saw a pass from Drippe that was right to Torsas. Torsas couldn't make very good contact with it, and then we saw him get a chance to pass out to Drippe, and he didn't make contact either. So Torsas, perhaps he's struggling a little bit with the mechanics right now. At least early in this game, game number 3. But no,
nice
Deca's
shot,
not
Deca.
struggling whatsoever. He has been so clutch for Cringe Society. Another perfectly placed shot.
And Outlast, the man trying to carry the ball out, it just popped right off the corner. And Deca, like you said, was so quick back up to the ball. And this is his series right now. I know Torsos and Drippe had the nice carry to win the game in OT, but I mean, Deca all around has just been rock solid for Cringe Society. The man has answered the call every time the ball gets in front of him.
I haven't really seen him make that many mistakes. He's scored some big goals. He scored the only goal last game in regulation that allowed them to even make it into overtime. And that was another very well-placed shot. So Deca has been impressing me in this lineup. Right now, he's looking like the best player on the team. But when you've got Torsos and Drippe, you know that they also have the ability to step up. And we've already seen some good plays from them as well.
That was a nice touch from Outlast. It ended up turning into a shot on net. That's going to be off the ceiling. Outlast is there, but too slow. Deca real fast off the line. He's got the speed reads on right now. And Drippe will have the next carry. One touch, but not the direction he wanted as he ran out of boost. Long clear, ran back. Deca on the rotation. Canberra Havoc. Well, back to their offensive struggles. 2 minutes in, only 2 shots on net.
But they're doing a good job of limiting the boost for Cringe Society. We're seeing everyone below 30, some on empty. You see Deca down at 9, having to pick up these small pads. And that is what you need to do, especially if you're trying to battle out of your own half and get some offensive opportunities. You got to slowly grind out that boost game.
Outlast will steal that, but it came off a botched or just miscommunication we'll put it up to, and that was almost dangerous as Outlast just got kicked with that ball and ended up chasing it the whole way through. Now they're in some struggles here on defense on the rotation. Torsos comes in. He does get in front of the box, but too many Cringe Society players bunched up together. No one available for the shot.
And the reason there was no one available was because Deca was going for bumps on the goal line, trying to just get him out of the way and clear a path. And we see the path open for Torsos to put in a second goal for Cringe Society.
And this just kind of comes out of nowhere. Like Deca that's almost like a no-looker. As he's coming up,
it's another
he's
failed
gonna bang
clear.
the ball to the corner. Yeah,
It's another failed clear. Leduc has done that a couple times now where he needs to get the ball more into the corner or more towards the sideline, and he doesn't get the power. It goes right in front of Deca. This time Deca dishes it into the middle, and they score a banger. So Leduc not having the best day on defense.
and Canberra Havoc just not having the greatest, the start you would want to see a Canberra Havoc fan out there, but Steve won't find this next touch. But I think there's things to like about this Canberra Havoc squad. If they can't pull out a win here, they still have another chance in the lower bracket. But they've shown some glimpses here. And Cringe Society, obviously, 3 quality players on that side of the pitch. Outlast his attempted shot turned away by Torsos.
This Cringe Society team is playing like they want to take that title for their region. They want to be that #1 team, and that move to get Deca was certainly a big move. It has paid off so far. I am loving the playstyle these guys are bringing.
For Canberra Havoc, getting into the third, they're looking for a shot. They just can't seem to get anything to materialize. It feels like a lot of reliance on the back wall and the backboard, but the coverage has been pretty clean for Cringe Society. They haven't really given up the backboard all that often. There was one whiff from Torsos in game 1, but since then, you haven't really seen any gifted opportunities from Cringe Society. And Canberra Havoc, they just can't find the control they need on offense. And they'll let one go in here as Cringe Society, Drippe, will punch in another.
And Leduc, again, had to get a piece of that ball. Drippe shooting for net. Deca was there in case Drippe missed it and hit that too near or too far. That ball was going in no matter what after Leduc wasn't able to get a bumper on it. And Cringe Society, they will sail through to what looks like a clean sweep and a shutout in game 3.
Certainly one of the contenders, as the desk were talking. A lot of love out here for Cringe Society. Nice little block by Torsos. We'll see how they perform in the rest of the upper bracket. And like we said, for Canberra Havoc, it's not over just yet. You get one more chance in the losers bracket, but Cringe Society will stay afloat.
Cringe Society, very impressive. I love what I saw from them, especially Deca in the final game. A team hat trick, everyone getting a goal on the board. But Deca, I think it's impressive to see how well he's meshing already, coming in playing with Torsos and Drippe. And this is giving me hope. You know, I want to see Drippe back at the World Championship. Obviously, we didn't have a World Championship this go around, but next season, this does seem like a roster that can do some damage and battle back to a top 2 or even number 1 spot. I love what I saw from Cringe Society.
Well, we'll see how Cringe Society do in the rest of the tournament. But coming up next, we got Fury versus the good, the bad, and the ugly. How's it all go down? Find out after the break.
Rated E for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Brody Moore, also known as LeafX. Alongside me, we have Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman, and we just watched Cringe Society, plow through Canberra Havoc. So this was kind of what we expected, I think, Yummy, out of this. One thing that I think we need to address before we talk about this recap, though, is pronunciations. So we're going to give the rest of our the Americans here a bit of a lesson. And if you would like to take the floor, Yummy Cheeseman.
Yeah, straight out to Jorby and James. They're American, so we can cut them some slack. But as Americans, you know how to say bruh. So just Canberra, and that's how you do it. It's not Canberra, it's not cranberry, it's Canberra. And that is the capital of Australia, if you didn't.
I
learned something new.
Yeah, I feel like they might have a problem with their own geography, let alone Australia. So let's talk about that match, though, because we definitely know that how to navigate this, and Cringe Society definitely navigated that match very well. Is this exactly what we wanted to see, Gibbs, out of this team, or do you feel like there's still some holes there that might start to come through as they move later on in the bracket?
I liked what I saw. I thought game 2 was that telling moment of like, all right, they're being outplayed, but their defense holds up, and then they make a good duo play between Charles Sauce and, of course, Drip A, going for that bump play to win that overtime. That was the game that for Canberra, they had to win, right? As soon as they lost that, you figured this series was over because Cringe probably not going to give up another bad game like that. And that's basically what we saw. It just came down to a couple defensive miscues, I think, on Canberra. Just the mechanical play on defense, a lot of weird soft touches that just opened up the door for too easy of goals for Cringe Society.
I think as well, like, you can excuse the fact that they weren't playing brilliantly as a team because you had Decker striking so well, hitting the corners. And whenever you look at Decker and you're thinking, okay, is he playing well or not? It's all about his shot accuracy. He is probably the best striker right now in terms of placing his shots. So going forward, they can always improve as a team. If they're playing well individually, they still make it far in this tournament.
Yeah, well, I guess we get to see how that continues on as we do, again, have Canberra down in the lower bracket. They have one more life left, but unfortunately, they might be on the chopping block for today, as we will get to those matches later on. But for now, we got to move on through the upper bracket. So let's continue our way up. On the first part of the bracket, Fury versus the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly will be our next matchup. Gibbs, how do you feel this one's going to go here? I mean, I feel like it is weighted towards one team than the other.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Fury, they get top 2 in OC. That would have been a world championship bid. It would have been the first time for these guys on that stage. But obviously, things happen around the world. It's not the case. But I'm not sold on these boys, Yummy. And I think you have to sell me a bit because I feel like this was a one-off. It feels like we still have teams like Ground Zero, the Renegades, and Cringe Society probably above them right now.
I'm not a good salesman, so I don't know if my pitch is going to be great, but I love the boys. That's why I put them in third place. I don't think I'm sold on them either, to be fair. They came that second place, and it feels like right now that might have just been a one-off situation. Maybe they need a little bit more. I want to see Scarth in particular step up to the plate and be a bit more of a consistent player for them to really be able to continue getting results like that. But when you have a powerhouse striker like Amphis, who is very creative, who as an individual can open up the net for his 2 teammates who got the MVP of league play, there's always the potential there. Kenny Salmon has been playing really well around him. So there is a strong unit there. And the fact that they came second, the fact that they even came top 4 in league play was a massive surprise. You look at those players and you ask me where they're going to go, I'd say, that last season, they were meant to come 6th, 7th, 8th. And maybe in the next season, that's when they'd start having their big season. But they came out of the gate strong, and they're going to continue with the same roster for now. So that's to their strength today against a team that is a brand new roster. That is a massive, massive advantage.
My concern is Amphis, he wins the MVP. It was a very surprising MVP. So for the NA viewers out there that are staying up late, kind of reminds me of the Sonics, where Shock wins MVP, but if he has a bad series, I think Fury could be in trouble. And I think they will get by the Good, Bad, and the Ugly. It just comes down to the later matches. But I just want to see if Amphis can keep up that level of play that is so difficult to do.
And he didn't play very well at the beginning of playoffs either. Amphis day 1 of the playoffs for league play, he was almost non-existent. And he was just, I guess, fortunate enough that they got through to day 2, that they just scraped in, and then he had his big performance.
I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like your entire sales pitch is just moot when the good, the bad, the ugly have a logo as amazing as theirs.
That's
like,
true.
Yeah, how do you argue against these guys right now? Like that they come in strong with the best branding I think we've ever seen. So we need to defend them a little bit here. What is the good, the bad, and the ugly gonna have to do to maybe shut down that key player from Fury?
Well, first off, it's important to introduce who's the good, who's the bad, and the ugly. So according to them, Walcott is the good, Caveman Ben is the bad, and Misty is the ugly.
All right.
I don't know where it all comes from, but, because Walcott's not very good. So why call them that? They are a great team, though. I think I'm really excited to see how Caveman Ben can perform on this big stage. I think he's going to be important. We've seen lots of Walcott. He's been really impressing me over the last, I think, since the end of the Spy Doge era of Canberra Havoc, where in the playoffs of that season, he really became this super solid player. Nothing amazing, but you don't need to be amazing if you're literally saving every goal, you're not missing a ball, you're being really consistent. And Misty has shown pure potential amongst multiple teams. So it's up to Caveman Ben to really match it despite not having the experience.
Well, we get to find out right now if they're going to be able to shut down Fury as our match is about ready. Before that happens, though, get online, use the hashtag RL Spring Series to get your thoughts out into the Twitterverse. But let's get on with the day and head into our second match.
Let's do it. And James, for the good, the bad, and the ugly
I don't
here
hear Jorby.
against Fury. Well, James doesn't hear me, so give me 1 second.
Darby?
I think I can fix that. James,
There
you
you
can
go.
hear me now. Hello, how you doing? All right. Yeah. And so, like I was saying at the start, James, for your and I's sake, for this series, for the good, the bad, and the ugly, I think that, my main referral will be GBU, just to keep it simple for us. But every now and then getting the good, the bad, and the ugly in there. But I'm excited for this series.
You could just call them ugly too, or good, depending on how well they
According to Yummy, they're all ugly. So,
I'm not gonna, you can say that, Jorby, but
that's what he said. You just go back in the
but
VOD. He said
Cheeseman,
it.
he's just a mean-spirited guy sometimes. You gotta, you can't pull it off.
Oh no, nothing but love for the cheese man.
He can
But
pull
we'll-
it off. That's all I'm saying.
We'll see who can pull this win off between Fury and GBU. And you heard Yummy talk about it in the pregame. This is the first real time at a big stage for this team in GBU, and we're really going to get a good look at how they perform here. Already you see very quick they're on the defensive half to jump up for it. But James, watching back of the tape, watching the regional championship and seeing how Fury played in that tournament, I really like this Fury team. A lot of the talk is about Amphis, but in my opinion, that's a good first touch from Amphis. I think Kenny Salmon is one of the smarter players that we see in this tournament. He's very reliable on the rotations for his team. He doesn't take as many risky challenges as you might see from other players. He's very much a control type of player, so I'm excited to see more of that and see how they perform at this juncture here.
And this is a big stage for them. Even getting to the grand final of their region is huge, but these opportunities to play your game in front of the international crowd is a big chance. And Kenny Salmon, the guy you were highlighting, Jorby, is the one to get Fury their first goal.
It's Amphis getting 2 nice touches and just slow on the turn. I believe it was Misty who was trying to dive across the box for that, but tough to do when Amphis just had those nice little small touches that can be so difficult to defend against in the dominance. Misty looking for a flip reset right away, but back up. It'll be Kenny Salmon. He will have the carry. He tried to get the flick, but it popped off, and Misty will have the next clear. Back on the orange half. GBU hunting for their first goal. so far, not a ton of pressure despite spending some time here in the orange half. But that's a good dump from Cave Bedman.
And that shot's going to catch Kenny out. Well placed by Walcott. Walcott hunting at the midfield. Amphis. You saw Scarth realize he needed to get in front of the shot. Walcott was coming in right behind him. Kenny S probably thinking that Scarth was going to get a hit there. Crept out a little bit too much. And that ended up being the mistake that allowed Walcott to get that goal.
Comes at a good time. The team itself thinks Walcott is the good so far. That's certainly living up to it. Misty right in front against Amphis. Caveman Ben has a good challenge to Walcott, but nobody ends up touching this. Classic whifty. Misty, another double touch in front of the box and getting up there with Scarth in time, but the shot's off the crossbar and in. Walcott with 2.
Walcott getting aggressive, getting that boost at the midfield. And then coming around, he saw his chance. It was a hard shot. It was right off the crossbar and in. And if you're Fury, you need to make sure you're clearing those balls out to the corner, especially when all of your team is stuck into the net. No one's able to even challenge it. The rebound goal for Walcott, making it look easy.
And Walcott will move again downfield here for GBU. And it's absolutely the performance you want to see out of this GBU team when you're asking the question, how do they stand up when the stakes get higher? So far, it's with a lead as Scarth trying to work his way around the box. And
The steak sounds good right now, Gorby. It really does.
Yeah.
I am quite hungry.
Well, maybe after this, James. Or maybe not, who knows? Depends how you feel. That's off the backboard and will be taken away.
I mean, with how Walcott's playing, it's looking like a steak dinner for him as well as he pulls in the hat trick. This is unreal from Walcott. The hat trick, beautiful finesse. You see him just taking his time, floating in there, and another placement shot.
You're talking about a nice steak dinner. That's a filet mignon. If that's the hat trick of Rocket, that's the filet mignon right there.
Perfect medium rare hat trick by Walcott.
It doesn't get juicier. And sitting back in their own half right now are Fury, trying to figure out how to break out and try to get back in this game with about 1:30 left. And Misty gets clear out to the side, but they're going to need another touch. Otherwise, Kenny Salmon and company will look for another goal, but that's a good touch from Misty, who's been continually having solid touches.
I love that play for Misty. Not only did he get the skip off of his hood, he was able to go and get the wave dash right after and get a demo. So big plays from him. Walcott a huge demo on the goal line, and Amphis panicking. He had time, Jorby. You hate to see this.
You get the tunnel vision. You're like, no, I gotta go now. He's so close. Turns out, as soon as you touch it, you're like, he was pretty far away.
And you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to hit that off his own backboard.
Yeah.
But wasn't able to get the height.
If he had slowed down just a little bit, he was going supersonic, but he would have been able to tilt his dominance up a little bit more.
And sometimes what you need to do instead of hitting it with the bumper is you get underneath it and flip and hit it with the back. Hit it with your hood on your flick to make sure that it does get the extra height. Now miss Walcott. He won't miss that.
Oh, they're killing him.
5 goals for Walcott. He's looking for the double hat trick.
And he might get it. Misty, a big demo. I mean, it's easy put in for Walcott. Feed him. We've gone from one filet mignon dinner, James, to a full 3-course meal.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder when Walcott's going to get full. He's going back for seconds, thirds, fourths, and fifths.
Nah, man. Is there another plate? Walcott's got it. Is there a goal to be scored, Walcott? Well, at least in this game, he definitely has it. What a great showing from GBU. Walcott wants that 6th goal. The pod shot.
I want to see that double hat trick. It's been a while since I've seen one in any region.
We'll see if they can get it. Amphis wants one of his own. This game absolutely got away from Fury due to just solid touches from Misty, and then the Gray Steak himself, Walcott. So a big win here for GBU.
And Walcott just having a career performance of a game, 5 goals
Out of 6
and a
shots.
beautiful logo. Oh my goodness, that logo is something else.
And that 6th shot was just one at the end where he's like, yeah, I want this one. He would have been perfect on shots that game. Walcott was nasty as the striker that game. That was very good. And Misty had, in my opinion, so many crucial touches on both halves of the pitch that either enabled Walcott to score. Obviously, he had the demo, but also all those touches like in the thirds and in midfield. I mean, the dude just had every touch to relieve pressure,
certainly.
add pressure. It was great.
You can see him even on the replays, the demos that he's going for. Misty, his physicality playing an important role in the 5-goal game that Walcott had. Misty, we'll see if he can keep that up, but Walcott's shooting, his placement, if you go back and look at those shots, his placement was pretty much on point every chance that he got. He only shot the ball 6 times. Which is, it's a lot, but when you think about the fact that he put in 5 goals off of 6 shots, that's spectacular accuracy.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Walcott, again, Yummy calling him the good out of the good, the bad, and the ugly, or I guess the team calls him that. That shows you why they have that kind of faith in Walcott. And he coming out from, Season 8 Worlds in Madrid, where he probably didn't have the performance that he was hoping to have on the world stage. Certainly, he's taken from that experience and has really been ironing out his game. He's looked really solid so far for the good, the bad, and the ugly, who are really taking it to this Fury team that might have had more expectations coming in considering how they placed in the regional finals. But, you did hear Yummy say he's not sure he believes in them, but Scarth might give you something to believe as he punches this in.
And that play from Kenny, it was a well-challenged 50 from Kenny. He wanted to get this ball out into the middle. You saw him position his car to do that, and Scarth will be able to clean up. But that 50 from Kenny, that was the key play.
Now for midfield, it'll be Misty. Kenny Salmon hops right on top of it. Does he have a goal? Yes, he does. A quick 2-goal lead here for Fury.
Misty not able to flip back into that, and you saw Caveman thinking that he could leave that ball, but there was nobody in middle to defend. Caveman needed to make more of an effort to either get in the way of the player or get a touch. So less than 30 seconds in, a 2-goal lead for Fury. This will be tough for the good, the bad, and the ugly to come back from.
But with how they were able to create chances in the last game, certainly feel at least okay about those chances. Walcott will get touch out to midfield, but it's coming right back from Kenny, and now putting the physical play out. It's Fury. Here's a shot, but blocked. Forced a double commit. Misty and Walcott keeping the ball out of the net for now. Fury will start from their own back end, and Amphis, that touch will get back to him this time, but on the flip reset, had the option, actually missed. Kenny Salmon forced to make the save, and now it's GBU putting shots on net all of a sudden. Walcott in front, looking, or Misty was looking, came up empty. And GBU unwilling to turn the ball over right now, just trying to keep these challenges aggressive. Up in front of the box at the third. They are keeping Fury locked in their own half.
But despite Fury getting locked in their own half, and we even saw a boost steal coming out from Misty, Fury doing well to preserve boost, getting it where they can, picking up small pads, not using it unless they absolutely have to, and it's putting them in a position where they can look for that counterattack where they can do some real damage.
Walcott takes a long look. He fakes out one, flips over another, but Caveman Ben was a little too close on the rotation. It'll end up a clear ball for Fury. So despite, James, like you said, it just wasn't enough, not enough gumption on the pressure. Looking for quality shots, GBU are looking themselves. Scarth taking the ball away in midfield for Amphis. Amphis flips it over one. It'll be Caveman Ben trying to clear it out, and it is a little diving on defense for GBU, but they do get back to the orange half. Can they keep it past midfield? It'll be tough.
And Caveman Ben, he had an opportunity to either go for the pass or a bump. If he gets that bump on the player going for that ball, I think Walcott might be able to finish that play off. But unfortunately for GBU, they're not able to make either play.
Oh, that's in. Amphis will punish Misty, who could not shovel the ball out of the corner. It ended up popping up, and it's a 3-goal lead now for Fury.
And everyone's been there. If you're Misty, he's trying to touch that with the very tip of his car, roll it up the wall, be able to maybe go for an air dribble, a ceiling shot, a center. There's lots of options if you get that touch, but missing that touch, he knew it was game over. The ball bouncing out into the middle and an easy cleanup goal. Tough play for Misty.
I mean, just so good on defense from Fury, preventing what could have been an absolute, avalanche of shots. Instead, only 2 generated for GBU, and so many more shots have gone the other way, and the defense just feels real leaky right now for GBU.
And Misty, you're right, that leaky defense costing him. Misty missing that hit. And another open net goal. You look at the stats, it's not pretty. Misty and Caveman both below 100 points as we're approaching that final minute and a half of gameplay. But Walcott getting on the board here from an own goal.
You take the points.
You sure do. And I don't blame Scarth here. Scarth expecting Amphis to leave it for him, because you never want, if you're Amphis, you never want to hit those across. It looked like they might have been going for a pinch, but it was a pinch gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, I feel like it was definitely the, risk it for the biscuit. Why not?
And when you're up by 4, why not go for the pinch clip?
It's you got to go for the branding moments, But they don't get it.
When you miss that bad, is it really worth it?
I would say yes. Hey, a great whiff could go great for your brand depending on the context. And I think, doing it up 4-0, I think that's worthy. You got to get the giggles in, James. It's all about the giggles,
Giggles were certainly had on that play.
And definitely a good comeback here for Fury. Make no mistake about it. Especially how they played in their own half. They just kept winning the boost battle and kept getting solid clears out into space. Kenny Salmon almost hitting a banger double touch. You won't get it that time. But it's just been a really solid game from Fury, and this is more of what I saw from them in the regional championship, and what they were able to do is, they all play in a dominant, or you can see all 3 of them in a dominus, and, the dominus is good for those hard, powerful touches. That's how this team loves to play. They love just the hard, fast, downfield touches. They're going to use the backboard, the back wall. They love it, and it's worked out for them. But this time, it nets them a victory, and we're tied up in the series 1-1. Game finally comes to a close.
And I laughed there because I saw a Goomba stomp in that final moment. But a very one-sided game. We saw Fury get on the board early in game 1, but then get destroyed by Walcott. And this game, Walcott has a goal technically, but it was an own goal that came off a pinch attempt play and right in front of the net for Fury. Fury, however, full control of this game. It didn't seem like GBU even had a chance. It all started off with that 50 win by Kenny, and it just kept piling on from there.
Ooh, and easy punch in for Scarth. But what a lot of these highlights won't show is, and this from Kenny Salmon again, it was just finding the holes in defense, and it only came from one challenge he needed to win in midfield, and then the positioning just wasn't there. And even right there, that was just a mistouch off the corner, and then it just continued from there, and they were never really able to get back control.
Yeah, they never really were able to. They weren't expecting some speed that we saw out of Fury in a few situations. The defensive touches weren't there. We saw Misty missed that ball. He was trying to roll up the wall, and there was also the play where he's trying to prevent the pass into the middle. So Misty in some regrettable situations for him and regrettable plays especially that one where he was trying to roll it up the corner. So we'll see if Misty can clean that up. And if they can start feeding the ball back to Walcott, because Walcott, well, he was the secret weapon in game 1, and in game 2, shut down pretty well. I mean, the one goal he got was that it was really an own goal. So nothing really coming the way of GBU.
And they weren't able to get those bumps or demos either on Fury, which is something that they found success with in game 1. And they sat on a comfortable lead. So maybe game 3 gives us some average of the last 2 games, and we're a little bit tighter the whole way through. But for Fury, I like it. I think that for, my worry with Fury is still handling the transition. That's what killed them in the regional championship. And that's what was killing them against GBU, because when you're having to run back as third man, trying to avoid Misty on the demo, and also try to keep the ball from getting out while traveling at a fast speed, it's pretty difficult. So, as soon as we get back underway here, and I am holding us up now, which
you are definitely holding us up, Joey. I didn't want to interrupt you and tell you to join, but
you are. No, James.
But you have nothing to worry about.
It's an exercise of futility.
Fury is also not here. So Fury, we're waiting on Fury, and we're waiting on you. So if you make it in, there you go, Joey. We're not waiting on you anymore. It's not your fault.
Let's blame the players. Great idea.
Throw Fury under the bus. Well, Fury, they bounced right back in game 2. In game 1, they were getting dunked on by Walcott, but they started to shut that down. And if GBU can't figure out how to have more of a dynamic game, I think they're going to continue to struggle in this series. So we'll see if Caveman, Ben, Misty, they can start getting more involved on these plays. Misty has been doing a good job of getting demos and being physical, but they need more on the offensive end. They're going to need to start hitting those infield passes and also working together on those clears. And cleaning up that defense is probably the most important part.
And if you're Fury, you're hoping for some more Kenny Salmon challenges, as they have been rock solid for Fury. They find their way into the blue half, but we're right back into Fury territory. Shot saved by Scarth. Excellently handled on defense, but a double commit will make his job even more important as he flicks it up over 1, but it will be saved by Caveman Ben. So far, a battle back and forth from midfield, but Kenny Salmon having to get the next touch. Can he get the second? No, he missed it, but so did Walcott on the shot. Caveman Ben just delaying for his next touch, and Walcott will keep it locked past midfield. Do GBU got something here, or will this long clear kill their drive? Fury have steam to grab the reins now, back on offense. Midfield's there. Amphis trying to close the gap. Ooh, winning the touch there. Caveman Ben will give one more chance for GBU to break out, but it's basically just nothing. James, something's about to develop. Nothing develops. Good defense from both sides so far.
But Misty, you saw him commit so much on that play. A pinch launching off the backboard, and Kenny will send it right back over. We've seen Misty now go for a few plays where he's missing out on the ball, on the hit, and committing a lot of boost as well. So it puts your team in a tough spot. You're basically playing 2v3 for an extended period of time. I want to see Misty make some better hits and some key moments for GBU.
Okay, man, Ben looking for Misty, but it was cut off. Walcott actually cuts around the rotation. Pass to Caveman Ben was good, but Kenny Salmon's defense was better. Amphis now flick up. He's looking for Kenny. He got him, but blocked again in the corner. Amphis around the back wall, but it just goes cross-side in GBU territory. Misty, good pass to Caveman Ben, and a huge miss. Misty still got the shot out. We'll see if Caveman Ben can get some redemption, but the clear kills the attack for GBU.
And that hurts to see in any game of Rocket League, no matter who you're cheering for. Misty made such a good defensive stop and then was able to bring the ball downfield and presents a lovely pass really to Caveman Ben, but Caveman Ben wasn't able to make contact with the ball. A chance gone by the wayside for GBU.
And now Amphis having to handle this out of his own end. GBU trying to take control of the pitch. Swinging back around quick is Caveman Ben, but he can't get the solid touch. He'll get the bump instead, and quick on the response was Kenny. And then cross the side, it's going to be Scarth. keeping in front of the box. Misty, that's dangerous attempt on the clear. He got it over one. Amphis with control. Walcott last man back. He'll be quick up to the ball, but Kenny was off, and so he'll keep possession. Oh, almost getting in front was Scarth, and they're on their way back to the Fury territory. Still scoreless. Caveman Ben wants another chance at this, but it'll be cleared away again by Kenny Salmon. Still, each team looking for the next inch to give them the edge. But they just have not been able to find the back of the net. Another attempted long clear. Scarth, that's only the delay time, because here comes the shot. Walcott the bully, and it's saved by Kenny, but for how long? Double touch, no, he can't get it as it bounced off the bottom. Another shot, gonna be high off the backboard. Amphis will have the save. GBU, several chances on the net, and they come away empty.
Great pressure, though. Great pressure from GBU. Walcott, if he gets that demo on the goal line on Kenny, then that's going to be a goal. You can see Caveman Ben wasn't able to get the demo on Scarth either. Multiple demos dodged on the goal line for Fury. Fury, if they would have been hit, that would have been it.
Credit to Scarth. It's not easy to stay calm in that position when there's an attacker screening against you on the line. And Scarth has been having himself a good game here. A lot of solid touches. That's a shot on net, but off the post. And Caveman Ben will work to clear this out for GBU, but starting to feel the heat from Fury. Here's Amphis. Walcott takes the ball away. And now to be a fight for possession in the blue half as Misty comes down in front. Kenny takes it away. Still hunting are Fury. Pass to nobody. Walcott. He finds Caveman Ben, who hopped in front in midfield. Kenny wants a chance at this. He'll find Amphis. Amphis, does he have the boost? He gets another touch. Kenny's there. The shot high and wide. They can't get it. We're in OT.
A thriller of a buzzer play there. They weren't able to convert. But Fury gonna reset. Same with GBU. We'll see how they do.
And Fury, they really started to scare at the end of regulation there. You felt like if there was a little bit more time on the clock, that was a pressure crack situation for GBU. Now having to handle this off the backboard is Walcott. Another high ball off the backboard. Again, this is where Fury are trying to force the ball in. Amphis, he tried to keep the ball close. Maybe looking for a flip reset, but he didn't get it on the turnaround, but it's still Fury ball.
And you would have loved to see him hit that flip reset. Couldn't get the clean contact on the ball that's required. The window was there.
And now it's GBU putting on some shots. Misty's turned away. This is a dangerous transition. Scarth got the shot! Scarth laser drill into the net! That's a win for Fury in game 3.
Scarth, by going for that ball early, he made the defense get off the ball, which let Kenny come in, and Kenny could have either gone for a backboard pass, gone for a shot. What does he do? He opts to hit Scarth, who was upfield after that first play on the ball, and it was the exact right thing to do. Scarth with a huge shot, and that passing play, that's what you want to see in overtime from the Fury boys. They get the goal, and they get the win in game 2.
And I thought they weren't going to be able to, crack the backboard after a while. You saw them just testing touch after touch on the attacking back wall and backboard. And then eventually they started to win that boost battle. Those demos came into play. And this whole series, I mean, I'll say it again. I think I'm just a Kenny Salmon fan, James. I really like how he plays the game. He's made a lot of solid touches and created a lot of great opportunities for Fury in this matchup.
He certainly has. That pass at the end was exactly what you want to see, a high percentage play from him. But if you're Fury, you're not feeling too confident after that game. GBU had so many chances. You think about the play where Misty passes it into the middle to Ben. We saw that on the replay package. Ben wasn't able to make contact. We saw 2 plays where if the goalie is either bumped, demoed, or forced out of the play, then it would have been a goal for GBU, but neither time the player going in for that aggressive play was able to do anything to the keeper. There was many chances for GBU, so this is not really a one-sided series. GBU can easily get back into it here if they start making contact on these bumps that they're going for in net, and they get as many chances as they did last game, they could easily force this game 5.
For Fury, you'd be well suited to end this series here. You know, hearing Yummy talk about it on the desk before this match got started, you still you got question marks in terms of how you feel about this Fury squad. And so this is kind of like a proving ground for them. You know, got to prove Yummy wrong that this roster is past this honeymoon phase of, you know, yes, they did well in regionals, but what have you done for me lately? They start that journey here in this tournament, in the spring series. It's certainly a good test of might to see where you're at as a squad. We start out with GBU on offense. Carry out here for Amphis. Will actually end up winning the challenge against Caveman Ben. This will be tough for Walcott to clear away. Scarth, as he handle this with low boost, just try to manage the challenge as best you can. Amphis next man up in this corner. Misty does find Caveman Ben, and they're past the entire defense. If Walcott can get this pass out quick, he's a little slow off the stealing. Pass to Misty, denied, but still in front. Caveman Ben pulling off, trying to cover the gap against Amphis.
Misty was waiting in the middle for so long, hoping that ball would find its way through. It never did. But we're seeing early pressure from GBU. And last game, they easily could have won it if things went their way just a little bit more. So I'm expecting them to not make this easy on Fury.
Well, right now, they're still wrapping around the corner, sending some dangerous balls in front of the box, but you see that none of the rest of GBU willing to overcommit on some of those plays, and they almost got killed on the transition. Scarth been behind this ball a lot in the last 2 games. Oh, Amphis mistouch, but Walcott wasn't expecting it. Caveman Ben makes everybody jump in the air, and Misty will just have to come in and buy some time to get back on offense for GBU. Oh, and what a big demo on the Caveman Ben from Kenny.
Kenny Salmon making plays on both sides of the field right now, getting his goal. Kenny Salmon, not only will he get the demos to prevent this shot, he'll take the ball downfield, passing to himself. Caveman Ben, not the touch he was looking for. And Kenny Salmon taking that lead for Fury.
That is exactly what I'm talking about with Kenny Salmon. You feel like he wins one challenge and all of a sudden it's nothing but success for Fury. As he carries the ball here, does he put that in? Kenny Salmon on a show.
Jarby, you're right. You're 100% right about Kenny Salmon. He has a monster flick, baits Misty in. As soon as Misty bites, shoots that one right by him.
And he's really popping off in this game. Ball's in the back of the net for Fury. And GBU, the bleeding's got to stop here. But Amphis already downfield, doesn't have enough boost. Probably would have got back to that touch uncontested, but rarely do they come uncontested as Caveman Ben gets a solid clear down the pitch, pass to Misty, and it was too much juice on the pass, and he got demoed anyway.
If he dodges that demo, the net was so wide open. There was everyone was rushing back for Fury. And Kenny, net was vulnerable for a moment. Couldn't get around the ball in the shot, but floats this one in, completely psyching out the defense for GBU.
Well, it's floating, and certainly, James, hats float, and that's a hat trick. So, way to go, Kenny. Put another one in. I mean, I just love how it's like, yeah, I think I'm a Kenny Salmon fan, and then the dude just proceeds to get a hat trick. Like, all right, neat. I still, there's still things
unassisted hat trick as well, Jordy. Unassisted hat trick, which you don't see too often.
Is it all unassisted? Oh yeah, look at that. It is. Wow.
He's assisting himself if he could get that, you know, passing it off the backboard in one of the plays.
That would be something. The self-assist. I'd like that stat category. How many self-assisted goals? All right, it's been nothing but Kenny Salmon. 4 goals on 4 shots. It's 100% Kenny. 100% of the time is Fury mode.
You saw Caveman thinking about, should he go up and challenge? Should he stay in net? didn't really have a lot of boost to work with. The ball was perfectly dropped down to Kenny. Kenny knew what he wanted to do with that ball as soon as he saw it drop down. It was a great pass from Scarth. And just like that, 4 goals for Kenny Salmon, and Fury are trouncing GBU in game 4.
What a way to, being down 4 goals, you feel like it's effectively over here for GBU, but what a way to start for Fury. Trying to bring back that magic you had at the regional final for OCE. And I think that, Yummy during pregame had said, Scarth, he was the guy that he really wanted to see start to step up and perform well. And while Scarth didn't blow up the scoreboard, Misty does pick up a goal here, rolling back. But while Scarth doesn't light up the scoreboard in this series, I think he had a lot of crucial touches and did a good job controlling the ball, which is what I think he struggled with in the regional championship.
They've been looking good against this GBU team. The only really question mark we saw was in game 1 where they let Walcott get 5 by him. But since then, they've kept a tight ship. And there's been no seams, no cracks really for GBU to exploit. We saw that 1 goal there off the demo from Walcott, but it's a late here in game 4 and still a comfortable lead for Fury.
Just looking for some sort of hope on the board. Misty, he wraps back around, but Fury's defense has been pretty impenetrable all series, and maybe another crack, and you're talking miracle territory now for sure. But Misty picks up a second.
It's not impossible. We'll have to see something quickly off kickoff now for GBU. Misty keeping it within that realm of possibility, but we'll see what they have in their sleeve here for this moment.
That's the best start you might get, but Misty couldn't get a powerful touch out. That will kill plenty of time off the clock for Fury. They get out of this series in a 3-1 win, and they move on in the upper bracket.
And that was an impressive last game from Kenny Salmon. 4 goals, 3 of them unassisted. We saw the first 3 that he knocked in unassisted. And they were well-placed shots, powerful shots, great speed, beating defenders to the ball, but we also saw defensive mistouches out of GBU in several situations. And when you make that many defensive mistouches in a series, you're going to have a tough time winning that series. So GBU on defense could clean it up. We'll see if they do that later on, but Fury, when you got someone like Kenny on the other end, it's going to be a tough time regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see where Fury go, how far they go in this tournament, and perhaps the bounce back of the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we got more OCE Rocket League coming up for you. Next up, it's going to be Mind Freak versus Renegades. We'll have that after the break.
Rated E for everyone.
she, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Running round like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the dancing in their light. Past that we could never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves to the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their light. Past that we could never write. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their light. Future we will never write. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, of course, back to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, LeafX. Alongside me is still Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman, and we just watched Fury eventually get their game plan together and push through. Yummy Cheeseman, it felt like that was might have gone in the other direction. You did mention, hey, Fury has that chance to fall apart. They did in game one, but it kind of looked a bit better for them as the road went on.
Oh, Yummy's muted, so I'll take
he
over,
did it.
Lee.
Yes, he did it. Let's go.
Everyone, see, it's not only
Everyone
me.
has to do it once.
Well, let's talk about these highlights because I think it was the good, the bad, the ugly, the horrific. It started off great. Game one, Walcott, he shows why he was the good, but after that, a lot of misses coming out, and Fury capitalized on them. But I thought Fury as well didn't do as well as I was hoping until that final game where Kenny Salmon just came alive and carried this team to game four. And hopefully by now we have Yummy back.
Yeah, we have me back.
Yeah, there it is.
And I really felt that it was, I guess, an impressive set of passing coming out from Fury. They worked really well as a team later on in the series, but it also felt like the good, the bad, and the ugly broke down. I think I'm personally really disappointed in Misty because he is such a good player, and he's had these series where he's been in a single series the best performer in that week of league play or that week of a tournament, and absolutely had incredible moments. And we just saw him missing the ball in defense, really struggling as an individual. I don't know if it's about the pressure because he has been on this level of stage before. It might just be the day, having a poor performance today. Because if he was playing well, then we saw that game 2 overtime that could have, or game 3 overtime, that could have been all the difference between them winning and losing. The one goal was what lost them the game.
Speaking of disappointments, it's only your third segment, Yummy. Your third one, and you already muted yourself? I'm just saying. It's only been 3.
Well, it happens, like I'm not part of these professional broadcasts. I'm too used to being as unprofessional as I am. But, everyone has to make a mistake one time, as Misty took that maybe to a few extra degrees.
Of course, the deflection onto someone else there.
It's the Australian way. If the heat's on you, you throw it to somewhere else. And even better if they're not here to respond. Misty has no voice in this one, so he can't fight back.
All right, let's move on to make fun of or promote some other teams here, because we have Mind Freak versus Renegades coming up next. And these are two teams that I feel like are going to be a lot closer in matches than we saw from the last week, a 3-0 before, and then a 3-1 we just witnessed there. Feel like this one could be a lot closer. Of course, all three of us had Renegades Gibbs coming into this one as the favorites for the whole tournament, probably.
That's the thing. Renegades, as long as it's not the RLCS, they're fine. Again, 21-0 outside the RLCS. They are definitely the top dogs of OCE, besides for one tournament. It just happened to be the biggest tournament of the entire year. So that was probably the biggest surprise, maybe in OCE history, that they didn't even make the playoffs. It's not like they lost in the grand finals. They didn't even make top 4. Huge surprise there. They are hungry to win something after that, because that was a major disappointment for them.
And if I recall, this is probably, I think there was only really one other match that they played against Mind Freak for the Renegades. And that was RLCS, where they lost week 1. Outside of that, they've never really matched up, because outside of RLCS, Mind Freak haven't performed. They've been kind of the opposite of Renegades. So this is a real chance for, I guess, Renegades to get a revenge, to get past Mind Freak, because if they'd won in that week 1, they would have almost certainly taken Mind Freak's spot in that top 4. And in the end, Mind Freak, they have performed well against aggressive teams. They have performed well under pressure, where other teams maybe make a few extra mistakes. So that is their chance here. I still think there's plenty of pressure, especially for Renegades, who came out 5th, who didn't earn their money, and who are under probably the biggest org name in OCE. So they have the highest expectations under them.
Now, for me, with the Anzac Invitational, I believe they did play last week, Yummy. We don't have the scores for those games, so I'm not sure if that match actually happened, but it was a 3-0 sweep. Pretty sure it happened. It was just off stream. So Renegades, they did play Mind Freak relatively recently. But once again, that's because they were 4th and 5th, right? The top 4, they're guaranteed those top 4 seeds. Mind Freak, they came in 4th, right? They started at 4-0 in league play. They finished 1-4. They had a disappointing regional championship and a pretty disappointing end to their league play. While the Renegades, they've been hot. They've won, 14 in a row or something like that, Yummy? So
17.
Okay, yeah. So they're coming off extremely hot here. It just comes down to, I need to see them clutch it out when it matters most. That's the only thing left for this Renegades team.
I think this is the most important match in terms of that. You know, the fact that they can bring it back against Mind Freak. I do feel like they've had a lot of time to work on it since then, because, again, that was the first week of league play that they took that loss. And so they've had, 3 months almost to work on it since then.
Well, why don't we just get into this match, because we have a lot more matches. We don't want Gibbs falling asleep. So let's start into our third match. It's going to be Mind Freak versus Renegades.
And welcome to the broadcast, Turtle. Turtle, it's good having you here. I almost forgot to receive it. I've been color commentator for so long. I was almost sitting here ready for you to do it, but I realized the job was on me. So welcome, Turtle.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I really appreciate that, James. Now I feel ready to cast this actually really close matchup. I think that this is going to be one of the best series we see, so long as both teams can really show up here, because the skill gap, at least between both these teams, I think is insanely close.
But Renegades, they have been on a tear as of late.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how it's going to play out. Obviously, on big tournament days like this, we saw Renegades struggle in the biggest tournament of their region. Will they struggle here today and another huge internationally seen tournament? So that's the question as we get into this game 1 here. Renegades going up against Mind Freak. We've got kickoff, CJ and Requiem battle head-to-head. Sicky also trying to get a touch on the ball, but early on, Fever is going to score for Mind Freak off a good kickoff. We saw back-to-back 50-50s, possession over to Ghost, and Ghost faking that double tap, getting that to Fever.
And one of the best ways you can even start out a game, and I think that, with the kickoffs, a lot of the time, especially in this first game, this is going to be a feeler game where both teams are kind of, adjusting their play styles, figuring out how really on point every other player is. So to get that early goal, get that early momentum right now, that it's going to create a lot of confidence for Mind Freak.
Especially when you heard the desk talking up how good this Renegades team is.
Yeah.
Saying they're the best in the region. Mind Freak, that early confidence is key, and a huge air bump from Sticky. And bumps so critical in today's game, especially those air bumps. If you can take out that final player, a lot of times players are trying to play off each other's hits. So if they're expecting their teammate to get a hit and their teammate gets bumped out of the play, a lot of times that leads to goals
Yeah.
for the team that was able to connect on the bump.
And it's especially lethal, really, whenever you can manage to get the air bump off of a really long, high ball. Because really, there's so many different setups where you're the defender, you don't even know what's going to happen. Your best chance is to obviously just try and hit the aerial. You can't even expect to dodge an air bump, but Renegades so far looking confident. And I think really with this Renegades roster, the main thing I'm impressed with has always been their passing. On the defensive side, I even watched their series that they took in league play against Ground Zero. They were just doing a great job of passing between themselves, keeping it really close. Even on defense, which is a little bit risky, they did a great job of knowing where everybody is all the time. So for them, I think the game is really just possession and starving out your opponent.
And that pass was exactly what you want to see. Siki getting it over to Kami, but Kami put that high off the crossbar. You want to see them score those. That was such a good setup, a scoreable ball. Kami needs to put those in for Renegades. However, if you're a Mind Freak fan, you're thanking your lucky stars that he was not accurate on that shot. Now Mind Freak taking their turn on offense. 0 boost from Fever. He still went for the ceiling shot. It was easily handled. Now Siki on the other way. Kami. Middle to CJ, but cut out by Ghost.
And you can see the ideas, though, for Renegades. A lot of planned passes where they have that next step ahead, but then he lands on the ball. Fever, I think he was coming off the ceiling where he just basically air strikes this ball directly down. It gets power to the net.
And you saw Siki was not expecting it. Siki getting caught. Fever making the play. Siki turned right. He needed to turn to his left in order to have any chance at the ball, as we just hit the halfway point, and Fever is put 2 by this Renegades team that's still looking for their first goal.
They've had ideas, they've had chances, the shooting accuracy, again, plaguing Renegades, where I feel like they've had chances, and then boom, the defense slips up a little bit. We saw Ghost here win this challenge and get in front of that 50.
And such good challenges, so fast to the ball. 2 challenges in a row where they were able to win it. And Ghost will come in and clean up the play. Mind Freak now ahead by 3. Kami can't get it past Fever. Ghost will come off the wall to go for the clear. Siki pinching that back towards the Mind Freak net. Ball out to CJ. CJ stopped by Requiem. Now it's a chase on the other end. Requiem going for the pass. It's bouncing out. Fever challenges Siki. Ghost will put this up the wall. Fever can't make the stop, but Requiem was there. However, he's low on boost. Can the counterattack come through?
Well, that might be it.
Miss from Ghost off the backboard. That was another scoring opportunity for Mind Freak. And now Kami will get one on the board for Renegades after the failed backboard read.
And I'm surprised that we didn't see more desperation from Kami here. I like how he kept it really patient. They're already down 3 goals. Kami decides to wrap around the ball instead of go for the initial shot. You can see the defender there actually pre-flipped, trying to get right in front of it, assuming Kami would panic, but he kept his time, paced himself, and got completely around it so he could just slot it in super easily. Renegades, they're down by 2, but if they can keep some momentum here off that 1 goal, they might start something.
And that was a communication error. Fever actually went for the back pass, but you could tell by the way the defender in the back was playing, I believe it was Requiem, he was not ready for the pass whatsoever. Yeah. Fever, and I don't fault him for it. I think that would have been a good play had they all been on the same page. CJ down to Kami. Kami slips it by. It's a race now towards the net. Ghost will do a good job to keep that ball in the corner. Another shot. That one slips by. Ghost couldn't get the stop. 52 seconds left. Renegades threatening a 3-goal comeback in the final half of the game.
And that's a beautiful rotation there from Kami. I mean, you could see he saw the save come out on the side of Mind Freak. And what does he do? He decides to keep rotating into that corner, provide pressure for his team to the point where he just has to go for a 50-50, passes it right out to Siki. And that all stemmed from Kami having that initiative to really turn in on that corner, keep the pressure alive, and then the double touch off the backboard. They complete the comeback. Everything's tied up here, James.
And this makes you think of the play.
Wow.
And Siki was on 0 boost. The perfect setup hit. That is so hard to do. If you hit a double tap ball perfectly, you don't need to use boost. And that was even a tough angle coming off the wall like that. Even the defense was shocked. Final 30 seconds, the comeback has already been completed, but they still need that go-ahead, and it bounces off 2 defenders and in Sicky with the hat trick, and the Renegades take the lead with 24 left.
I mean, they just exploded onto this pitch, the pressure mounting against Mind Freak, and that one's just playing pinball on the defense of Mind Freak, where it just slots between so many different players, bounces off the defenders, and that all comes down to Sicky just putting the ball towards the net. At the end of the day, really, as long as you can keep firing things at the net, you might get a little bit fortunate, and that's exactly what happened for Sicky.
What a comeback. You don't see 3-goal comebacks that often, especially when over half the game is gone. But the Renegades managed to do it unless there's a buzzer beater for Mind Freak here.
I'll keep it up.
Requiem will get it to Fever, who has full boost. Fever, light tap, and Kami will get challenged. If that hits the arc, then maybe it'll bounce up, but no. Renegades complete the comeback. 4 unanswered goals, and they steal game 1.
And that's what I was about to say. I mean, you consider a lot of these games where they get these comebacks as thievery, where it feels like, you know, the team who really made that huge comeback or climbed that obstacle, you know, kind of just stole away the game, and it was a throw from Mind Freak. But Renegades, I thought they had so many great plays here. I mean, you think back to the rotation from Kami and also the double touch from Sicky. Things like that really are what set them apart here. And I guess it was just a warm-up for Renegades. And I liked Mind Freak's confidence at the beginning. You know, we saw back-to-back 50s in the corner that led out to a pop out to the middle, where we could see a cleanup. And that came from confidence, knowing they're going to win some challenges. But it kind of died down toward the end here, James.
They got a little too complacent, and there was a few misplays as well. Ghost wasn't able to get the read off the backboard that kick-started the counterattack. We even saw the back pass then from Fever that was not expected from Requiem that led to a goal. And also a little bit of misfortune where the ball bounced off of 2 defenders and in. That is a tough thing to see.
Yeah. But look at that double touch. Oh,
yeah, that double tap. Yeah, that double tap on 0 boost was perfect from Sicky. Getting revenge on the Fever shot that we saw, where Fever was coming off the ceiling and got the touch that Sicky wasn't expecting. So we'll see if Renegades allow Mind Freak to get out to that early lead again, or if they can play in the first half of this game like they did in the latter half of game 1.
I mean, it was all just about the warm-up. And like I talked about, the first game is really kind of a feeler game where both teams don't really have their set-in-stone play style. And so that kickoff goal that we saw earlier from Mind Freak was great, but they lost all the momentum. Let's see if they can build upon it and really not let it slip out of their hands, James.
We will find out. Renegades have this ball in Mind Freak's half. Fever tried to flick it by Kami at midfield, but Kami having none of it, also getting a demo. Possession back to Sicky. Sicky to CJ. CJ hard off the backboard. Bouncing down. CJ going for another pass. Fever does well to get that ball up the side, but Sicky was waiting. Now over to Ghost. Ghost and Requiem get tangled up, and now Kami's going to be able to have a chance. Center ball out to Sicky. Sicky will send it to the corner. And now chasing again. That shot was off. Ball out to the middle. Fever will take it up the wall. Misses contact. Ghost will come in and poke it by. Like that play from Ghost. Staying grounded.
Oh, what
Get the ball to yourself, but now it's in front of net. Sicky with the challenge. Mind Freak trying to get this ball out of their half once more. Sicky, that flick forces the save from Fever. Now over to Kami. Kami bounces it off the corner. CJ gets a piece of it and send it off the ceiling. Requiem will try to dribble it around Sicky, but it's a no-go.
Renegades starting to collapse a lot on the defense. Now the pressure is really continued into the second game here of the series. You can tell that, you know, they've got things warmed up. Their mechanics are much more on point. And we're not seeing too much creativity from Mind Freak, you know, airstrikes from before, but that's a great touch from Requiem. Almost gets a solid opportunity out there, but Ghost goes for a demo instead. Nobody's there to crash the net. So far, we've still got a tied game where it feels like Renegades really have all the pressure.
They had a lot of the pressure, but we're seeing now Mindfreak get the first goal. Mindfreak, they almost cracked this Renegades defense just before, and then you see that pinch out to the middle. CJ couldn't get much of a clear, and Ghost over Kami's hood, blasts that one top shelf. Mindfreak take the lead again in game 2.
That's got to be a frustrating one for CJ. I mean, he didn't expect that pinch whatsoever, and he still had a little bit of time to react. I feel like he could have maybe, at least had a better touch there instead of just popping it straight out. Definitely a panic situation for CJ. And Mindfreak, that could be, the goal that starts to set them apart here. Whenever I said that Renegades had all the pressure, they flipped that switch. And we're still seeing Renegades a little bit more confident with the challenges, but I think Mindfreak are picking it up.
Ghost perhaps could have put that off the backboard, decided to hit it to the corner. Now on the other end, Requiem attempts to clear out. CJ snag boost at the midfield and got the block. Kami off the sidewall. Siki, first touch control, pops it high, but Ghost will hit it down. Siki, shot towards net. Fever does well to save it. CJ didn't have enough boost to get over the ball. That was a scoring chance if CJ had about 5 more boosts in the tank than what he had. CJ, challenge it, skips off the ceiling. Siki dives in. Now it's up to Kami to buy some time. Sends it over to CJ. CJ challenged, but does get the ball back to the Mindfreak corner. Ghost, clear attempt. Kami will hit it up off the ceiling. CJ has to retreat. Good bounce to the middle. Fever is gonna slam that one into the center of the net.
Almost starting from midfield, you can see Requiem actually bounce it. That's a perfect spot on the corner. I was looking at this pass and wondering how it popped out so great, but it's that initial touch from Requiem where he bounced it right into the top corner, where any bit higher, and that would have gone straight down. So it's a difficult read from Renegades on defense. I would have definitely assumed that's going directly down into the corner, but it actually popped out perfectly, and you could see the start then for Fever from midfield. As Mindfreak, this is a great second game for them. It started out horribly, but they've really picked it up.
See if they can retain the lead this time. Under a minute left, center ball. Ghost again hopping in that passing lane. Not giving any space to Renegades. Yep. CJ trying to kickstart a counterattack. Requiem misread off the ceiling. This one might bounce off the backboard, but no, Fever denied it. Ball out to CJ. CJ corner pass. Requiem and Fever both commit. Ball out to Siki. Siki up to CJ. CJ denied by Ghost. Ghost, great speed, but Requiem denying the backboard pass into the middle. So great defense in these final moments from Mindfreak. Even though they double committed, they're making the reads they have to, getting speedy challenges.
And they're getting in front of those passing lanes, James. I mean, Renegades, they have been finding each other, making a few connections here and there with all these passes as they lose second game here to Mindfreak. And they have just been struggling to keep that possession that they've been so dominant with almost all of league play and the past few weeks, where Renegades, I've been impressed mostly with their passing. And Mindfreak, they figured out a way to push themselves into the midfield, get in front of those passing lanes, and deny any possession from continuing forward. So I think right now, Renegades, maybe you take a more solo approach here.
Perhaps you're going to have to do something, but we saw Mindfreak, like you said, jumping in those passing lanes. The reason they're able to do that is because they're so fast on their reads and they're so confident on their reads, getting up early. You even see that first goal of the game was because Ghost was just faster than Kami on that play. So the speed from Mindfreak is something else. Renegades going to have to figure it out. And that pass off the corner really was picture perfect. Fever up in the air. CJ had to sit there and wait because he wasn't sure how it was going to bounce. And when it bounced, it was all Fever.
Yeah, that's another situation where he was actually faster than the defender in the net, like you talked about, James. So it's the speed that's really starting to take effect for Mindfreak, and also the prediction of the passes. While I love Renegades passing, I think maybe if you can make it either a lot faster in the midfield, similar to maybe somebody what G2 does with how they pass the midfield, it's literal rockets in between both teammates. You're passing so fast that even if the other team has a read on it, they're not going to get in the way or get in that passing lane because the ball is just moving way too fast. So for Renegades, maybe force a little bit more of that passing game to be speedier so that you don't have to worry about the pace and let the ball do the work.
Mind Freak is the first to get the lead in both of these games. Could very well have been 2-0 in favor of Mind Freak had that last half comeback from Renegades not come through for them. You can never count this team out. Renegades. CJ. Get it down to Sticky. Sticky back to CJ. Sticky again, trying to float that one off the backboard, but Requiem easily reading that. Kami will drop it to CJ. CJ, self-pop. Does get the flip reset, going for the pass off the corner, but it didn't really go anywhere. Fever was able to take back control.
I love that touch, though, earlier from Kami, where he kind of just hit it down directly to CJ, opening up some opportunities. It's passing like that really I'm trying to highlight for Renegades, where they can keep possession. I mean, look at this pressure so far that they've had. They are just running laps around the defense of Mind Freak as one pops off the corner, opens up a shooting lane, and then we've got Sticky there to score it.
And I love what Sticky does here. You saw, passing to himself. As soon as he made contact, he stopped his forward momentum with that bag flip. That is a tough thing to do. I mean, I don't even have that really much in my game, but it is such a tough or a smart thing to do. If you can get a hard hit and then immediately backflip, you don't take yourself out of position and you can get right back in the play. That's exactly what Sticky did. And he got him that go-ahead goal.
Yeah, and you save a lot of time, too, as well, whenever you get that backflip, stopping your momentum. You don't even have to worry about, say, boosting to get a solid recovery. Your car is already there in position. And then when a miss does come out like it did, Sticky's there to finish.
CJ attacking the sidewall, but Fever was not fooled. However, Kami will sling it by, bouncing off the backboard. Ghost takes his time. Can't get the flick. Sticky comes in with the dunk, and now could be a tough situation, but CJ out of position. Requiem taking that ball down past multiple defenders and getting a demo. Ghost sees the net, but isn't able to get it on target. It was to the left. You want to see him put those on target. That was a good string of plays there for Mind Freak to even get that opportunity.
An impressive showing, though, from CJ. He didn't even let up whenever it came down to hesitating on the goal line. He saw that an opportunity had come out. Even after the miss, he didn't panic with just forcing himself into the ball. Managed to just clear that one out, dribble it really easily, as they can kind of relieve some of this pressure that's not as fierce so far as last game. Renegades have picked up their defense, and look at that slow approach there from Kami. Even with 50s, they're managing to take that patient approach, making sure they're not giving away the ball as soon as possible and stalling out time for their teammates to get some boost.
DJ will drop that down to Kami. Ghost denies the backboard bounce. Will stay with it up on the sidewall. Center to Requiem, who's already airborne. Requiem couldn't put that ball in a dangerous spot. Possession now to Renegades. Passing, gets the ball off the backboard. Shot goes wide. But we saw several passes there from Renegades to keep possession. Requiem wanted to get that extra boost after putting the ball up on the wall. Even though Mind Freak is behind, they are not out of this just yet. Renegades scoring first this game, but Mind Freak is hanging in there with every play.
And they're really trying to hammer these corners as well. I mean, every touch they get is really directly to that corner spot, just like we saw last game with that beautiful picture-perfect pass off the corner wall. But not every single hit is going to be a pass that's beautiful. It's going to be so hard to find that accuracy again. So I think maybe take your idea, take your possession a little bit more midfield. You have a better chance here as they just keep trying to hammer away these corners. But Sticky with a great mind game. Now with CJ goes for the bump, messes him up a little bit, but Ghost gets the free flip save.
Sticky doing work with low boost. Just trying to melt time off the clock, but a huge demo. Kami retaining possession in a very key touch from Kami. He was in a dangerous spot, but takes it down the full length of the field. Kami, a huge solo play.
I mean, this is veteran experience at its finest. I mean, you can see the calm, patient approach where he wants to dribble it out. He sees the space, he sees the field, knows where he can take advantage of that space given, and he just dribbles it directly through every single player. A solid flick there at the end, and now they go up with some security here.
That play from Kami. You called it, Turtle. Veteran experience. A huge stop from Fever. Fever
Yeah.
keeping this game close, hoping that Mind Freak can put one in soon. But that play from Kami, that seemed like the dagger. Renegades attempting to close this out. Ghost can't get that goal, trying to make something happen on his own, and time will wind down. Renegades take game 3.
They do it really in a relaxed fashion. Renegades, multiple plays here where they were just cool, calm, and collected on the defense. And I love the bit of synergetic passing where they're really just hitting it back and forth. And those little touches where they can kind of hit it back to their defense is something that I think I value the most out of Renegades. And all three of these players, really, they've made a debut at RLCS, the World Championship stage. You know, you can see the elites rocking those tags here in the game. And I think that comes down to, you know, nerves. And maybe Mind Freak, you know, they don't have that experience. They don't really know as much when it comes down to how to deal with a lot of this pressure, how to calmly rotate and get out of their defensive half. And now the pace is there for Renegades. We saw them getting beat a lot, you know, to challenges, but now in this game, they were the ones winning those challenges, getting first to the ball in those first touches.
But the difference really, Turtle, was what you said you wanted to see from the Renegades was some solo plays. Both these plays were solo plays. The first play from Siki, it was a self pass where he was able to backflip, stay in control, and go for that second shot. Then Kami took the ball the full length of the field and dribbled that last half, getting that flick to get that second goal for the Renegades. So they didn't even need to utilize much passing to get those goals. We saw them try to work that in, try to fit it in. We saw them keep possession. But in the end, in that game, it was the solo plays that made the difference.
And when they did go for the passes, it wasn't nearly as predictable. And you couldn't even get in front of a pass when you're on Mind Freak if it's going to be a back pass from Renegades. You can't just, you know, obviously teleport to the back of the field. So for Renegades, I think they knew a lot more of when to make that decision of finding a teammate or take it slower. And for Kami and Sticky, that was definitely what happened in both those situations.
And it's always good to do, you know, and try to go for those solo plays to make the defense be a little more honest and humble.
Yeah, mix it up.
You know, if they start getting a little too antsy and jumping in those lanes and you keep going for those passes, then of course it's going to work. But then, you know, you take the space, maybe fake the pass, go for the solo play. You'll make them think twice before they try to pre-jump you. Kami, pass to himself. Now get the pass off the backboard. Fever is ready. I like that play from Fever. Taking the patience. Requiem, low boost. Does get a pinch to the middle, but no one from Mind Freak there. Ghost will pop it up. CJ will dish it to Kami in their own corner. Kami clears it downfield. Big hit opportunity for Fever. Puts it off the sidewall. Now pinch chance. Ghost was first to it. Now Renegades possession at the midfield. Ghost with a challenge. Back to Kami. Kami floated up. Requiem and CJ racing to it. CJ can't get a good challenge, and Requiem gets it by Sticky and CJ. Now the dribble. Flicks it off the backboard. Ghost can't get the shot.
Gorgeous save there from Sticky. I didn't think if he, you know, had the chance there, even if he had boost, to find that angle was tough, especially with ball cam on in that situation. And another backflip from him. Look at the patience. That's the second time this series, and the bump where we've seen him go for that backflip play where you stop all that momentum. So smart decisions coming out of Renegades where they know when space is given to them, they know how to take advantage of it. And a lot of that has been coming out from Sticky with those beautiful backflips.
Fever. Lovely control, gets the demo, and CJ will save it. Fever, we saw him hit that incredible goal early on coming off the ceiling, almost hit another one there. Mind Freak, they are not out just yet. They're going to have to win this one if they hope to keep the series going.
Kami almost had a chance there too. lots of openings for Renegades. Even earlier on, if he had been a little bit faster, there's 2 chances in the past about 40 seconds where Kami has had a slight opening on the net. He hasn't been able to crack that defense just yet. But Renegades are inching closer and closer to finding that first goal after all this possession and momentum has been started.
Kami picks that up the sidewall. Siki will hit it downfield. Requiem doesn't make contact. Ball bouncing to the corner. Kami with some space. Gets shut down, and Fever will slow play it. I love the confidence and the smart plays from Fever. Yeah. Using that posturing to get the defender off the ball, then he uses the space he was able to create.
And Siki and Kami both actually went back there, which was an interesting rotation. Nobody decided to go forward. So Fever, for him to take charge there and really slow down the play, made that much more of an effect. Stalled out some time, but then what are you gonna do against this Renegades offense that's just heating up as the series has gone on? They haven't really seemed to connect any passes past the midfield line.
Siki will bounce that one up. Requiem to Fever, but CJ breaks up the play. However, Ghost is there to send it right back in. Ghost gets a double tap. Bounced out to the mid, but Kami stays on the play. Fever turning for this. Gonna try to get a 50-50, but Siki powers it up the wall. Ghost sends it towards net. CJ will put it into the corner. Kami can't get the ball by Fever. Fever floats it to the middle where Siki was waiting. Kami to Siki on the wall. Siki first touch control, second touch, weak clear to the middle. But the shot comes out, and Requiem couldn't get there in time. CJ threading the needle.
I was looking for the rotation here. You can see Requiem got the mid boost, but look at the accuracy from CJ. Anywhere else on the net, and Requiem would have barely squeezed by to get a save off the post and in. You love to see it from CJ, where he's got the accuracy and then almost getting a 50 there from Kami, as Renegades have to just hold this lead for 35 more seconds.
Can Mind Freak tie this back up? They've had good pressure at times, but they're running out of the time. 20 seconds. Siki, it bounces up and over him. Potentially no. Ghost will get a challenge. Sent right back into the corner. Mind Freak has to break out, but Requiem is at 0 boost. Fever doesn't get the hit. Requiem will pop it up. This is the last chance.
Oh, that's it?
Requiem, no boost, and it hits the ground. Renegades take it 3-1 over Mind Freak.
A series that started out a little bit shaky for Renegades. I'm not going to lie. I thought they were going to come in here really swinging with everything they got. But after those first few games, they figured out, let's go for some solo plays. Let's see what we can do. Siki with some gorgeous backflips, stopping the momentum, and keeping Mind Freak really on edge when it came to figuring out what Renegades are going to do with the ball, what they're going to do with the possession, and really mixing it up on offense, which is what we want to see from them. Instead of being so predictable, Mind Freak didn't know which way to go, which pass lane to infiltrate, and that is what helped Renegades get that win, even without the security goal here in game number 4.
And you think back to game 1, Turtle, where Mind Freak was up 3 goals, and it was under 2 minutes. It was in the latter half of the game, and they just could not keep the lead. That to me was the game where if Mind Freak was going to take the series, they must win that game. They weren't able to do it. Renegades comes back. They win this series 3-1. Congratulations to them. They will be moving on in the upper bracket. Mind Freak is not out of it just yet. They will go down to the lower bracket, but we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, more Rocket League Spring Series. Stay tuned.
Rated E for everyone.
the night. The city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
They'll know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're fighting, brings the nature, we're never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks, body freaks. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. With body freaks and nature, with body freaks, body freaks. Did we take it too far to say that we could not pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Gibbs, and Yummy Cheeseman, and we just watched the Renegades make quick work of their opponents, Mind Freak, 3-1. And I was expecting a bit closer, but I guess this is Yummy, the Renegades that we were all expecting, and the reason that we had them as our number one pick as favorites for this tournament.
Yeah, and there was some struggles at the start for Renegades. Obviously, that first game, they were 3 goals down. Very surprising to see such a huge comeback from them. But in the end, you kind of saw why they're so good. They had some good passes, but they adapted. They cleaned it up in the midfield, and they just took control of the game.
When you're Mind Freak, though, you're up 3 goals against the tournament favorites. You gotta close that game 1 out. They obviously won game 2 as well. They could have been up 2-0 in the series, and then who knows what could have happened. It was a rough one for Mind Freak, but again, the Renegades, you can just see the mechanical plays coming out on a lot of these goals. We see double taps, we see amazing passes from Kami to begin that comeback in game 1. And then CJ ramps it up by the end of the series, and then it's all but over. But it's like, when you play one of these favorites, you can't give them anything. And Mind Freak, you got to take that first game.
that game that might have been what was the difference between them winning and losing. And I didn't mention it earlier, but Fever is certainly a player who is brand new as well. Last season, he was a rookie in RLCS, and he has that kind of Ampha style of huge mechanical plays. And we saw some good moments of brilliance from him with that corner read where he was up super early to get that goal in game one. And I hope to see more of him. Again, we've seen some nerves throughout this play, and I think further on through the tournament, we're going to get better and better play.
Yeah, but to talk about that match, why don't we bring one of the Renegades on? And it's none other than CJ himself. Welcome to the show, man. It's been a while since we chatted.
G'day, guys. How's it going? Good to see everyone here. Yummy,
Nice
looking beautiful. Gibbs, yeah, not so much today.
Hey, it's past midnight for me. All right, I'm trying.
But that's
Hey,
it.
anyone looks good when Gibbs next to them.
That's exactly the energy we need, though, to keep Gibbs awake. I just want to ask right off the bat, man. Are you guys awake yet? Are you feeling the vibe right now? Or do you guys still feel like you can ramp it up a little bit more?
Look, I think Siki was definitely awake that series. I think my game was pretty much a CJ viewing party for the first few games. I was a spectator for that, so I think we can definitely ramp it up. I think that with us, there's probably more pressure because this is sort of our RLCS coming fifth, not making finals. So I think we'll definitely ramp it up as the games go on.
And speaking of your viewing parties, and if you don't know, twitch.tv/CJCJ.
Hell,
Don't give them plugs.
How much did you give them for that? How much did you
Everyone head there now. Might be a viewing party in between games, but if you were watching yourself during that first two games where you missed multiple open nets, hit the crossbar, what would your reaction have been?
Probably thought it's league play all over again and we suck at the game. But lucky enough, we came back from 3 goals down, I think, in game 1. And Siki just scored some great goals. So hopefully he can keep doing that and I can pick up the controller in the next series.
So speaking of, obviously, this RLCS didn't go your way, but you guys were so dominant throughout the offseason or through the other events. Was there ever a question about this roster? Was there ever a chance of maybe we need to change this up?
I don't know. I think some of the roster moves are pretty silly, particularly in the OCE region and with the gauntlet and obviously tournaments outside of the RLCS, we were pretty much dominating scrims as well. So we I guess we had that G2 feel where we're always, playing well in scrims and stuff like that. And so we just had to sort of put it together. And the more experience, I guess, under pressure, the better for us. And yeah, so we're looking pretty good at the moment.
And I know this is a really important tournament for the OC region, just to reel it in. Kind of like the RLCS Worlds for OCE, given us on the main channel. And even though some of the teams weren't expecting me nervous, we saw Fury tweet out how nervous they were. Is it the same for you? Are you nervous? Are you feeling the pressure in this tournament?
I think it's awesome being casted, by the likes of the beautiful Turtle and the less so James spot. But no, it's awesome for the OC region. First time on the mainstream, PogChamps in chat. It's awesome, but yeah, there's obviously a little bit more pressure, particularly for us because we didn't make that the league play finals. So yeah, we're looking to play well, but the nerves are definitely there.
Well, for us, we're experts in predictions, so we're probably going to be right anyways. But I do want to get your top 3. We had you guys as that number 1 spot. Who do you think is going to be that 2nd and 3rd spot by the end of these 2 days?
I've been really impressed with Ground Zero. I think that's going to be a great matchup coming up later on today, I believe. So tune in for that. That could be a grand final rematch, sort of coming on later down the line. But yeah, Ground Zero looking really good. Obviously, Cringe have the individual ability that everyone always talks about. It's just whether they can put it together on the day. And Fury's always a team that's going to be thereabouts.
Perfect. Well, thanks for your insight, CJ. CJ, always a pleasure to have you on. Good luck in your matches going forward, man.
Thanks very much, guys. And awesome to have the OCE, on the main channel. So keep it up. Thank you, Sonics. Love you guys. See you later.
And there's CJ from Renegades. And Gibbs, we should just call him in and kick this other guy off.
He's such a good guy. I'm 10% upset about what I said earlier through the pre-show, but I know he can take it. So he's always fun to have on the desk after he gets eliminated from Worlds. So I hope to see him there again, and then we can see him on the desk for day 3.
Given that he hasn't made Worlds the last 3 seasons in a row, maybe casting is the career for him.
Yeah, do not feel bad about getting digs at CJ, because you know the second he gets the opportunity, he's coming for your throat as well. So let's talk.
I cop
about
it
our
every
next-
day from him.
Let's talk about our next match now. Ground Zero versus Overt. You just heard CJ talking about Ground Zero here, Gibbs. Ground Zero is one of those favorites to be again in that grand finals even. They're looking real good. If they win this, they will play against Renegades, so one of them will have to go down to lower bracket, but Overt has probably a large task ahead of them.
Yeah, this is the 1 seed versus the 8 seed. This is a very tall order here. Ground Zero, it looks like the only team that can take them down lately is that Renegade squad. They win the regional championships where the Renegades weren't. Then last week for the invitational that they played in, well, they swept Cringe Society, they destroyed Fury, they took down everyone except for the Renegades. They lost to them twice. So I think they're going to be looking ahead a bit to that semifinal match. They can't look ahead too far. Like Overt, they still have a shot, but it's very slim.
I think as well, the thing with Ground Zero is they are so consistent. You know that they're going to bring a certain performance. Jules has been popping off in the regionals. He had the best regionals performance of all time that I've ever seen. He took the regional MVP. So if there is pressure, he can perform when the pressure is on. Spydoge and Express have been to Worlds. There's a lot on that roster. On the other side, we do have Cobo and Riv. They both played in RLCS Season 7. Riv even fully retired. But for Cobo, he went back on the grind. He's been working so hard. He's probably grinding harder than anyone else on his mechanics, doing as much as he can. And it's great to see him actually make it into the top 8, to see that hard work pay off. And the hard work as well for Sprat, who hasn't made the top 8 before, who is probably the least known name amongst anyone on this list. And I'm fully expecting that he's going to have to rely on his 2 experienced teammates to get through this one.
But this is what Spring Series is all about. This is a brand new team. They haven't been in RLCS for over a year, and they get to showcase their talents once again. And what better way to do it versus the number 1 seed? The one thing they have going for them, that they basically already won for their terms, right? They made guaranteed money for being into this tournament. Now it's like, we just play Carefree Rocket League. Let's just have fun. And that can be dangerous. Again, Ground Zero, they cannot just look past this team to the Renegades. They have to take care of business here.
Although surprisingly, Yummy I don't know, you've seen more of these guys. Is chat crazy? It's only 59% in favor of Ground Zero.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, Ground Zero, they are easily top 2. You know, you can say that Renegades could be better than them, but you can't argue that they are not better than everybody else in the competition. It should be very clean for Ground Zero, but Overt have a lot of fans as well. You've got Rib, Sprat, Cobo, and they're the underdogs. You know the Australians love the underdogs, so you got to be rooting for it.
Well, let's see how close chat is going to be on this, or if Ground Zero is going to shut down those dreams. Let us know, of course, the words you want to say as well, not just your voting on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. It's now time for our 4th match of the day, Overt versus Ground Zero Gaming.
The gap does not get any wider here between the 1 and the 8 seed. Overt going to try to do what a lot of people think might be the impossible here against Ground Zero, Turtle. You heard Gibbs say it on the desk. The only team who really has their number right now are the Renegades.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it like Yummy said, they're guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but I mean, in everybody's eyes, you know, they're really top 2 with how you view this league, how you view Oceania. And I think that it's even more interesting that for Ground Zero, they, even just by looking at stats, I mean, you've got Jules, who's a shooting maniac with, you know, the golden striker of 1.19. Deca's behind in 3rd place. And then the number 1 assist was Express. And then Deca's also behind in 2nd place for assists. So even across the board with stats, you can see the play styles. You can see how Deca fills in and is the gap, the bridge between these 2 players, and how everybody can kind of merge in with their own thing that they provide to the team, all of this coming together. And I think Ground Zero are just leagues ahead in mechanics.
No, it's funny that you mentioned, you know, you feel like Deca kind of bridges the gap that's left between Express and Jules. There's a quick shot turned away. You know, but I felt during the regional championship that Jules and Express, they had become quite a dangerous duo of their own. I mean, Jules he was playoff MVP for a reason. The man just absolutely swept his way through that entire day in terms of his performance.
I mean, even in the finals of Season 9.
For Deca. Yeah.
I mean, even in the finals of Season 9, though, against Fury, the first 2 goals that they got in the finals were literally double taps off the backboard. It's mechanics like that that really set you apart here, especially for ground zero. When you're making plays like that so consistently, even in the finals, the nerves are getting you down. I think this team has a lot to offer and even more to prove with everything they've done so far.
And right now, ground zero, they're trying to get out of their own half, having to dive back for some saves. Spinos has no boost. That's off the crossbar. That was a big chance for Riv, but he bangs it off the woodwork. Now Cabo, next up, he got the flip reset. He'll at least get the challenge, but Express will play it as far away as he could.
Yeah.
From an overt attacker, Spinos taking control.
Overt, I like the confidence they're going here. I mean, if you're the underdog, you have to play with full confidence with your challenges. It's the hesitation that's really going to eat them alive as we get some more challenges and great scoring opportunities, honestly, from ground zero as they push here on the offensive side.
Express gets about 3 touches before finally being forced out. And we're just kind of taking turns in the corner here on the orange half. The pass out to mid to Spinos. Riv in a tough spot. Sprat, with a little bit of space he has, gave himself that little pop to get that boost and keep control of the ball. It was a nice little move, but he couldn't get much farther than his own third. That's a long clear downfield. But Jules on the rotation back.
And it looked scary at first, but then Jules, you can see, he just quietly just dribbled that out of his own end. It looked like it might have even sunk into the net. But look at all this space that they're given, and it's from the relentless pressure that they've been battling with. And Spido, you can see even touches like that to keep the possession on, keep them from taking the boost like we just saw Jules there. And it's really starting to break down the defense.
Every touch feels like a win for ground zero, but they can't find the back of the net. Jules had a chance there. Cabo was out of boost, but he was hunting for the top shelf, just couldn't find the mark. And now they're getting a little hoppy in midfield. Express, easy back pass over to Jules. Now Jules on point. So deadly during those regional championships for OCE. Shot in front will be taken away. So far, left scoreless. For a couple of chances for ground zero, Jules will throw it out to the corner. Was feeling some pressure from Sprat. And now it's flipped back again here to Overt on offense. Really their first consistent possession since the start of the game. Demo maybe opens some things up, but Jules will play it out to the corner.
I like the way that they're moving down the field. I think things could be a little bit more planned ahead, but so far, Overt, I mean, this is looking like dark horse potential with the pressure that they're providing. The demos as well, back and forth as Cabo and Jules both get their hands on a demo here. And they're moving the ball out pretty well. I mean, you can see they're getting around those challenges, trying to avoid space given, but so far it hasn't been working here as they just barely managed to squeeze out.
And Express had cut in on the angle. Was probably expecting that ball to just be, you know, skirting across the line, but it had kicked out, and then he ended up being too far forward. It feels like another blown opportunity here for ground zero, and Riv is gonna punish them, and Overt take the first lead of the series.
And from Riz's perspective, you can see he actually power slid and then side flipped. Almost a bit of a great recovery. I'm surprised he managed to do that because he got that initial touch. He had to power slide to keep his momentum going forward and then also get the flip. That recovery was absolutely unreal to keep his momentum forward and then get that angle on the shot as they take this first lead here in the first game. This is looking like a huge win so far for Overt.
Oh, but Express right in as Jules, he threads the needle on this carry turtle.
And everything just fell apart here. Both players up. Sprat did get in front of the ball, but then I didn't see who that was off the backboard. Just missed completely. That's just panic play at its finest. If you can just stay a little bit more relaxed on the defensive end, just get in net, make sure you can cut off the second challenge there, and communication really lacking as Overt just throw that lead.
Well, Riv wins a tough challenge in midfield, but the touch there from Sprat taken away by Jules. There's a flick from Spidoge on the turnaround. Covering the gap is Express, but a big win on the challenge for Cabo. So we're coming to the end of regulation. Spidoge's gonna keep it close. Hopping up quick is Riv. And there'll be one more bounce to try for. Sprat wants to kill it, but now we're in play. Express, he's not gonna be able to kill it. Sprat looking for Riv, and it'll be killed. We got overtime, Turtle.
I mean, you're most vulnerable to getting scored on right after you get a goal in this game. That's how fast-paced, that's how changing, these teams are when it comes to how they're moving this ball down the field. And for Overt, they had that lead, and they just managed to let it slip away with a little bit of complacent play. And now we've got a tied-up game here. Let's see who takes charge in overtime.
Be another win on the 50-50, which have been going the way of Overt. In the last minute and a half or so, Cabo tried to just squeeze the ball into the net. And now it's a race back to the orange half for the ball. Express just missing it, but Riv jumping off the line to get that touch. He'll get the demo. Sprat, the pass to midfield, the shot just above the net. And now a quick turnaround for Express. He ends up just staying right behind it. The defender got fooled, and it's a ground zero win.
And what a sneaky play from Express. Look at the delayed flip. That was so just, like, I can't believe he managed to actually think about doing that delayed flick. I'm surprised that he had really the confidence to go for that, because I expected at least going for a 50. He had all the momentum going into that ball, into that challenge, but he just snuck away with that really mischievous play.
And I feel like Overt, if they were going to really set the tone in this series, with the way that first 5 minutes had gone, where they were able to just thwart off, shot after shot, and Ground Zero weren't taking advantage of opportunities. It felt like a game that they needed to win, and Ground Zero, it almost feels like they got away with this game with the way it had gone.
Oh, for sure. And that was a lot thanks to Riv's recovery. I mean, even on that initial goal, you could see he managed to power slide. He did it multiple times, actually, in the midfield where he was power sliding through, got solid recoveries, and that's what opened up this chance right here. That started from Riv's recovery in the midfield, and then it led to an instant counterattack. So I feel like this whole game is frustrating for Overt because, they had that one chance, and then they got instantly counterattacked. And then even before that, where Overt got that initial lead, they got too complacent, lost that huge defensive, standpoint that they were really doing so well with. And then that is what led to the downfall of everything in that first game for them.
So for Overt, you saw a couple of things you really liked. They had that nice infield pass at the end of the game that, took an unfortunate bounce for them and they weren't ready. That was a second to third man pass, which is so risky to take. But you want to see more of that from Overt. Ground Zero, well, Express, he keeps looking like that. You're going to feel great for the rest of this set. Ground Zero, you're feeling real great about yourself right now, being able to withstand after missed opportunities you had in regulation game one. Now they start off booming it down to the orange half here to start game two. Riveted. Oh, no, it's not. That is the only time I think I've seen so close of an own goal that turned out to not be an own goal. It looked like it was 100% in. This one will be. Jules will put the ball in the back of the net. I was still stunned for a second.
I mean, you can see they were trying to recover from that initial touch from Riv. He just banged it on the back post, trying to at least alleviate some kind of pressure. But then Ground Zero, they kept the offense, kept the pressure up, and it ultimately led to another opportunity right in front of the net. So Ground Zero, I mean, just keeping themselves not too desperate and making sure that they know where to pass, know where to not overextend, I should say. And so far, a very calm and collected performance from them.
Express catching the pass from Jules to move it back down into Overt territory. Express just standing in front saying, I dare you. Hit the ball into me. It doesn't work out too often here for Overt, but they will get the ball back. Cabo swoops that up just a little too high. Jules in the breakaway. Sprat, no boost. There's Jules to Express. Fakes out one. Looking for a flick. No, he goes for the bump. Can't get him. Sprat will avoid and now cleared back down the other way.
Express is getting more and more really fakey whenever it comes down to how he's going to approach this ball. I love the fact that he's going for all these mix-up plays. And he's doing it again here with these challenges. Instead of just throwing himself at the ball, he's just staying completely behind it. Not even using any of his acceleration, just staying as much away from the ball. And I think that so far, Ground Zero they're really mixing it up. They're having a lot of fun with this play style, making sure they're mixing it as they go forward.
And they're here on the turnaround. Jules attempted pass broken up by Cabo. Spidoge, another touch for him, but it'll be taken away out to the corner. One thing that Ground Zero got to be careful of as the ball heads back to the blue half is they play some optimistic defense.
Yeah.
All three players wanting to push up pretty often, but Spidoge just wants to push it in himself. He'll pick up a goal for Ground Zero. Much needed insurance.
Through all the 50s, he just kept going, throwing himself at the ball, making sure he gets right in front of it, and he didn't even really bother to pay attention to where the defender was. It was all about the timing. And, you know, to his real, I guess, fortune, he was able to keep that ball stuck to the wall. It rolled in front of the net. And I think the rotation from Overt is just breaking down as we see Spidoge get another one here, where you expect somebody to be rotating in off of Cabo's poor touch there. Riv didn't have enough boost, and then Spidoge just dunked everything he had.
Riv got the midfield boost stolen from him by Spidoge. So it was, you know, and it was neck and neck race to that midfield boost. Whoever won that was going to win that touch. You saw Riv, he had to cut right into that to try to block the shot. And hard to do as Riv carries it off the side. It's a nice little carry from Riv, but not going to get much farther than midfield. Ground Zero, it's a very, very comfortable lead. You've talked about it a couple of times already. They're playing comfortably, and deservedly so as this game has gone. Game one, I felt like was, you know, a series of missed opportunities that they were able to eke out with a win.
Definitely.
Even right here on defense, very great progression. But this time, full control for Ground Zero.
And I thought it was going to be a tactic that was a little bit more aggressive, a bit more in their face, as we see Spidoge actually carry another one here. He does it himself with that initial flick. And then Jules, you know, he went up for a bit of a fake. You can't really blame Overt's defense there for expecting a touch, but it's these mind game plays. It's mixing it up on the offense where you think, you know, you can at least project something that you're going to go for a shot, maybe go for a flick, but you just do the exact opposite. And they've just been in the heads of Overt the entire game.
And the ball's still theirs here, and almost an own goal there from Riv as he tried to carry it out. And, you know, you're afforded that respect when you're up in a game like this.
Yeah.
With the, you know, if Jules jumps at a ball or has a bad read, it ends up just being more beneficial for you because you've been playing well the rest of the time. And Jules is just playing with a hacky sack here in front of the box.
I mean, it's been solo plays after solo plays, and he lands on the ball like that, Jorby. I didn't even expect him to go for it.
Of course, you got that next touch. Oh, that's his goal all day. Well, Ground Zero are feeling it now in game two, and Overt certainly have their work cut out for them moving forward. And that's the first time we've really seen them with enough space to even get a passing play out. But it's just been a chokehold for Ground Zero. 8 shots on net.
It hasn't really been like an aggressive challenge, though. It's weird because I feel like the tactic, or at least what I was expecting coming in after watching a lot of the previous games from Ground Zero during league play, I expected them to come out, you know, really aggressive and in the face of Overt, but instead they're taking a very more relaxed approach where they assume Overt are thinking they're going to be really speedy and trying to out-mechanic them at every situation of the game. But it's really the opposite here as Riv gets one to walk away off the demo, and maybe they can start some kind of momentum to carry into the next game.
Yeah, you know, get some feel-good moments here. A nice little move from Riv, and, you know, also just a little mechanical flash at the end. It's for some fun, but you certainly got to take something away heading into game three. You're probably already coming into this feeling the heat. You know, it's Ground Zero, Express, Jules, and Spidoge. These guys are popping off. Spidoge he's got a hat trick. Jules might get a hat trick here. He just missed that shot. But this is kind of what you expected from Ground Zero coming into this tournament. Mentioned it before, the only team that's really gotten their number so far is Renegades. And everyone else has either been close but not close enough, or a straight stomp. Cabo will pick up another goal as we wind down here at the end of game two.
And there we see actually a good glimpse into the mechanics of what Overt have to offer. I thought Cabo did a great job of carrying that one through. He got a little bit of a freestyle dunk off the backboard, then turned around. So mechanics there are definitely really something to spotlight for Overt, since they definitely have what it takes to at least beat the speed of Ground Zero. So if I'm Overt, I honestly think, well, I hate saying this, if you get a little bit more chasey, a little bit more aggressive, and kind of counter that style that Ground Zero are going with this passive play here as they take the second game, I think you've got a better chance at really making this series a lot closer and at least making Ground Zero do a little bit more work to get these goals.
You know, right now it's not a lot of work for Ground Zero in game 2. You know, those last 2 goals came in the final minute when the game was pretty much already decided. So if you're Overt, it's back to the drawing board and trying to figure out how to get some more room against this Ground Zero team, because the majority of this game was spent in Overt's territory. And you know, for Spydoge, it was you fed early, fed often. That was a nice little play from him to keep the train rolling. That was their insurance to start things off.
And it just feels like there's too much space, though. I mean, I'm looking at Overt's defense. Even off the backboard there, while Jules kind of landed on the ball, there was nobody waiting, you know, on the end of Overt on the backboard waiting for a touch. But that was a good little fake. It's definitely mechanics here, as it's a little bit of a mental warfare, I'd say, in this series so far. You know, both teams aren't trying to outpace, and rather they're trying to really outmaneuver and I'd say, decision make everything that the other team has to offer when it comes to those fakes, those challenges. And Spydoge, where he managed to get around it with a double flip, I don't even know how that play worked out, but it felt like there was too much space even on that situation that you're given to him. You need to have somebody just instantly rush and cut off any angle to force a good 50-50, Jordan.
Now, can Overt change themselves from the puppets to the puppeteers, or will they continue to dance to Ground Zero's tune? Game 3 underway here in our 4th match of the day. Ground Zero so far have looked good. Jules just trying to square up on the challenge in front of the box. For Ground Zero, they're going to continue to try to push, press, even with low boost, just trying to keep Overt locked down, giving them as little time and space as possible. But that's a great challenge from Riv.
Yeah.
As we move back down to Ground Zero territory.
And it's 50s like that from Riv that we need to see throughout this entire game if they want to have a chance at swinging this back, denying that possession coming out of Ground Zero, and the transition game that they've been letting up a lot for Ground Zero to kind of nail their own backboard with. So if you can win those challenges, get in the face a bit more, and be a little bit aggro, I think that you've got so much more of a stronger chance at really bringing it to the face. But that's a good setup for Jules. And how are you going to stop this, Jorby?
This whole rotation was so quick. First that pass to Express, Spydoge getting just in front, and Jules had whipped around when he was rotating back. As soon as Express hit the pass, Jules already turned. Such confidence in Spydoge, because that was a close pass. You know, that's very risky. Even if that gets challenged, Ground Zero in a tough situation, heading back the other way, but just to go for it and look at it. How can you not be confident when every time you touch the ball, it hits net?
And even then, that passing play off a double commit there for Overt, where both players just randomly threw themselves at the ball. You got to have a little bit more organization. And I think even the goal prior to this one speaks a lot to the versatility that Ground Zero are able to pull off. It's not a solo play this time that we're seeing. It's a great, speedy passing play, which is why I thought that initial tactic from them was so great, where they can kind of come into this game, take it slower, and then now here in game 3, they're mixing things up. They're going for a little bit more of a mechanical approach, and that shot there is another great example of what's so strong about Ground Zero.
I was kind of surprised that it didn't go in. The fact that ball stayed out of the net, well, Overt need to turn that into a turning point right now, because that third goal would have certainly been the knife that puts you in the ground. But it's really tough to hang on to this ball right now. A lot of turnovers for Overt, trying to hang on to it. That challenge, Riv gets a solid touch. Spratty's got no boost though. Get a look at it, and it's taken away by Spydoge. Back over to Jules. The Ground Zero takeover yet again, but that challenge give Overt a little bit of breathing room back to the blue half.
We see a little bit of chances here and there for Overt with those 50s, where I think they really have the potential to build on something great But then it's that last touch where you have to get a setup out to your teammate for the shot, and it doesn't come out because either like the teammate that you pass it up to doesn't have any boost, he can't do anything with that real chance that you've given him because they're not fast enough to take that boost. And they're just running laps, and here's Jules to pop off a great pass.
Jules roaming around, all cylinders active. Look at that. Perfect off the double touch, or not the double touch, but perfect off the read on the backboard. And ground zero, it was a little shaky in game one. Overt
don't do it to him. Don't do it to him.
The offense. And Jules almost brought the airstrike himself. Sprout will get the bump. We'll give Rib some space, but Rib takes it the whole way to the corner. It was a potential one-on-one opportunity, but he ran out of boost halfway to the goal. And that's kind of plagued Overt. Turtle, you've touched on it a couple of times now, where, you know, it's either an Overt player that didn't have boost to go for a pass, or they couldn't get back fast enough, or they lost a key boost in a situation where they needed it to get the save. And having to manage your boost like that all game not only is ridiculously tiring, but also just impossible to keep up with when the other team constantly has got resources in the tank and you're always struggling. So it's been that dominant from ground zero.
And for ground zero, I think the comparison really between both these offenses, I mean, you can see there's been a lot of plays here and goals for ground zero where the person who's the most aggressive gets a touch, and then he has the boost to rotate back in and then get a cleanup shot, as we see a really close attempt. Overt starting to heat things up. But to my point, like I was saying, you know, Overt, they're not really taking the corner boost as much as ground zero are, which means that that first aggressor can't keep rotating in because he has to fall all the way back to either midfield or his own corner to get boost and then continue forward.
Oh, and Express, he's certainly looked good, especially on the ground. He's had a couple of nice fakes. And I think ground zero can feel very good, you know, heading in after this final minute. The lead holds, and we do think it will. You know, their rematch against Renegades. How does it pan out this time? Express will pick up his fourth goal as time winds to a close here in game 3.
I mean, he just becomes a heat-seeking missile at this point, finding Cabo off the backboard. I think that ball might have gone in either way, but Express doing everything he can to really seal the deal here. You get another one there to pad the stats, and then a kickoff goal right in front of the net. Things are just falling apart here for Overt.
On the pitch, I thought it was really going to go in. They almost got it perfect. It was close. It was close. I give them A for effort. Ground zero looks solid and great, good enough for you know, the viewers at home. Actually, no, it's that'll be match 6 between Ground Zero and Renegades, but they will see each other in the winners semis, and we'll see if Ground Zero later on today can they finally win against the Renegades. They're going to get their chance, and I think that you found yourself in good form right now, coming up against the 8th seed, a game that, you know, you think of when you're prepping for it as the game you should win.
Yeah.
Well, Ground Zero do win, and they will be moving on to the winners semis to rematch yet again against the Renegades. Overt will have one more chance in the lower bracket as they get sent down.
And let's hope that, you know, with that series for Ground Zero versus Renegades, that they bring some of this mix-up with playstyles where they're going for some fakes, and then all of a sudden they explode out of their own half, get some great passing in between them, and really challenge everything that the Renegades have to offer. But here, Overt, I think that there's a lot to take away from this series. I think that they had solid chances, solid 50s, but it's building on that foundation of offense. Once you can get that 50-50 forward, then what's the next step? What's the next plan? Do you have somebody aggressive waiting for a challenge? You have somebody who's predicting maybe a good touch from your own teammate. You know, that initial step is really important to find, but Ground Zero, they were very experienced in this game and just far too comfortable.
Yeah, I totally agree. Ground Zero, Overt, you know, they had it much better in the first game. They had some good defense. They had some good progressions down the field, but we'll see them again later on in the tournament. After the break coming up, we got it's Cringe Society versus Fury for our first winners semi of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Leafex, alongside me, Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman. And we just watched a very strong performance, a monstrous performance from Ground Zero Gaming. It didn't look like Overt had much of a chance there, Yummy. It felt like it was definitely a one-sided with that 3-0.
Yeah, no, 42% of the audience are completely wrong. Maybe not the best prediction to make, but on the same note, you can't put it against Ground Zero. They played so well. They played so strongly together. You can see the consistencies there despite the new roster. And I think Spy Doge has looked better than he has ever on Cringe Society. Now he's getting some more room with Jules and Express. Express particularly likes playing more further in the back, which is what he was used to when he popped off on Canberra Havoc.
And for all three of these guys, the highest goal participation on the team was 58%. They were all being involved. They were all around 50 to 58% for goal participation. That's a scary team. It's a three-headed monster. But I just want to focus in on Spy Doge because I really like this play. But just what a rise from him over these past three seasons. Like, obviously, when he was on Canberra Havoc, the surprise team that made it to the World Championship, the team that wasn't even supposed to make playoffs, predicted by Yummy himself. And then after that, he gets picked up by the best team in the region 2 seasons in a row. Spy Doge is one of those players that you can see the talent from OCE rising up, and Spy Doge is definitely the front runner for that.
mechanically he's just so good. I mean, he's for context as well. He doesn't actually have air roll bound. He just uses air roll left and right. So he's also interesting in his play. If you watch him, he looks almost like a keyboard player, and he works really well. He's really creative. You saw that in the dribble play where he did. I guess a flip that nobody expected, the defense didn't expect, and still managed to get up off the backboard and into the net.
Yeah, no, I think overall, it was really hard to pinpoint one specific player that was outstanding because they were all doing phenomenal things. Even again, Spydoge with those small little touches like that, Jules with every shot on net, and Express was doing the same thing too. A couple of shots that were just like, whoa, didn't think you could find that angle. Phenomenal performance from the whole group. So why don't we talk about that performance with one of the people from the group, and it's Jules from Ground Zero Gaming now joining us. Congratulations on the win there, man. And even though it was expected, I gotta say, man, you guys look crazy out there. You specifically looked like a monster. It seemed like every single touch you made was just finding the perfect and most efficient angle possible. Are you feeling peak performance day? Like, is this just, like, if you wanted to play like this for the rest of your life, is this the performance you carry the rest of your career?
I think we had kind of a slow start, honestly. I think definitely we need to put it up a bit more against when we play against Renegades, because they'll have like a more solid defense. But in terms of my own performance, I felt individually not that great, honestly.
Okay. I'm scared now.
I don't think anyone else on the team had the same feeling. Everyone was kind of, out and about, but not really playing their best. But I think what made us win was how well we were playing as a team. And I think that's the number one priority for us. We want to make sure that we have all the passes, all the right plays going on so that we support one another. And that in the end, that made us too strong for Overt.
Jules, first I want to congratulate you on your regional championship win. But for the pre-show, we're all here sitting talking about Renegades this, Renegades that. Are you guys tired of hearing about the Renegades when you guys are regional champions?
Oh, for sure. Everyone overseas just thinks of, when they think of OCE, they think Renegades, they think Kami, Siki, and especially CJ. And I think I've got a message for Renegades for next round. If they think they're about to clap some kids, they've got another thing coming. I'm telling you that right now.
I like it.
That's good, because you used to be on a team with CJ as well, so it's good to see the banter. But you've made a roster change this season, or more notably, Deca left you after winning the regional championship. How did it feel? What were your thoughts on that, and your thoughts on picking up Spydoge to replace it?
When Deca left, it was not the best. We didn't have the best feeling because we were feeling so good as a team, and we didn't really want to change anything, and we could only see ourselves getting so much better. But obviously, people have different opinions, and he decided he wanted to part ways, and that's fine. I think with picking up Spydoge, it was actually a better fit than we thought. We played with him with one scrim, and it was literally so comfortable. It was like we were playing with him the whole season, and it didn't feel any different. And I think that really showed after last weekend when we played Anzac and we got second, bringing Renegades to Game 7 overtime after only playing together for 1 day. And it was really nice and comfortable to play with him. So I'm not worried about bringing Spydoge on. I think we'll still be as good or even better.
In all honesty, it's showing. But you said yourself that maybe it is a bit of a slower start. You don't feel like you're at peak, and I feel like that's a good mentality to have, because make sure that you're continuing to try to better yourselves throughout the day. But going up against Renegades, obviously you're going to want to be in that peak performance. Are you guys sitting down now to just study how they played today, or are you guys just maybe going free play or talk it out and train? How do you prepare for this next match?
From what I saw when Renegades played Mindfreak, there were lots of freebie goals that were happening, and so I think if we start playing a lot better, I think we'll probably beat them. I'm pretty sure. We're feeling pretty confident.
You know what? I can't say anything against the logic of, if we play better, we should get the win. So we're gonna end it on that, and hopefully you guys can play better per your words in your next match. And thanks for chatting with us.
All right, thanks.
And there it is, Jules from Ground Zero, looking like they have, I think, the right mentality, Gibbs. At least I like to see it myself when teams look like they're playing great, but they still think that they can do even better.
Oh, absolutely. And then he was feisty too. He's like, we don't care about the Renegades. We're going to beat them. They did it throughout league play, or at least we're the better team there. They think they can do it again. It's going to be a really great matchup later today.
I think there's also an element for when you're playing against a slower team or a team that aren't pushing you to your limit, that you don't feel as good, you don't feel as fast, you don't feel like you're earning the wins. I think up against Renegades, no matter how it goes, they will feel like they're playing better.
Well, let's just take a look back at the day right now. Everything that we've covered so far, we've had 4 matches down as we take a look at the bracket. 2 3-0s to start our day off and a couple 3-1s. So they've been pretty one-sided, Yum. I'm just wondering if this is what we expected. We were talking before this whole tournament started that we feel like it might start off this way.
Yeah, and it's all the top 4 teams that have made it. Obviously, of course, the exception is Mind Freak, but it is against Renegades, who are our favorites in the competition. So these are the 4 teams that we were thinking would go through. I think the next round, the next 2 matches in that upper bracket are where we're going to potentially see our biggest surprises, or we're going to know the results the least and have the worst predictions of them all.
And Leaf, this has been fun. We're doing this overnight. It's like a sleepover. We're gossiping about the boys. You know, it's a lot of fun to just talk Rocket League and just pull an all-nighter. So I'm having a good time here as well.
And hopefully it stays as a sleepover where you party the whole night and we don't have anyone passing out on the mic because we still have a lot more matches to go. So let's talk about those matches. Coming up next, we're going to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. Fury versus Cringe Society. Fury had a bit of a rough start, Yummy, when they're placing off against Good, Bad, Ugly, but they did seem to get everything together. Now for Cringe Society, it was a full 3-0, and I feel like they haven't quite been challenged yet. So it's almost hard to really figure out where Cringe is going to place in this, but I do feel like they're still the favorites.
I think Fury, they came off their match and they instantly went to Twitter to say how nervous they were through that series, even though they felt like they shouldn't be nervous because, you know, they've already come second in RLCS. They've already got a huge prize money, more than they could ever dream of, considering it was the biggest prize money for OCE in that last season. But that's going to go against them when they're up against the likes of Torstos, who's played on the world stage, Drippe, who's, you know, consistently been a strong performer in those nerve-wracking situations, and even Deca, who just came off a regional championship win. That makes it even more daunting for Fury. I think they're going to need to really reel that in. Maybe it was just a first series nerves that they can get over.
So this was going to be really fun because it's Fury versus Cringe Society, basically a grudge match, or the last one where in the regional championships, Fury took it in 6th to make it to the grand finals. Then Cringe Society, they bounced back and beat Fury in the Anzac Invitational. But the major difference there, when Fury won, that was a $12,000 difference. When Cringe Society won, it was $60. So Fury won the more important game. We got another really important one here, where whoever wins this is guaranteed top 3. They're going to the upper bracket final. And if you lose this, you then drop down into that 5th, 6th area. And then you also have to battle through a lower bracket that's going to have either Ground Zero or Renegades down there. So it's going to be so incredibly difficult for either one of these teams. So this match, so important.
And Yummy, now when it comes to just play style, we know Cringe Society's got that very aggro. What's Fury going to have to look to do in play style wise against Cringe?
Well, the way they did it in league play against multiple of the top teams is they played more defensive and they had Amphi's push out to make a big play or get a counter-attack goal. And I think that they're just going to, by default, under the nerves, do that again. That might be their way to do it. So in my opinion, it's all down to Cringe Society. It's all on them, whether they make the mistakes, whether they push up too hard. And they're certainly capable of doing so. It's certainly been the weakness of this Cringe Society roster. But on the same note, if you're relying on a weakness, if you're relying on your opponents to make mistakes, then that puts the advantage to them, in my opinion.
Well, we're going to find out right now if Cringe Society can power through yet another opponent and send Fury down into that lower bracket. As we get into our next match, make sure you guys use the hashtag RL Spring Series, but let's just dive right into her.
Let's dive right in indeed, Turtle. And I'm excited for this match because, you know, like Yummy was saying, when these guys met up regional championship, you know, Fury, they won this game to go to the grand final and play against Ground Zero. So I am excited to see how this goes up again. The few times that Cringe Society were able to get the best of Fury is kind of like what we saw earlier with Fury today. They get killed on the transition, but we already start with Kenny Salmon, who had a standout performance in his previous series matchup. He had scored 4 goals in 1 game. started off with a tough shot in game 1.
Yeah, and Kenny is actually the player I really want to talk about. I think, a lot of the spotlight gets put on Amphis, but Kenny, at least in my opinion, from what I saw last series, not only, Jorby, was he scoring a lot of the goals, but I thought his setups were beautiful. I think that everything he was going for with his touches was very well thought out, and it seemed a lot like he wasn't really playing kickball, but instead he was planning on where he's trying to set up his teammates. And then on top of that, he was also scoring all those great goals. So I think that he's starting to prove himself really when it comes down to having an impact on this roster and what he brings to the table. So let's see if, this defensive play style that Yummy talked about for Fury is going to be something that they bring out, or if Cringe Society with their new pickup Deca is going to be what it takes to really bring down Fury with this grudge match.
Already you're seeing what Yummy was saying earlier. Amphis will always be downfield, ready to receive a pass.
Yeah.
And here's another potential touch for Kenny. And I totally agree with you, Turtle, with Kenny Salmon. When I was watching some of the series back, I really felt like he had a great mind for the game.
Yeah.
He made 95% of the time he made the right decision in the situation that he was in. Doesn't take too many risks on challenges, and kind of knows when he's beat, when to pull off. He's got a good mind for it, and I really like how he's fit into this roster. And Amphis, it's whatever he's feeling. He's always switching between the Octane and the Dominus. He doesn't seem to prefer one or the other. But whenever I've seen him in the Octane, he's always trying to carry the ball a little bit more than when he's in the Dominus. Obviously trying to use the strengths of the card to his advantage. But this ball up high for Kenny Salmon. There's been some pressure here for Cringe Society. Deca, we saw him earlier today. He's fit real nicely into this roster. He was getting it done on offense, getting it done on defense in their last hit.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I like Yummy's points about the nerves, I look at the lineup from Cringe Society and I think, wow, these guys, they have so much experience on their belt. Deca as well, coming off a regional championship as well. But then the double tap from Amphis, the player we said would be downfield to make these plays instead of just waiting for the pass. He's actually the one to start everything on his own.
That was a good read from Amphis, and the bounce right up to the crossbar, but Torsas again, he had to race back to the back wall, and it feels like Torsas has this once a series routine he's got to get into where he will whiff once off the back wall, and then he just won't miss ever again after that. That happened in the last series, that happened in the series I was watching them in the regional championship, and poor Torsas just can't catch a break and trying to get those tough clears off the back wall. But
the
huge
bucket of water
for Amphis and company. Yeah. Little soaked.
It's all about. And I think that, both these players, Torsas and Drippe, they have so much history with, OCE, RLCS in general, that I think that in moments like this, I look at the hunger from them, and that's what comes down to a lot of these veteran players, how much they want to prove themselves, especially in such a really historic moment in this tournament and everything it means to OCE right now with this step in the right direction. So let's see what they have to offer against this defensive roster of Fury, who's been stuck on their own half.
Ooh, man, Kenny racing back. He actually cut in to get that clear out. Now Deca gonna look for Torsas. They did find him, but the ball too far away from him, but he kicked back to their own back wall. The rebound is Scarth, and it's a 2-goal lead for Fury.
And all this stemmed off that touch from Amphis, where on the defense, we're waiting from somebody. It was Drippe who jumped up and then realized he wasn't going to get the touch, so he tried to recover, but it wasn't enough. Somebody should have been on the backfield and waiting to receive that clear, and that's another punishment goal from Fury, which I see them do a lot. Last series, I thought they did a great job of being in the right situation, in the right spot, for when they can capitalize and punish, and they put a third one in here off the backboard.
Yeah, the backboard is starting to open itself up more and more. The demos, the bumps, all of it playing a factor into a clean rebound for Amphis. And it is not a pretty start for Cringe Society. But beautiful on the side of Fury. Amphis trying to the ball cleared out, and Kenny, the next man up, will register the save. But as Kenny makes that save there, and Scarth works to clear it out. But for this Fury team, it certainly feels good to come out pretty much as dominant as you are against Cringe Society, a team that you've been kind of back and forth with, like they were in that regional championship loser final.
Yeah.
And right now, Fury, they look very in control. The rotation is theirs. They might have got caught a little scary on transition maybe once or twice. But I mean, since then, I mean, a lot of these touches for Cringe Society, it's very reactive gameplay right now. But they are starting to get a little bit of control. They can feel good about that heading into game 2. But it's all Fury all day here to start the series.
Yeah, and as I'm looking at, Fury, this passive approach to the ball, where we've seen them really in their own half for a lot of this game, at least for the first one, it feels like it's going to come down to Cringe Society's main approach as to how they move that ball into the midfield. I think that a lot of those midfield passes have been far too direct towards, Fury's net. I think they need to push it back a little bit, try and go for a bit more of a back pass from the midfield where they can keep possession instead of just giving it right to Fury. So far as they move into game 2, they've got a lot of things to fix, but Fury, if they can just hold this lead, hold this comfortable approach where they're just passive, letting the ball come to them, and then they can burst out of their own half, where Amphis has, been involved with every single goal, they've got a really great chance.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This was another standout showing for Fury overall. And Kenny Salmon, he started it out. He didn't score, but it was right off the kickoff, and he hit a threatening double tap. And then after that, plays just continued to break down for Cringe Society on defense. And I felt like, sorry, Turtle. I mean, I felt like in their last series, Cringe Society, Deca was the biggest reason why they were able to hold firm on defense. And he was not very loud in this game at all. Only 142 score, 0 straight across right up until the shot total, which was only 2. So, and not a good performance from your third man there.
These guys are definitely a newer formed roster, at least with the pickup of Deca. So I think that could be something that they're trying to implement. This first game is always a difficult one whenever you're trying to build synergy, build that team chemistry. But for Fury, I've been really impressed as well with how they support each other in that rotation. I think that even the last series that we saw from them, they had an OT winner against GBU, who I think it was a great showing. I think it was Scarth who actually went up for a hit. He missed the touch, and then he was able to recollect himself as his teammate bailed him out. So it's plays like that where they really have support of each other, where they can continue to move forward and see how they play, even whenever they have each other's back on defense.
We'll see if Cringe Society can right the ship after game number 1, where they came away scoreless. Amphis will take control here in midfield. That first touch, Torsos hops right on top of it. Deca's already up. The ball is forced out to the corner from Torsos. Drippe next up, and Amphis gets back to the ball with plenty of time and space and couldn't find the next touch. Deca will touch out to Torsos. Back to Deca, a hard pinch. Torsos tried to jump for it, but that ball was coming back so fast. And back the other way are Fury into Cringe Society territory. That shot denied by Drippe.
I love seeing little plays like that with that pinch. Little ideas of how you can move the ball down the field. It almost worked out for them in some shots here. Now on the net, things seem to be picking up actually in terms of speed for Cringe, and then the mechanics as well from Deca. Now we're starting to see that fire really start to be lit here as we move forward into the second game. As the mechanics and then the dunks from Drippe. These are the plays that we want to see at a Cringe Society. They've definitely turned it up a level.
They were starting to win the boost battle as well, but this is a nice carry downfield by Fury to stint the assault. It was looking really dangerous for a bit. But now Deca having to manage a clear with no boost. Drippe and Torsos help him out. Now we're downfield again. So good transition. And Fury, this is a problem I think that they ran into a couple of times during the regional championship. They tend to give space where, they have, it's about mid-level boost, and they feel like they need to go back the whole way to go for more boost. They end up giving up a little too much space, and then they put themselves in this kind of situation where you see them locked against Cringe Society, and now they're forced to go end-to-end in their own territory. Drippe just right on top. Kenny Salmon doesn't have a good clear, and Deca punishes. It's the first goal for the series for Cringe Society.
Look at this read as well from Deca. I mean, he knew where Kenny was trying to clear it, and the space that he had, very limited there. So Deca just forced himself into that area, hoped for a solid, or at least a worse hit actually from Kenny. It went his way. And a great punishment here as they've managed to do something with the pressure that they have. And here's another read. This one is the same situation where they put them in the corner and they know that there's only one place they can go with the ball, and they get a beautiful read.
And Amphis, he was in a tough spot as that ball came straight back to him on the kickoff, and his best bet is to try to turn and make a challenge as the attacker tries to roll it around the back wall, or at least tries to go for the dribble. And then the ball just gets kicked right into his bumper, and now he's got no choice but to put it in front of the box and try to get the hardest touch he can to beat Torsas on the play. And Torsas, I mean, it's an easy read if you're him. It's like, all right, just cover the edge and go for the dunk, and that's exactly what he got. Cringe Society, taking advantage. Situational awareness by Torsas, very clean. Deca wants the pass to Drippe. And we've completely flipped the script from the start of game 1. That's a great touch from Torsas out to Drippe. Deca next. Be a slow touch. Drippe could not get in the way. Can Fury turn it back around? Kenny Salmon puts one in, and they cut the lead in half.
And this is a lovely bit of transition from a lot of Fury. I mean, look at that touch then from Amphis off the ceiling. Getting that precision of where you can make it touch the ceiling and also go forward is so difficult to set up, to the point where you're not just giving away the ball to Cringe Society because you bang it too far forward. So having the awareness, I mean, we talked about it for Cringe Society with the positional awareness. That time it was Fury really showing off where they know the field. And these dribbles as well from Cringe Society have been coming out. So both teams taking out, some new tactics here in this series, and it's a lovely sight to see.
Starting to see both teams bring the ball down a little bit more for sure. But I mean, the amount of space that has been given at times from both teams in this game, number 2. Absolutely do what you can on the ground. Kenny Salmon trying to force the ball out again. He's on point for his team. Drippe will win one challenge, but that's all he's got. Amphis next up makes Deca miss, and it's a massive clear for Torsas. But Kenny Salmon's actually going to get a look at Amphis here.
Oh, beautiful. Love that pass in there.
Barely found the read on the backboard. Torsas on the turnaround looking for Deca. He's got his man. It looks great. And there's Cringe Society with insurance.
It was too clean. The clear all the way out to Torsas, and then Torsas sees Deca across the field. He dribbles, waits for the perfect moment, to the point where, you're on defense from Fury. You don't know where he's going to try and shoot it, if he's even going to take the shot. That perfect timing as Torsas finds his teammate across the pitch. A beautiful bit of passing there. And that all stemmed from that clear where he found the teammate. So Cringe Society back on top here as they get some security.
I love this progression down the field from Amphis and company. Both Kenny and Scarth tried to force it in front of the box. That's going to be a good touch from Kenny. Amphis got the read, but it's off the backboard. Kenny pops it in front. Scarth is in trouble, but here comes Drippe back off the ramp. And the stealing handled by Scarth. Well, it was potentially dangerous, but fortune turns to gold for Kenny Salmon, and they're within one.
All eyes are on Kenny right now, especially with this boomer of a clear all the way from midfield. Finds the spot in net. He realizes the break in rotation, knows there's a chance, and he just clangs it all the way down the pitch. That's how it's done. And they have a chance now.
Pass from Scarth was on point. He finds one to Amphis, and it's saved by Deca. Drippe looking for the clear route. Fury have awoken, and the beast looks scary. Amphis on the back wall. Pick it up high. Cringe Society trying to cage the beast. Kenny Salmon and Amphis, and they're doing well right now in the final seconds of game 2. Scarth flips over one. He's still with control. Drippe next to handle it out against the corner. He got bumped out. Kenny Salmon wants the challenge, but he loses. Drippe with no boost wins another challenge. Time expiring, and now Amphis has to do this in the sky. Can he find another challenge? Huge clear down the pitch. Cringe Society, can they kill the ball? Kenny Salmon will keep it up in the air, and now still live here for Drippe. Trying to carry it down. Oh, that ball stays up from Deca's touch. Kenny Salmon's there, but Torsas Aware up quickly. Amphis can't catch it, and Cringe Society survive the end of game 2 for the tie series.
My goodness, it was so close, even to the last touch there. Fury, so tenacious on the offensive pitch. I mean, this has been a really big turnaround. I think so far in that game, it just exponentially rising for Fury. And I think, Kenny was really answering a lot of these calls. And like you talked about the pass from Scarth there and that huge booming counterattack clear. I think that, Fury, if they can continue that momentum forward, and then you can't start out getting locked out from Cringe side. I think that's where they really started to mess up, was they really just ended up getting red a lot of the times on these clears. I mean, most of these goals here from Cringe Society were just off of those reads from the clears, where they were really just getting a great result from starving out the opponent and forcing them into one direction. So I think for Fury, you got to have at least a bit of a different mix-up when it comes to how you're getting the ball to your own defensive end.
But as soon as they fixed those, they were just those little mechanical whiffs where, one was kind of unfortunate positioning off the kickoff that you tried to handle best you could. Other than that, Fury, when they shorted up on defense, they started to look threatening. You saw the Kenny to Amphis connection down the field.
Oh, yeah.
From their own half was looking more and more dangerous as time was ticking down. And, I think for Fury, it's, Turtle, like you said, those little mistakes, and that only comes with another game set 5 minutes 0-0. Because we're all tied up here. This next game decides series advantage, and it has turned in to quite the bout between Cringe Society and Fury. Kenny Salmon will start it off with a high kick against the backboard. Scarth wants to pass to Amphis, and Scarth's passes have just gotten more accurate, I feel like, as the day has gone on. He has looked pretty good today, and I know that Yummy was talking about it, I believe, in the pre-show or one of their pre-games. It was a good save there from Amphis. Scarth actually on the turnaround. He went for the demo, couldn't get him. But then he steals the boost away. A lot of value for Scarth on this carry. I feel like he's really stepped up this weekend so far. Scarth has looked good, but how about Deca? Looking great.
The new pickup on the team receives a great clear from Drippe. You can see Deca was just so much faster than Scarth.
Wow.
And I think in that situation for Scarth, you just got to rotate back.
Definitely tough. With how you were roaming around the pitch there, almost felt like you could do no wrong winning those challenges. You get the boost, you figure, all right, now we can close the gap. We can really start to put pressure on Cringe Society, and they've been able to do so a couple of times. But it's Cringe Society who come away with that transition goal. This is something that it haunts Fury. They lose on the transition, and they have to fight back. It's killed them in series past. Today, it's looked cleaner, but against Cringe Society, it has certainly been a struggle. Drippe downfield, looking for that next touch. It's going to be delayed a bit. Shot going to come? No. Torsos playing it out to the corner. And now Amphis will work to try to carry this out, but it's Cringe Society locking down in midfield, keeping up pressure. Deca forcing the challenge out to the corner. Amphis downfield for a transition, but Drippe slows him down.
Yeah, and if you're a Fury fan, you don't want to be seeing them getting locked in on their own defensive end, because I think that passive play style really kind of bit them in the leg there earlier on, last game at least, where they were just getting red on all their clears. So far you can tell that they're trying to push their defensive line a little bit forward into the midfield, where they're getting in front of these clears. But then even that first goal from Cringe Society, where they just outpaced them, it left a wide open net. So for Fury, you just have to be faster these balls and make sure that you know that you can outpace that challenge and when to commit.
Scarth will take the option, and then Deca will have a long clear on the save. Not the best touch from Kenny Salmon. Potential double touch on the board, and it's saved by Amphis. Coming off the top of the goal. Now coming across the back wall to get the clear. Defense holding up here for Fury as they move back to Cringe Society territory. Amphis slowing the ball down in the corner. He'll steal the boost on his way out. Deca managing the clear best he can. And now Amphis has the ball again. Massive clear for Torsos. Almost a goal, but Kenny getting back in time. Well, Fury are constantly having to push the ball back from their own back wall. Maybe they get a chance here in front of the box as they're back on the blue half.
This defense is just evolving, though. Out of Cringe Society, I've seen, so far these clears. Torsos getting in front of a lot of these great passes, too, from Fury, where it seems like nobody's going to be able to put themselves in that passing lane, but he just comes out of nowhere, even off the ceiling, gets in front of it, and even on the defense, look at him. He's stalling out. He just passed 2 opponents there to let his teammates do a little bit of passing here. That's beautiful, and now they can go on to look to starve out the defense of Fury. So this is just getting better and better.
Oh man, Amphis had all the control. Scarf had like dove in. He's like, I got you, Amphis. Amphis is like, no, bro, I had it. The Scarf ended up missing it. It was just a little funny moment, but we're back in it. And Fury still unable to find the back of the net. And potentially dangerous situation. Scarf and Amphis connecting, but play broken up by Torsas. Yet again, 5 shots, but the guy you want striking, Amphis, he has 0 shots on net, has been unable to find anything in front of the box. And look at all this space, and then just a booming pass. Deca with no boost, he'll just collect. And now we're in about a boomer ball. Amphis will win a challenge, maybe a chance here for Scarith. Just kind of stomping Torsas midair. Yuri almost getting caught out on the rotation again, but now they're gonna try again here. Scarf,
double.
One more touch for him, maybe, but it stays in front of the box, and double commit by Cringe maybe gives Kenny a chance at the ball here. Lining it up, Scarf in midfield. He'll have another chance at a pass, Kenny will. Uh-oh, Deca, no problem, he's got it, but Amphis hunting for Scarf, taken away by Torsas again. It is a panicked, controlled, chaotic defense. And transition back to offense. Deca's shot gonna be high off the crossbar, taken back down again by Kenny. Do Fury have one more chance at this? They kick the ball high off the challenge. Amphis is there in front of the box. The shot is denied off the post and out. Cringe Society takes series advantage.
Fury just taking swing after swing at the defense of Cringe Society, but they struck out multiple times. And at this point, I'm wondering, what's it going to take to break down this defense of Cringe Society that I said it's really been evolving this whole series. So I've loved the clears. And while it feels like sometimes we're playing a bit of boomer ball, I love the fact that Cringe Society know where the space is to just completely boom the ball downfield. Because a lot of times you'll see teams, get these huge, massive clears, but then it's right into the hands of the other team. But so far for Fury, since they've tried to be a little bit more aggressive with their defensive line, Cringe Society are taking advantage of that, and they're just booming it behind them, which will allow them to keep going forward, even if nobody's on the other side. So Cringe Society, a step up in defense, a step up in shooting, and so far a much more controlled game from them, even though they've been more on defense.
And I mean, that's kind of the thing we see with all these top OCE teams. I think they tend to favor these, they tend to favor boomer ball. Let's go for a hard downfield pass, try to make a challenge happen. And, if we win it cleanly, cool. If we don't, then all right, next man, get up there and, slap face onto the ball. That's why you see so many dominances in OCE, man. They respect the power. And it's worked out well moving down the field. And I think that's why the transition looks so fast and deadly from some of these top teams at times, especially Cringe Society with, Drippe, Deca, and Torsas. I mean, all these guys just are trying to be so speedy at the ball, going for these long, hard passes high. It's fun to watch sometimes, but then, sometimes you get locked into ping pong where, we're just slapping the ball half and half.
Yeah, but I mean, it's almost like a attack that works out depending on which team is ready to play that boomer ball, because the series started out with Fury being more defensive and waiting for those clears and playing more boomer ball and, I guess instigating that role. But now, I think that Cringe Society, they've been really catching them off guard with their pace of those clears. That first goal that we saw in the last game was actually off of a great clear that went over the heads of Fury, and then the speed from, I think it was Drippe on the receiving end of the clear. I'm not sure who it was on Cringe Society, but they were able to just beat them out in the midfield, and then the goal was left wide open. So I think that Fury, they're not playing into the boomer ball more, and that's what's catching them off guard, because I kind of like that passive style where they would explode on their own defensive end. So maybe push that defensive line back a bit more and see if you can counter this Cringe Society clears, especially from Torsas, who's been doing a great job. I think he's been, definitely an MVP of the series.
Amphis also needs to find a way to get more involved on offense. He wasn't able to generate any offense for his team. And I mean, he's had a lot of trouble in midfield against Cringe Society. They've been the one winning a lot of these midfield challenges. So Fury, it was a close one. but not close enough, and now they'll have to fight just for game 5. Kenny over to Amphis. That connection has been a strong one in this tournament so far. They're going to need to rely on that strength in order to keep going. That was a very dangerous whiff from Amphis as it rolled off the crossbar, and almost lucky that it's not 1-0 right now.
Whoa.
It's almost 1-0 anyway as Deca just lasers it out. Almost another one. It's off the crossbar. Torsas has got no boost, and now Dripe's got to keep it in play. Cringe Society looking for a goal. Another challenge in front. And now Fury are desperate for a clear.
That's frustrating moments there for Deca. I mean, he had multiple chances. Here's another one here. It's his third one so far in this game alone where he's had a chance to put it on. If you can find the accuracy with an Amphis off the post. Does he have the angle? Scarth is there for the finish. And it's a beautiful counterattack here from Fury.
Now, Amphis, he caught Dripe, and Dripe was trying to figure out how exactly Amphis was going to approach the ball, but Amphis, at that point, he's already got him beat clean. And then all Scarth has to do is put it on target, and it's easy that close. Big goal for Fury to start. Torsas off the ceiling, has a pass maybe off the back wall. He does to Dripe, who just slips it right in.
This is even more of a frustrating goal. I mean, they just came off of a counterattack here for Fury. And I talked about it a couple series ago. You're most susceptible to getting scored on right after you actually score a goal because you're so confident. You don't need to worry about it. And that's when a lot of these double commits will happen because everybody just wants to go for the ball, assuming they're going to win that challenge. And Cringe Society take advantage of that.
Optimistic defense, Turtle.
Yeah.
It is the bane of many a player. Torsas. Get his way out over to Dripe. Torsas going to carry this again. It popped off his dominance. May have been a threatening play for Torsas if he could have held on to it. But Cringe Society will keep possession here. As again, you're going to see Fury go for these long, hard clears. And if no one's in midfield to receive them, it'll just be a turnover every time. This time they connect with Amphis. But it's these quick passes downfield. Kenny hopping on top of a challenge. Cringe Society back on the defensive half.
But it's a lot more optimistic, though, and I think it's a better defensive clear, at least gameplay that we've seen out of Fury. I mean, we just saw Kenny finally start to connect with Amphis, which we basically didn't see at all last game. And that's something that they need to really carry on to this series, and they thrive off of that connection. So as long as you can keep finding Amphis on the other side of the field, if you're Kenny and play into that boomer ball mode, I think that you've really found yourself with a lot more space, as Amphis has almost the whole field to do whatever he wants. He goes off the ceiling, has the shot on net, but it's saved out from Deca.
And Kenny puts another one, but it's too close. Another shot from Amphis to commit from Cringe Society. Torsas actually got down in time, mitigating those effects, but guess who still has the ball? Fury. That's a dangerous ball in front of the box. Torsas makes it a little safer. So Deca will get another clear. The Scarth is looking out to the side, and Kenny forced back. Now another shot. Oh, it's wide. Cringe Society chances on net squandered. And now they're forced back. Torsas not expecting that hard of a touch coming off the side wall. But again, the push dies past midfield here for Fury. And they're back on their own half.
Yeah, and I get scared every time, we see somebody from Cringe Society push up there. There's a lot of counterattacks starting to go in. Here's one from midfield. It's put on target, but Torsas is there for the clear as they move out of the defensive end. A lot better and a lot smoother than what we've been seeing out of Fury.
Cringe Society are trying to take advantage of that space with a couple of these carries, but it's slowly just become a bout in midfield for possession. Deca just bangs it off the back wall. Dripe. Nothing for him as Kenny attempted clear only into Torsas, and Amphis forced to play it out back to the corner, but he can't get back to it. Kenny Salmon next up on the rotation. Easy merry-go-round for Fury. But they cannot spend any time in the blue half. They get to the corner and it just comes right back to them. And now they're back to managing clears as Amphis is just blocked out by Deca.
Oh, the
Deca
fake.
fakes one to beat with Kenny. Kenny makes the save for now, but can he get back to it? And he can very cleanly. We'll carry it back out to midfield. Who win another challenge? Amphis is there. He can't find the read. Cleared out by Torsas. Looking for Dripe. Dripe shot is blocked by Kenny on the rotation back. It is just a tug, pull, flowing back and forth between both of these teams. Neither willing to crack.
And this is such a fun series to watch. And if you break it down, it feels like it's almost a defensive 1v1 between Torsauce and Kenny. But then Drippe, he's here for the finish off the pass from Deca. The defense finally breaks, and it's off the 50s.
Oh, Deca straight up body 2 defenders to get that goal out to Drippe. Straight up impenetrable. He didn't move off both those challenges. So Deca again proving how massive of a pickup he's been.
And there's 20 seconds left. I mean, he's just made of iron with those 50s, Jorby.
One more chance here for Amphis. Will Deca crush their dreams again? Will Drippe feeling speedy in the air? Deca next in midfield, kills more time. High ball. He's got Amphis. What a shot! Amphis, the absolute airstrike. He blew them apart.
What a counterattack from Fury. The best shot you could ask for. Amphis is there. He receives that pass, puts on a powerful banger into the upper corner. That's how you pull off a counterattack. Oh my goodness.
Powerful is a weak word for that shot.
What?
That was pinpoint, pixel perfect. And that is exactly what Fury needed to get this overtime. Amphis, who better than your striker to put in a clutch goal when they need it? But now they're back on defense to start overtime. Can they carry the momentum? Or will Cringe Society finally put a stick in it? Here's Deca downfield. He's got the pass, but the block there for Amphis. Torsauce kicks it back up to Drippe. What a win. Huge miss. Amphis, the slow bounce. And it'll be tough to get out for him. Cringe Society with the ball.
That's what we're waiting for. That counterattack with Amphis on the other side, unyielding with that shot. But now look at the touches from Cringe Society. They're not letting down. They're not frustrated. It's not in their head yet that they threw away that lead here to take away the series as they continue their passing game. But the 50s out of Fury have been so strong. Both teams really picking it up. And again, that passing out of their defensive end, moving down the field, it seems unstoppable, Jorby.
Yeah, but Fury, they had all pulled off. It's like you can do a 3-man passing play in your own half all you want. You still turned it over. And now we're back on the blue half. Torsauce attempted clear, looking for Drippe, taken away by Scarth. Every touch crucial at this point. If you're Fury, you cannot waste any touch as you move out downfield, because one more goal in your net is your last in the winter semi. Scarth drop it in front, and now it's a turnaround. Potential here for Drippe around the corner. But Kenny Salmon answers the call on the challenge. Here's a tee up to Amphis.
Flip reset.
Amphis still the touchdown in front of the box. Can't break through Torsauce. Kenny Salmon wants a setup, but it's only for Drippe. And we are locked here in overtime at 2 minutes apiece.
Boost becoming so much more valuable, especially with how back and forth this series is. In this game particularly, I mean, it's counterattack after counterattack. It's almost like these teams are being so respectful of each other. They're letting them take a shot, saying, you know what? Put a shot on net. We're going to save it. We don't even care about your counterattack, and then we'll respond with one of our own. So at this point, which team is going to break? Which shot are we going to see that's replicating that power of Amphis?
Will history repeat itself just like it did in the regional final? Can Fury pull this out? Can they give themselves another chance? Or will Cringe Society score? Torsauce sends them to the winter final.
Off the crossbar indeed, Torsauce. He finds that one spot off the opening, and it wasn't a counterattack this time. It was the possession that broke down the defense, the starvation. They were taking the corner, Bruce. That's how you get it done here. And it's not off of your own defensive end. Cringe Society, they pick up the pace, and they do it with fashion. I'm surprised they managed to bury themselves out of that hole that they dug, throwing that game there in the final seconds, but they fought back and took the series.
Hard, powerful shots is what defined this series between Cringe Society and Fury. And some of the speed we saw coming out of midfield. That shot from Amphis, you know, you don't get much more accurate, powerful shots, you know, in any region. It was beautiful. It was just a beautiful shot.
I mean, there's few shots that we can classify as a hyper beam that James Bach created, that classification. That was definitely one of those that you can just put in that category of being a hyper beam. That was insanity. But Cringe Society, I mean, they picked it up, and with those little passings back and forth, they're able to get some solid counterattacks, and then eventually something broke.
Well, coming up next, it is the rematch. It's going to be Ground Zero versus Renegades. Will Ground Zero finally get over this hump, or will Renegades continue to be the kings in OCE? Find out after the break.
Rated E for everyone.
I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Welcome back. You're watching the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman. We just watched Cringe Society 3-1 Fury to move on into those winter finals. Gibbs, this is, I guess, the fast-paced action we expected there. Maybe got a little bit closer than they would have wanted coming into that final game with that overtime goal there, but they still get the victory.
Yeah, my one question was, how is Amphis going to play? Will he continue his MVP-like performances? And honestly, throughout that series, I thought he played extremely well. You know, led the team in goals, led the team in assists. I think on the defensive side, there were some small mistakes coming out of Fury. And the problem is Fury is a team that loves to play a lot of defense, and it kind of cost them here or there throughout that series. But that Game 4 goal by Amphis was a beauty. But on the other side for Cringe Society, they didn't panic once that goal happens. They get the overtime winner. And again, like I think all three players played really well. It seems like Cringe Society is at least the third best team in OCE right now, and they want to make a statement for going even higher.
And even in typical Cringe Society fashion, they start off slow and they adapt throughout the series, clean up some of those mistakes. Very important considering they are this brand new trio together. But, you know, looking at Decker, I feel like he's starting to fit in quite well already with the team.
And now, for Cringe Society right now, Yummy, based off what we've seen up across these two matches, they've only given up one game in their series across with 6 wins. Do you feel like this is an okay that they've had a bit of a slow start and then ramp up through the series? Or is that something that they're going to want to start cranking out faster and earlier in their matches?
Obviously, if it was, I guess, some tougher competition as such for them earlier on, then it would have been important, but they've already had that start. They've had 2 series now. The thing is, they go into tomorrow where they may need to reset all the way again. They need to start quick tomorrow. They need to find their way. Even if it's just adapting mid-game, rather than what it feels like is that they're adapting after the game happens, starting to talk about and say, okay, let's start to play a bit more rotational, spread out a bit more. If they can get it in the middle of the game, we might see them make the comeback and win that first game and then use that momentum through the series.
We get that third-party perspective. Why don't we get the first-party perspective? Because on the line is Torsauce from Cringe Society. Welcome to the show, man. Congratulations on the win. And I'm just going to keep with the theme of generic how you feeling question today, because I think it's a good thing just to get your mindset. So how you guys feeling with your gameplay today?
Well, it could be better. It was a bit close. Rather just 6-0 it. But yeah, glad we just got the wins out of the way, because I feel like we were thinking we wanted both wins pretty comfortably and get like top 3 for tomorrow.
When you go into that game 4 where Amphis scores with 2 seconds left and you have about 10 seconds to regroup, go into that overtime, who takes control of the comms at that point for your team?
I think all of us, we're very experienced players. I've been in that situation a lot before, so it was pretty calm. It was yeah, we'll just get an overtime, and I hit a bang.
Bang.
First off, you're looking very kawaii today as usual, and you've tried out Decker before. You tried out Decker at the end of last year, the beginning of this year, before this season, and you just opted to go with Spy Doge instead. So why are you going with Decker again? I'm pretty sure that's a permanent change, right?
Yes, it is. We're going with him because we didn't have the best season, obviously. Getting third to Fury is unacceptable, really, for me. So I think Decker's gotten improved a lot through this season. I think we can be, obviously, we're pretty terrible at the moment. With a lot of work, we can, I think, be very good internationally and in OCE.
I like the subtle dig with just masked with high expectations for yourself. I mean, you got to have those goals. It's extremely important, I think. But you guys are doing good so far. It looks like most goals, at least the goals you would have for day 1, since it's the best place you could find yourself on day 1, are met. Now, someone obviously has to meet you guys in those winners finals, and I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are. Do you think it's going to be Renegades, or do you think it's going to be Ground Zero?
I think it's pretty up in the air, because Renegades have always, well, this year have been up very questionable on game day. They've always win when it's no pressure, but they they lost all their series in league play, which is when it actually matters. And Ground Zero, I think, very consistent. I don't think it really matters who we play, but I think that'll be a very close series. And I think Smash whoever comes out of it anyway.
No fence sitting. Who's going through? You have to be right or wrong.
I think Renegades are the better team, but I think Ground Zero should.
You did it again.
Oh my God, I did.
That's fine. You know what?
Okay, Ground Zero win.
Ground Zero. Okay, cool. We have it here. You heard the prediction early. Torsauce, thank you for making that prediction. Good luck in your matches tomorrow, and congratulations on your wins today.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Torsauce, I think, would make a great politician, Yeah. He's on the fence about everything, not really giving an answer. Perfect way to go about it.
Yeah, I think he'd actually probably fit up here pretty well sometimes. But anyways, we got to talk about this next match. Let's see if we agree with him on his Ground Zero pick. Obviously, he is right that it is going to be a close series. This honestly could go either way. It wasn't wrong. I just wanted to have some fun with him. But Ground Zero is his pick. Yummy, do you believe that they have that consistency through today? And do you think Renegades are going to choke under a bit of that pressure?
Well, Ground Zero definitely have the consistency. They've played really well, not just today, but throughout the season. And that's been why they won the regional championship, why they won this season, just purely off always performing to a certain standard. The thing is, when it comes to Ground Zero, they've also always lost to Renegades. They haven't yet been able to beat them. And so I actually do think that Renegades get the slight edge for me over that. But of course, I was 100% correct. It should be a close one.
Gibbs, I'm just going to run that same question by you here. I mean, Renegades have some pressure on their plate to perform because they've obviously not been hitting the expectations they wanted to through league play. But Ground Zero came out super strong swinging earlier today. But even they feel like they should be playing better in this series.
Yeah, I think game one's really important. Both teams came up pretty slow. Renegades obviously got the big comeback, the 3-0 comeback to win their game one. Ground Zero went to overtime in their first game. But I think the big advantage for Renegades is that they had a better warm-up. They played Mind Freak, a talented team, basically top 5 for OCE, while Ground Zero played a lot of new faces that are coming back into the scene, and that was an 8th seed, a team that they're expected to beat. They thought they were playing a little bit slow, but that sometimes happens when you play that opposition like that. So I think Renegades had the better warm-up game coming in. So I think that's actually going to help them and just narrowly edge them by Ground Zeroes here.
And for Ground Zero now, again, Yummy, he just said they haven't, they didn't have the best warm-up. It was relatively easy for to get through, and maybe that's why, they looked like they were playing so good, is because they just had full control. Do you think it's going to be an issue if they can't get that control right off the bat here, if Renegades gives them a little bit of trouble at the start, or do you think Ground Zero has what it takes to really turn around? Because it's only a best of 5.
I think Ground Zero definitely have the strength in their passing, like Jules said earlier. And against Renegades, they are a really in-your-face team. They are a really pressure-based, challenge-based team. So they're going to struggle if they purely rely on those passes. But assuming they play their normal game and take some control themselves, we also know that Renegades, similar to Cringe Society, have the tendency to overcommit sometimes, play a bit too aggressive in these situations. So, there's different win scenarios for each of those teams. That's why it's really close. Why in last week's Rocket League Oceania and ZAC tournament, it was a Game 7 overtime. But on top of that, that was with Renegades getting a 1-game advantage in the upper bracket. So realistically, it ended up 3 apiece in that as well.
Yeah. My key player here got to be CJ. He didn't really ramp up until game 4 versus Mind Freak, but I think that's a good sign that at least he did ramp up at some point during that series. Had a weak first 3 games. So if he's playing well, if he keeps that momentum going, I think Renegades will take it.
Yeah, and that's also been with CJ the reason why they've got this 17 series win streak. My opinion is that throughout league play, the first half or so, CJ did not show up. He wasn't hitting his shots. Towards the end of the season, he started really popping off, having great performances, and was a major factor of, taking Renegades to that extra level. We didn't see it earlier, but if he does it again, that's why they're going to be so strong.
You guys know the spiel. Get on Twitter and use that hashtag RL Spring Series because we have another winner's side match. One of these teams is being dropped down to the lower bracket. Is it going to be Ground Zero Gaming or is it going to be Renegades?
So here we go. We have got ourselves a spot in the top 3 available. It's Ground Zero Gaming against Renegades. And for a lot of people, Johnny, they will look towards these 2 teams and say, these are both in potential for top 2 in the whole region. So them meeting here could mean an awful lot later on in the tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at the favorites according to the analyst desk in Renegades, but then, I think after taking a closer look at Ground Zero, you're having to remember that they've got pretty impressive recent results as well. I think that whoever wins this will go on to be the favorite for this tournament. But like Yummy said, it's all about CJ for Renegades. Can he pop off? Is he going to show up? Ground Zero seem to be, the consistent performers. Do Renegades peak at the right time today?
Here we go. We've got ourselves into game number 1. Best of 5 in this. We look to see the infield pass over to Jules. Just slightly misses the front of his car. Kami back over to Sticky. They're just trying to buy for a little bit of time here. Trying to ease into this series. Both teams relatively comfortable on their journey through to this semi-final spot. A loss here certainly does not make you comfortable for the rest of the tournament. still trying to find some way out of their own side of the field. Renegades pretty much trapped at the moment, but they finally get their way out. CJ gonna slowly follow, leaves it for Sicky. We no follow up on that challenge, however. Now, it's been a relatively tame start from both teams, but that's on target. Sicky caught into action. Very quick reactions from him because he wasn't expected to be the next player on the field.
Yeah, both defenses being tested early on in game one. So far, all tests have been passed. We're seeing a lot of aggression off the ball by Renegades. I do want to see more of that from them. It causes a lot of chaos in the blue end of the field. Ground Zero Gaming at the moment are handling it, but they're going to need to be on awares for this entire series if Renegades can keep up this pressure.
Express powers the ball downfield. CJ's not going to be able to carry this too early. And he's actually put it in his own net. Express gets credited for the goal, but this is out of nowhere.
You know, these two used to be teammates for quite a long time. Somebody needs to remind CJ that that's no longer the case because he's just put the ball in off Express's pass. And what a terrible start for Renegades, just like Yummy said on the desk. They need CJ to show up today. And although he should be scoring goals, probably better if he does it in the other one, the blue end of the field.
CJ, pretty well noted so far, just for... He's one of the very typical good week to week, struggles during the big moments. And this is one of the biggest moments he's going to have to take on. Express has got his second, a bit more deserving this time around of getting credited.
Great reaction there by Express, noticing the weak spot in the Renegades defense. He took a quick look what was ahead of him, saw nobody ready to defend the backboard, and sent the ball quickly into that position so he could follow up. And an uncontested double touch. Still, even if you do make the right call in that spot, it's hard work to get that shot on target as quickly as he did. Full credit to Express on that play.
Here is CJ. Got Sicky to aim for. That is a perfect pass. Sicky wasn't ready for it. Managed to thread it right through both defenders. And is there an opportunity that Renegades are going to wish they had back? By Doge. Looking for the midfield. He's got Jules over the top of one. Sicky's going to have to try and win the challenge as Jules almost landed on the ball. Half the game gone here. Currently 2 goals to the better. It could change very quickly. Spy Doge forced to turn himself around. Got to deal with Kami. Express wins the challenge well. It's that third. A third goal should put this game out of reach. I've already seen 1 3-goal comeback today, but those are very rare. Don't let that fool you.
You know, what we've seen so far is not the close series that we've expected. A couple of blunders for Renegades have really left them with nothing to show for themselves so far. Meanwhile, Frenzy or Gaming are the ones who are popping off. Oh, there we go, finally! A goal goes in for Renegades. We saw a similar pass from CJ to Sicky earlier that failed to connect, but this time, role reversal, they put it into the goal.
Yeah, CJ just offers that level of aggression that Sicky needed to provide earlier on. 2 minutes left, 2 goals down. Why not at that point? And the lead is cut in half. Ground Zero, you have to be very wary now of every single attack that comes their way because the offense has looked better from Renegades. They're transitioning smoother. Now Kami could find Sicky. He's going to be up for a second shot off the backboard. CJ with a follow. That is a great read by Jules. Not only takes the ball, but managed to get the ball to the other side of the field. CJ just passes the ball onwards. Could have done a bit more further up high, but that is going to be a shot on target. Nope, not quite. Express makes sure that that's just guided away from the net. Don't want to take any risks at this point. Minute 20 on the clock. Renegades out on the hunt. CJ can't get a shot without it being blocked either. Good bump afterwards. Here comes Sicky. Puts it in off the post. 2-goal comeback is accomplished.
That's a clinical finish by Sicky. Couldn't reach the open net earlier. Well, that's a much better effort. Top corner. Leaves the goalkeeper no chance. This is really worrying now for Ground Zero Gaming because earlier on in this game, you know, we saw that one mistake where they let the ball come across and they were not punished. Well, now every single infield pass is going unanswered. They really have to try and tighten these holes in defense. So Renegades are finding a consistent way through.
Oh, but here could be the part of Renegades that's so scary. They can cause calamity on both sides of the field. And they almost catch themselves out of the double commit. Still, game up in the air. Next goal is crucial. Sicky's going to follow this one up, but that is a bounce that very much follows for Jules. Very low boost to his name, but there's some of that calamity should have been turned in.
And, you know, we haven't seen much in the way of effective defending by either team so far, but a lot of that can be contributed to the fact that the boost hasn't really been there. Oh my goodness, that's another own goal. A little bit less fortunate than the one earlier, but still very preventable. What on earth is happening in game 1?
Well, Spydoge tried to recover, but that one is all on Jules. Went for the aerial, completely whiffed, and Renegades have turned this game around, and they haven't even required overtime to do it. When they were 2 goals up, I did not expect it to be ground zero chasing with 15 seconds left.
You know, like I said earlier, it was worrying when we saw the ball go across their box uncontested, and it was only because Sticky missed it that it didn't go punished. When that keeps happening again and again, though, it becomes, you know, more than worrying. It's just a real problem, and the defense has just not been there. That's going to be another goal for Renegades. What a crazy game 1, where, you know, Renegades started off with an own goal and some pretty poor defense from them. And then they've capitalized on so many mistakes at the other end of the field and ended up with a comfortable win at the end of the day. 1-0 to Renegades.
And I have to agree with you entirely. It was just entirely those cross-goal passes every single time catching out. Sticky gets himself a hat trick to his name. But for ground zero, I'm gonna pose this to you, especially for the viewers at home that might not necessarily know. All right, where's the mistake coming from? How exactly can that be fixed? What exactly are we looking for when that sort of thing happens?
Well, we saw Express do exactly what you're supposed to do in offense with their second goal that Ground Zero scored this game. You know, he had a look at what was in front of him, and he can see the backboard is wide open, and that's where he sends the ball. Now, we saw Renegades do a similar sort of thing for most of their goals. They were just looking for weaknesses in the positions. They were trying to spot where Ground Zero were vulnerable. And, you know, they did a fantastic job capitalizing on all of these plays, all of these mispositionings that Ground Zero have in defense. And, you know, the hesitation in certain positions definitely caused problems for Ground Zero as well. They were second to a lot of those balls that were very, very close to the danger area. And if they want to play that style, you know, they're gonna, you know, they're playing with fire really, because you got to get rid of that when the ball's right in front of your goal like that in a strikeable angle. You can't just leave it there uncontested. You got to get out there and get bodies in the way of it.
I think the very interesting part as well about infield passes, especially from that close to your net, is that defensively, it can sometimes be a gift. If you can read them, if you can predict them, if you can position for them, it's very easy to try and intercept the pass. And by that point, you've already taken 2 players out. You could have got the third man mispositioning. There's opportunities to take if you're ground zero, and that's something that Renegades are trying to do. But they've got to spot them first.
Yeah, absolutely. This series for me is really going to be won by the team who can, you know, make their defense somewhat effective, because we didn't see, you know, too much defending in the last game, at least effective defending. So one of these teams can get organized, can sort themselves out, and can really try and block all kind of attacks, and they're going to probably win this one. But hey, doesn't look like that team's going to be ground zero game, because once again, a very simple shot's just going to find the back of the net. Javi this time, with the accuracy, you notice that there's just really nobody back there. You know, the biggest weakness you can have is just leaving your net wide open when a shot's about to go off.
Yeah, we've seen 5 goals now uncontested by Renegades, put into the back of the net. Unfortunately, none of them have really required that much sizzle. Very simple so far. And Ground Zero want to take this. If they want to start building upon that regional championship that they've got to their name, they're going to need to start producing a performance better than what they're currently providing. Spydoge gonna keep this one up as Express has annihilated everyone. That is so much better by Ground Zero.
What a play by Express. He catches 2 out at the back. And, you know, when Cammy had already committed with a flip there was nowhere else for him to go. Express was right behind him. Spydoge puts it in to the open net. Second open net we've seen this game. And that one had a little bit more going on off the ball than the other.
Cammy now for the flick. It's not overly powerful. Spydoge would be happy to see that just drop towards his net. Express gonna try and chase. Picks himself up plenty of boost, but he's got to try and read from Sticky. He's done well with it though. Ground Zero look rejuvenated all of a sudden. Cammy is going to try and pass along. Sticky's going to probably be second best to this. Still offensively heavy. CJ needs to win the ball. He's got it twice. That's so crucial for his team. They can now start to reset.
It looks like it's going to bounce quite favorably for Ground Zero. They have to be careful walking into those blocks, though. CJ's always going to be air dribbling down onto that ball if he does get one touch and stays with it. Well, let's see if Ground Zero can defend against an attack. Yes, they can, but, you know, they left a lot to be done there. Jules had a shot, you know, straight at him. If that had gone top corner, they had no answer again to yet another Renegades offensive play.
And Renegades just keep piling on the pressure. CJ puts his team back into the lead. And offensively, Renegades seem to be popping.
Yeah, it's a great pass by Sticky. Notices CJ recovering in the forward corner. And instead of shooting the ball, which he could have done, decides to pass the ball off to CJ instead, who was in a further, more advanced position. Ground Zero Gaming, they just cannot read the Renegades offense, but hey, they can read the defense. What a dunk by Jules. He's denied the clear quite beautifully on this play.
Can't read the offense at all, but can read that block. Jules gets us back to 2 each. 4 goals scored, 2 minutes played. And in this series, it seems like offense is king.
Yeah, the defense really has struggled. Like I said earlier, there's been some factors that have contributed to that besides defensive misplays. We've seen some really, really nice passing from Renegades. We've seen some great solo plays out of Ground Zero Gaming as well. Express really causing problems. But you know, with a chaotic game like this, it's really up to the defense to just take control. Really just, you know, take a moment to bring the ball down, get behind it, try and look for the good clear. Oh my goodness, it's happened again, Shogun. Kami with another open net from his own half this time.
I swear we saw this last week. It's just open net after open net, and quite frankly, it's pre-RLCS goals that we're seeing. Just blast it and see if there's no one left back.
This is what happens when you have a really brilliant offensive team going up against a team who are just not paying any attention to the incoming threats. You know, both teams at times can be criticized for doing that in this series. Goals are just flying in. It's a great one to watch for all the neutral spectators, but man, fans of these two teams must be shaking their heads and thinking, what on earth is going on? Because there hasn't been really any calm plays. Oh my goodness, what is happening?
The fans that are going to be the happiest out of everyone right now are going to be the Cringe Society fans. As this has been all over the place, and so is the offensive plays. You know, it has been chaotic, but it's been chaotic great right now for Renegades.
And some of these goals are really well struck. That's a great finish by Siki, and the pass as well. Absolutely on point. It's just hilarious to me that they can execute on a play like that and they can't score an open net with 2 people. That really tells you all you need to know about this series so far. This is mad. We're only in game 2, but Renegades running away with it now. It's another great chance. Kami's up for it. He's decided to turn off ball, come and fly after Spydoge on that play. Spydoge gets rid of the danger.
Siki back over to the corner. Ground Zero still chasing for 2 goals, and they've not got long to do it. Jules needs to get the ball under his own control first. It seems like every single time they're too close to the play. 2 players now committed. Spydoge can try and control this one. Passes over to Jules. Jules off the backboard. Open net! And that is well worked.
More great passing. This is some phenomenal display of team play by both teams. And that's a great beat to the ball. Really, Kami had no option but to close that down because a shot from that range would have been almost impossible to save. And Ground Zero, they found the way through again. This is a really good display from both teams of how to exploit defensive weaknesses and how to work the ball forward, create chances on goal. That's really all you can say about it. You don't want to look at this one if you want to learn how to defend against a top-level offense in the world of Rocket League right now. And like I said earlier, if a team can step up defensively, they're going to dominate in this matchup because both teams are just leaking so many goals, and it doesn't look like either team is going to drop off an offensive quality anytime soon.
They definitely seem very comfortable once they get the ball past the halfway line, but it is quite literally a tale of 2 halves. Sticky looks to try and take control, fakes out Jules, but Jules will not be fooled, and now Sticky's put his own team into a bit of trouble. Remember, Ground Zero only needed 1 more to try and force an overtime. Got to try and get the ball transitioned first. By Doge, almost rammed straight into Express. Huge demo though. Off the ball, it's going to make the rotation even more difficult. Jules can't quite find the block. Time ticking down now. Spy Doge tries to take control of the ball, but it's a heavy first touch. Express to Spy Doge. Both him and Jules are up. That leaves no passing options, even if they got to it. Express scrambles to keep the ball alive. Sticky with the follow. He's won the challenge well. It's going to be so much work required, and they simply cannot do it. Renegades up to match point.
Well, what a series this has been. If you're just coming here today hoping to see some cool goals, you've definitely had your quota from this series alone. Really impressive redirecting and passing by both teams. I was also really impressed by Express early on in this one and game one as well, making some solo plays happen against a team of this quality. Definitely difficult to do, but what is going on in defense? I can't really understand the lack of control, the lack of composure. When you see the plays that they're able to make offensively, you would never expect that same team is the one that's struggling to read as simple things as hard clears, long shots that really at this level you never expect to see go in.
Absolutely not. And I would be very curious right now to see whether or not we can get a team that can just look a little bit more comfortable in the lead, you know, make the adjustments required when you actually have that advantage, because right now it seems like both teams have just blocked out what the scoreline is and are just playing unlimited time against each other and just trying to see, you know, what are the goals we can score against each other in this amount of time. But you've got to have a little bit of discipline in certain situations, and we're not seeing those adjustments as the time ticks away.
Yeah, I think there's two things to notice about the defensive styles that we've seen today from Renegades and Ground Zero Gaming. Firstly, the lack of composure. You know, there's been so many panic flips, and there's been so many players so eager to get forward into a more offensive position when really they should be hanging back and trying to think about what the other team are trying to do, stopping them from having any success in their play that they're trying to make. But secondly, I don't think I've seen a force 50-50 all game, all series long. Everybody's looking for outplays. Everybody's looking for big plays on every single touch. And sometimes it's better to just take a more conservative approach. But what I will say is that with how many goals per game we're seeing, I'm not going to complain. I think this has been a super entertaining series with both teams, and the offensive pressure and you know, the capability to just turn an opportunity into a goal in the blink of an eye has been up there with some of the best in the world right now.
Oh, Jules has to scramble to turn that one right. There's been a few occasions where you just expect a player to make contact and they end up missing it. Express already up, but that is well read by Sticky. He might just put someone through. CJ's going to look to try and pressure, and that is a terrible first touch from the defender. Set him up for the shot.
Yeah, the defender trying to bring the ball into the corner, but you have to be so careful if you're doing that you aren't just passing off the wall to the incoming attacker. It's one of those positions that always seems a lot safer than it is when you're the defender who's leaving the ball for a brief moment. And as usual, Renegades were quick to capitalize. No reward this time for their efforts, though. Longest that we've seen a game go without a goal being scored.
So many double commits as well. Jules looking for Express, who will get there first. That is a good angle he's got on the ball. Sticky has to recover one, can't cover the second. CJ's landed on it. Needs to force the 50. Kami looks to move in. And they've managed to get rid of it. Great defensive effort.
You know, I don't think I should be surprised with exactly what we're seeing on the field today with so many Dominus cars driving around. Not a single Octane. You know, this is what Rocket League looks like when you ban the Octane. Just aerials all over the place. Nobody knows how to defend, but it's really entertaining to watch.
I'm going to see Spy Doge looking to get past Cammy. CJ, continuing the follow-up. Seems like Renegades doing a much better job now trying to control that midfield. Sticky had CJ as a passing option. Might have been better served finding him, but instead we're going to see the prolonged pressure. But Jules transitions over to Express. They've used this backboard so well, hunting for players on the goal line, but that means that they've sent everybody out looking for goals. CJ, he's got Sticky off the backboard. Express scrambles. He gets there on time. We stay at 0-0.
Shogun, it wasn't difficult enough. If that had been, you know, a defended net and CJ needed to hit the top corner on a really fast-paced redirect, I'm sure he would have hit it today. But an open net, not a chance. That's just not happening. Another ball hits off the bar. This is just pandemonium at the moment. Another open net, and now it does go in. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Ground Zero take the lead. And once more, Renegades just panicking defense. They have left nobody in the goal, and they do get punished for it.
I think Ground Zero will just be happy to be on this side of that particular type of goal because it's the side that they've been conceding all series long. As we see the forced lost kickoff by Renegades. They're going to look to try and get this back almost immediately. Oh! Was insane to just get the contact. But now we see Renegades looking to pile on that pressure. They've got to be quick to all of these. They might have to try and get some challenges, which is something that we haven't seen them do previously. They're very heavy on the outplays so far. CJ to Cammy. CJ looks for the demo. It's going to bounce off the backboard. Who's going to be first? Here comes Sicky. Not enough, though. Jules has been very quick on some of these recoveries for his team.
It was nice defending there. The ball just didn't bounce very well for Renegades. It actually hits off CJ as he went for the bump on the goalkeeper. But they've still got some time left in game number 3 here. Ground Zero have played their most impressive game defensively, but they've definitely not been flawless. I've got a feeling that we're going to have some more close shaves and scares before this one is over.
Ground Zero looking to send us to game 4. Need 3 in a row here if they want to move on to the winners finals. The Cringe Society does away. CJ back to midfield. Express found himself very far forward. Has to leave it for Jules. Express back on the ball, but it's very heavy. Spido just going to have to try chasing this one up, but always at a disadvantage. Jules yet again, but that's a double commit. Unneeded as well. 40 seconds left. Express all by himself. That's going to be dropping down. Sicky can't get there, and Express has done so well to stave off the offensive pressure. Infield pass. That's going to be Jules' third save of his. And every single one of them has been required.
Express saving the team there. He was left alone at the back. And he really did a good job to not just get the save, but keep the ball in a relatively safe location. Renegades are piling on the pressure, though. Final 15 seconds of the game. Are they going to be able to find a way through? Looks like the ball's going to stay pretty safe in the corner for the time being. Renegades look for a different angle.
Sicky with CG up in support off the backboard. That's such a crucial touch, though, from Express. Makes Cammy's job so much more difficult, but they're going to look to try and get it done anyway. But Cammy runs out of boost. Sicky desperate to keep the ball alive. Express, though, equally as desperate to kill it. We go to game 4.
Oh, man, I hope this series never ends. Can't get enough of this. 4 out of 6 cars in the same lobby being a Dominus. Honestly, I'd like to see full Dominus at this point. I want to see... who was it? I think we had Kami and also Express in the Phoenix. Yeah, that just needs to go. I think we need everybody in the Dominus for this next game. It's the only way.
We're not going to all maybe a breakout or two. We all know how the breakout players play.
No, this is definitely the time to go full Dominus, Shogun. I've seen what I've seen from this series. If it's anything to go by, it is time to go full Dominus. Have I ever seen a 3v3 with all 6 cars chosen by the players in the lobby being Dominus? I don't think I have. But if there's ever a time for it, it would be today. Ground Zero versus Renegades. It's just been an absolute riot so far.
I think that the big news from this series is not just that Ground Zero managed to take the game, but they took it without conceding a single goal. So, for all the jokes that we've been having, they have improved coming into this game. They look a little bit more comfortable. And if by more comfortable we mean very scrappy, barely holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, relying on CJ to miss a completely open net. I mean, it was a bit awkward. He had to get around the ball. And he didn't have a lot of boost, but still, Renegades, or rather Ground Zero, they held it to 0, but I don't know how. Like, there were so many opportunities for Renegades to capitalize, and the only thing I can notice is that none of them were difficult enough. They didn't have any opportunities to set up those forward passes into a redirect kind of play that they've been slamming top corner all day long. And that's really what they're hoping for. Just make it a bit harder, because these open nets, these clear-cut chances are just much too difficult to put in goal. There's a chance for Jules. 1-0 to Ground Zero Gaming. Once again, they are the hot start team for most of this series in every single game.
I'll tell you what, that is not an easy shot to pull off. Jules perfect on contact. 1 goal to the better, and Ground Zero on the warpath when it comes to trying to force that game 5. And this is a good read as well. Spotted the attempted loss on the kickoff, tried to just smother it straight away. And a few players that have been very capable of that. One that comes to mind very quickly is actually Freaky. He's an awful lot for Veloce.
Veloce.
Oh, okay. You know what? If it wasn't 7:30 in the morning, I'd be more upset at you.
Now, Shogun's probably going to be caught off guard by a lot of things now. We've taken 2 very different routes to this cast. I've actually slept, Shogun hasn't. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you're going to do in the next couple. But doing a great job so far, man. If you weren't feeling awake, this series definitely would have woken you up either way.
As long as you don't ask me what happened about an hour from now.
Well, we have got another 1-0 game. Ground Zero able to keep the last one at this scoreline for the entire duration. Not many difficult saves have been required of them so far. You know, one thing that Renegades have really struggled with this series is just having someone in goal when difficult shots and crosses are coming into the box. There's very rarely someone in the goal to try and cover all angles. They're relying on a full defensive position, formation rather, to cover all angles between all of the players. And if somebody gets taken out of position, it just doesn't work out. Oh, CJ's actually got a goal here. Looks like there was a bit of shenanigans off the ball for Renegades again. Just like earlier in the series, everything does fall to pieces for Ground Zero Gaming. Just when it seems like it's in control. It's like game 1.
Well, you're perfectly correct about if anything goes wrong on the back line, it's all going to fall apart. Nothing wrong with trying to force those mistakes yourself with a couple of bumps. Off the backboard, that's going to be very difficult for Jules to take part in. Instead, he's going to try and harass for a bit of boost, but I don't think they got anything. Jules turns himself around. The next goal is so crucial to this series. As we see a couple of bumps as well, Jules has managed to take out one player. But so far, Renegades just not allowing their opponents to really reach that final third. They've had a couple of opportunities to try and break in, but no major opportunity created. Cammy to CJ. It's just going to be a little bit of a test of Ground Zero. Shouldn't really give them too many hassles. It's just a major opportunity now for Renegades to turn the tables on them, grab those boosts, and lock in as we see the double commit. This has been a major part of Ground Zero that we haven't liked so far.
Well, we are seeing more players just waiting in the goal for plays to develop. This has calmed down significantly. I would say overall, by far the most solid game that both teams have played defensively. You know what's dangerous though is when you do commit players to the goal like that, you leave yourself vulnerable and stationary. So these drive-by demos, both teams have been very willing to make those happen. Just one more goal needed for Renegades to send them into the winners final. Ground Zero still on the comeback trail.
That is gonna be, well, I don't know how much he knows about the second touch off the ceiling. I also don't know how much he really cares. There we go, 2-1, Ground Zero,
wow.
looking for game 5.
Well, that's a great touch by Spidos. Like you said, it was hard to know just how planned that was. It's a great piece of improvisation. When he realized that the ball was going to bounce down towards him, he's air rolled and boosted into it to get a lot more power than the defense expected. And that was another chance. It's off the bar. Ground Zero Gaming could have been up by 2. Instead, they've got another chance to concede, in fact, and it's gone top corner. Sicky with a dribble. And it didn't take long for Renegades to respond.
Yeah, they just saw the chance to try and put this game out of reach, sent 2 players forward, and unfortunately, that left only 1 player back ready to defend against the counter-attack. And if there's anything Renegades have been good at so far, it is finding the player to either bump, demo, whatever they have to do to get them out of the play. That is 2 leads now squandered by Ground Zero. It's a long clear. It's almost on target. And if there was ever a sort of goal to lose it off, it was not that one. CJ with boost. He's going to have to try and keep doing this the other way. See, Cammy was trying to take multiple players out with the demos. It's nervy time now. And nervy time is maybe not where Renegades have shined previously. But right now, they're the team that needs 1 goal to send them through to the next round.
Well, you know, suddenly at the end of this game, it looks a lot like games 1 and 2. That would be good news for Renegades, who ended up victorious in both those games. That's a Nice little dunk there by Express. And the ball's finding its way back into the blue end here. It's difficult for Ground Zero Gaming to get any kind of consistent pressure because the hard clears from Renegades are doing some real work. We even saw flashbacks earlier to game 2. The ball ricocheting off the bar after a hard clear. Late in the game, Renegades have the better position. Can they do anything with it?
Jules, very few options moving up with him. Express was coming in very late. Has a huge demo as well. By Dojao. Kami is a passing option, but couldn't quite be found. Instead, he's going to give an option for his team just to start moving back. Jules going to have to do an awful lot of work to try and turn this in. He's unable to do it. That leaves the last chance to Renegades off the backboard. And it's in! Renegades move to winners finals.
Unbelievable shot by Kami. And what a goal to finish off. One of the craziest series that we're going to see all tournament. And you know, it's a perfect ending as well for Renegades. They scored so many goals exactly like this one today. So many perfect passes, perfect redirect combinations. And that one might be the best of the bunch. Kami absolutely nails it on 0 seconds right into the top corner. And man, what a heartbreak for Ground Zero Gaming, who started so well in so many of these games, but just really couldn't keep their composure. And they had no chance against these wicked passing plays and aerial combinations that Renegades were able to put together in clutch moments.
No, absolutely not. And I think the good news as well for Renegades is that, you know, whatever mistakes they had today do kind of look like one-offs. I think they'll be able to shore those up a little bit more when they do take on Cringe Society. But even better news for them is that is tomorrow. And they have now also guaranteed their spot in top 3, which is pretty much where they'd expect themselves to be at the bare minimum. So, you know, lowest requirement now achieved for them. But for Ground Zero Gaming, they are about to enter the shark-infested pool of the lower bracket. And it is going to be a very difficult time to keep yourself afloat.
Yeah, we'll see more of them tomorrow in the lower bracket. But, you know, coming up next on the stream will be lower bracket matches that do result in the elimination of 2 teams on the day. So come back right after this one if you want to see those. Don't go anywhere. Me and Shogun will be back right after this break.
Rated E for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Spring Series. I'm your host, Leaf, and alongside me is Gibbs and Yummy, and I skipped the Rocket League in that title because I'm not sure if that's what we just saw there, Yummy. This was chaos.
Well, it's not Rocket League, and it's not the Spring Series either. It's Autumn, so I don't even know.
It is Autumn for you, okay.
That.
Welcome back to Oceania.
I don't know what happened in that series. I've never seen such a crazy series with so many own goals, so many defensive mistakes. It felt to me like some mistakes happened. You know, CJ missed a few balls early on. Same at the other end with Jules. And all of a sudden, the trust was lost. Everyone was playing as if it was ranked. It got really crazy. And the game plan became, let's just go for demos and hope for the best.
Yeah, that was the one positive I felt like for the Renegades, that they were picking and choosing their battles to go for those demos at better times. And sure, there was a lot of wide open nets on both sides of the field, but I think Renegades forced more wide open nets than maybe on the other side. This series, though, was something special. I'm not sure if that's a good special, but it kept me awake, so I'm happy about that.
It's the strength of Kami as well. He's always been the player with the highest demos this season, last season as well. The player in OC with the most demos. He's been very smart about it. On the same note, expressed that same thing. So it's not a surprise that they went this crazy direction.
Yeah, no, it was just even off to a rough start. You know, we saw Ground Zero again come off looking really strong, but you even mentioned it before, Yummy, that was they didn't have the strongest of warm-ups. You know, this was, they kind of breezed through, so they didn't have much of a challenge. Renegades had a much better warm-up or first round series that got them into the semis here, so they came in a little bit stronger. The chaos still ensued here, but now to actually talk about that match and what exactly went on, we have CJ back on the line from the Renegades. Now CJ, he's already shaking his head. What happened?
I think we should just forget today happened, and we'll
just skip it. Go tomorrow,
and we'll just go to tomorrow, and yeah, that'll be that. I'm not sure, to be honest, Leaf. Obviously, I channeled my inner turbo in game one, and I think that I just created a flow-on effect for every single person in the lobby, and it got us the win. So sometimes you got to win ugly, but I think the own goal helped us in the end. So there you go.
Do you think it was trust issues when the mistakes happened? Were you struggling to, I guess, it looked like you were struggling to communicate properly, or a lot of double commits. Was there a reason for that, or just an off day?
Definitely just an off day personally. I think it just flows on from that. There starts to be a bit more panic, I guess, in the comms, and then you see the Ground Zero playing a little bit more panicky, and then you're starting to question whether they're going to hit the ball as well, and then we're doing the same thing on our end. So it was a crazy series. It's definitely not what I expected. I thought this would be a nice, clean sort of usual game against Ground Zero, but it was just bumps and whiffs. So welcome to OCE.
But at the end of the day, it can't be that bad of a day because you guys just took down the regional champs and you're guaranteed top 3. But the demo game, is that planned versus certain teams to be more aggressive versus a team like Ground Zeroes, or does that just kind of happen with game flow?
I think obviously we try to incorporate it into our attack, but I know that GZ are probably the heaviest demoers in the region. I know Express is he's an absolute minefield. It's like playing Minesweeper when he's on the field. So I think that we just try and give it back to them, because obviously if they do demo us and they start getting boost control, we lose that pressure. So it's more just, giving it back to them, and, hopefully we can score a few goals from it.
Now, of course, we talked, it was a bit scrappy there, but you do hold the rightful spot for a clap back against Jules. You heard that he said this wasn't going to be like playing kids, but it seems like, it might have been. But you got the win, and you hold the position for a shout back. So you got any words for him?
Look, I was pretty much playing for Ground Zero that series. So if it's 4v2 and they still can't beat the boys, then what do they got? So I'd like to see them in the grand final, but we'll have to see what happens. I'm having to score goals for them and they're still not winning the game. So we'll have to see what happens. But good luck to Ground Zero. I know that they have a better showing than that in them, and I think they'll come out strong tomorrow.
And CJ, good luck to you as well, as you are now sitting in the winners finals against Cringe Society for tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us.
I hope he's able to score the open nets tomorrow.
Well, he did on his own net. So he's just got to do it the opposite way.
The open net wasn't the problem. It was the side of the field that he was on there. Anyways, this is a good enough time, as we just mentioned, the winners finals, to step back and take a look back at the bracket and just see what point we're at right now, as we are heading into the lower bracket there, where 6 teams totals, but 4 teams we're going to see today, and we are going to send some people home here. Just as the flow moves on, I feel like, Gibbs, this is kind of what we're expecting.
Yeah, this is basically chalk. I think we had some revenge games that went the opposite way with Cringe Society over Fury and Renegades, beating Ground Zero. Not really revenge in the case of they just didn't get a chance to play them through the regional championships because they didn't make it. But I think this is what we mostly expected, especially after the Invitational last week. This is kind of how it went. So these teams at least are being consistent about it. Maybe the gameplay isn't what we expected, but the results are.
And we do have Ground Zero now down as probably the big monster of the lower bracket. The teams are going to have to verse just for a chance up against the loser of Renegades and Cringe Society. So, I mean, obviously there was always going to be one of the top 3 teams down there who would have a chance to knock you out. But now it is, I guess, the regional champions there ready to knock everyone out on their way back up.
Well, let's talk about those knockout matches, because again, our next 2 matches to end off day number 1 for the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series is going to be the good, the bad, the ugly versus Canberra Havoc. Someone's going home here. Their journey ends on day number 1. The question is, who's it going to be? We saw both these teams play earlier in the upper bracket. And between the 2 teams, they only got 1 game off their opponents in their series. So it's, obviously not the strongest showing from right off the bat, but they've had some time to sit, reflect. Yummy Cheeseman coming into the series. Who's kind of got that upper hand?
I don't know. It's a difficult one. Obviously, the good, the bad, and the ugly have, I guess, that new roster coming in, but so do Canberra Havoc. Well, Canberra Havoc more experience. Either way, both of them had pretty poor showings at the start. If you thought the last series was good, this one should be even better.
So the one positive for the good, the bad, the ugly, they did play Canberra Havoc last week in that Invitational. They swept them. They scored 10 goals in 3 games versus 3 goals for Canberra Havoc. So it's a good sign, but you got to do it again. And we have seen that so far throughout this weekend. It's been very similar to that Invitational last weekend, but it's a lower bracket. Things get a little bit more interesting because the teams are usually a little bit more inconsistent. So we'll see if the good, the bad, and the ugly can figure it out. They played well in 1 game, at least in their upper bracket run, where Walcott put in 5 goals. So if he can continue that offensive pressure, they should have a good chance here versus Camp.
And I have to remind everyone how big of a deal this is for OCE. There's $50,000, sure, but it's on the Rocket League channel. And these guys, they don't have many chances to really showcase themselves, even inside the top 8. So a win here is important. If you say you made it into the top 8 and you lost every series, that's painful to come out of the bracket like that. But to at least get 1 series win, to put yourself in the top 6, that not just gets you that extra $1,000 which is big for this region, but also makes a statement saying, okay, next RLCS, we're much more of a shoe-in to make it into that top 8 to start our journey to Worlds or our journey through that huge prize pool as well.
And not only that, they get to play on day 2, right? They get to reset. And who knows, a brand new day, maybe day 1 didn't go their way, but you just never know on day 2. And then again, that's another primetime day that you can look forward to with scrims and practice and all that, and then go into day 2 and see what happens.
Someone's journey ends on day number 1. The question is it going to be the good, the bad, the ugly, or Canberra Havoc? We're going to find out in just a moment, but not before you guys get onto Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. We love to hear your thoughts, but without further ado, let's jump into it.
As the desk said, this is an unprecedented opportunity for a lot of these players here. The biggest stage many of them have played on before. And Johnny, for both of these teams, it's win or it's go home.
Absolutely. This is where, they have to show up. We did see, a few promising signs from them in their winner bracket matches earlier today, but unfortunately for them, everybody would safely agree that this is where they, definitely deserve to be and belong after losing, pretty comfortably in, the upper bracket matches to start off the first day of competition here. But, I have to go with the good, bad, and the ugly. Like Gibbs said, they have a very recent win over this Canberra Havoc opponent. They just trying to replicate this. If they can do it in as confident of a fashion as they did last time, this should be a walk in the park for them today.
For Canberra Havoc, it has been all about just trying to recapture the magic that took them to an RLCS World Championship tournament. But ever since then, it just hasn't quite been there for them. They haven't been able to string together the same sort of results. As Steve looks for the duck. That is well saved by Caveman. Just looking to see which team can really step up first. These are, both teams taking on opponents pretty much more to their liking, as that is a coast-to-coast goal. And Johnny, I feel like we've seen that one before.
That's a really impressive pass there from Outlast. I don't know if the good, bad, and the ugly had any idea that that was coming, as they're moving up, ready to pounce on that clear, when suddenly it's a pass in defense and that goes right into their goal with no time to react. That is exactly what Canberra Havoc need today. They have to start playing like a team. They need to start passing the ball like this, and then they'll have a pretty good chance in this matchup. They've definitely got the skill individually, and they're going to keep on playing like that, though. Keep the mentality in check. Okay, stay on top of this one from the get-go.
Some good passing plays coming out from both teams. And I'll see one of them coming out from GBU. Caveman forced to move back. Steve, well challenged. That's going to be a loose ball. Outlast ends up whiffing it. That could be offense over. Instead, now it's GBU on the transition. Steve looks incredibly uncomfortable, but just takes over the top of Walcott, gets it away from Misty. We see whether or not they can turn this one around, but it was so slowly played. Steve on 0 boost that everyone is now back on GBU. It's going to be a little bit more of a task now to really open them up, but they're not the team that needs to open up right now. 1.5 played. GBU still the team that needs a big opportunity. We see some bump plays. Now Outlast off the infield pass, and he'll score it.
And check this out. We are getting to see some great team play at GBU. This time it's Steve for the drop down to Outlast, who's easily able to convert on that chance. Before that, we saw some brilliant defense by Steve. He was in a 1v2 position, and he didn't just get the save. He got the clear ball and really left his team in no danger at all. This is a totally new look for them today. Playing very solid. It's a bit of an unfortunate bounce though. Outlast will send it into the corner. GBU still looking impressive in game one.
Yeah, that was a very slight misstep from them, but I think it shows a good part of their play as well, that they do leave somebody available for the worst case scenario, and it could very well be what we're seeing now. Leduc able to help out his team though. Very much stuck in the trenches, but he provides the shovel to get them out.
It was a very nice read there by Leduc. He just knew the touch was going to be awkward, as Outlast couldn't get a good clear in that position. He was first on the scene. I mean, in that spot, you just have to play exactly as an attacker would, but then miss your goal instead of scoring into it, and that's exactly what Leduc did. Another good pass from Steve. Outlast puts this one off target. These passes from GBU, or from Canberra Havoc, sorry, really been the difference maker in this matchup so far.
Yeah, it seems to be coming out of nowhere. And they've connected the majority of the time. Walcott can't get the ball any further than the duck. They need to try and get something going here. That time is not going to be on their side. Another big booming clear. Steve catches on the half volley. He can look to chase. This is not the sort of speedy transition that GBU want. Cannot afford to get locked down here. Steve controls the midfield. This is just textbook gameplay so far. And probably the most controlled that we've seen from OCE so far today.
Yeah, what a change up from the last series we saw. Top corner shot for Misty. Will open the scoring for GBU. It's another great passing play. Walcott with his ceiling pass. Look at that positioning by Misty at the back post as well.
Yeah, just outplayed the defense. Caught them in the one spot that they couldn't quite cover. So far, we've seen Havoc being very solid so far when it comes to darting across their net for last-second saves. That one far too well placed, though, to get to, and now we only have a 1-goal difference to lead with. Outlast, not the greatest touch from him. Leduc's going to have to try and take over. Caveman didn't want any of it. I think he could have very much done with trying to force the challenge. Walcott got infield options, ends up leaving it off the backboard. Steve now has to try and follow, and he'll be happy to see that Misty wasn't quite ready for it. Misty was up there. That was going to be a race for the shot.
It was nicely dealt with again by Steve. He's got a chance to shoot. Caveman gets in the way of that one. Just under a minute left for GBU to come back. Although we're seeing a couple of missed touches, mishit touches from Canberra Havoc. Overall, they have played a pretty well-rounded defensive game here. That's a nice save by Walcott. Outlasted a big shot coming in off the right-hand side wall, but there's 40 seconds left. They still lead by 1. Just need to keep an eye on their defense right now. Oh, what a shot by Outlast again, but that's saved by Walcott. Once more. Wide open, though, for Steve, and he puts it in off the bar. The pressure was just too much, and as soon as that demo came in on the goalkeeper, there's no one left at the back. Steve converts.
Yeah, you know Walcott didn't want to go diving for the challenge if it was a regular circumstance, but time's ticking away from them. He's going to try and get himself the block. And the demo as well contributed to just having nobody back. For Havoc, this has been textbook. They played the time. They forced pressure on their opponents. They forced them to try and play a little bit quicker than they'd like to. And they've managed to reap the rewards for it so far. A long series left to play. Outlast can't quite win the challenge. Leduc with the follow as Misty just played it far too early. So gauntlet throw down here for GBU. They would like nothing more than to progress to the next round, but they face a very tough test.
Yeah, this is an impressive look in Canberra Havoc today. We wanted to see team plays from them in the pre-game. And that's exactly what we got in this first game. It wasn't just that they were passing the ball effectively. Their movement off the ball and their communication of that movement had to be spot on for these passing plays to work, because some of them were being hit completely blind downwards and very, very close to each other. If they can keep that up, they're going to be a very difficult team to read offensively. But they need to, just take their time with it, exactly like they did in this first game, not go overreaching. Because this wasn't a terrible display from GBU as well. There were moments where it looked like they were starting to read the plays and they were starting to get the interceptions on many of them.
Yeah, it just seemed like Havoc had a little bit better of a time with the fundamentals of Rocket League. They were just in great positions all the time. They were reading the plays ever so well, knowing when to aggress, when to stay back. It's going to be up to GBU to see whether or not they can now start putting players up, because maybe one or two issues just like the lack of an option for them. We're seeing a lot of GBU being forced to 1v3, and with the way Havoc are playing right now, it's going to be very difficult to pull off. So I'd be very curious to see how far are they willing to commit that second man, and whether or not they can actually pull off some plays to bring them into the offense.
Yeah, Misty got the only goal for them in that first game by positioning way over on the far side of the field at the back post and just stuffing the goal right into the top corner as soon as it arrived on the scene. That's exactly what you need to do in this matchup. You have to look for the space. You have to look for the positions that the other team are not going to see, and then try to put the ball in that spot. That player is already there and waiting for it.
We are in now game number 2. Canberra Havoc looking to try and put themselves onto match point. They automatically start off the infield pass. And it is, as you said earlier on, Johnny, those are blind passes. They don't know where the rest of the teammates are. That one was under the assumption that Leduc was going to be in the offensive position. It's good to see, but it's something as well that we can see caught out and used as a defensive tool to try and escape.
Yeah, funnily enough, it's usually better for the player who's in the middle, who's waiting for the pass, to call for it, because they've got more of an idea of whether or not the pass is a good play to make in the position. Oh, nice recovery by Steve. 1-0 to Canberra once again. They've just dominated the solo plays in this spot. Outlast wins a 50-50, and he just locked up the incoming defender, so the challenge wasn't even available to them. Really nice play off the ball again.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that looks so simple when you first see it, but just the little things in play off screen make the big difference, as Misty now misses the ball off the backboards. That could have been so costly. They cannot afford to go 2 goals down again. When they put the game beyond them last time, there's another infield. Leduc finds Steve. But this time around, and this is something that we didn't see from GBU last time, is they were actually a little bit more wise to it. They were spotting it, and now they get a passing play of their own.
That's a 3-player play. Walcott just looking for the last defender as he recovers from the Canberra half. And now that leaves the net wide open for Caveman. Nice little conversion there off the wall. Made sure to hit the shot hard enough so there was really no question whether or not it would make it to the goal. You've got to give both teams credit. The passes have been excellently executed so far.
Gonna be slotted right underneath though. And that is just pure quality on this shot. Steve, beautiful setup. Leduc keeps it going. Outlast tucks it in nicely.
And you know, it's that weak spot in the backboard again. There is no one up there ready to intercept that backboard touch, either the first one or the second one. And the selfless plays continue to come in for Canberra, who are, you know, passing up and shooting opportunities over and over again in favor of looking for the passing option to bring that third man into the play.
This is what I really like about when a team does almost overemphasize the passing plays, is that it starts to offer a level of hesitation on the defensive side, because now you've got to start looking around. Are they shooting this? Are they passing this? How much can I cover both options? And the answer usually is that you can't. You've got to commit to one. And it's just a 50-50 guess at that point as to whether or not you got it right.
Yeah, you just don't have enough defenders. You don't have enough players on the field in Rocket League 3v3 for a defensive approach to ever be advantageous. Obviously, having solid defense is necessary as a foundation for any good team. But it's the offense that really makes things happen. And check this out by Walcott. What a landing on the ball. Nobody was able to predict that one. Just a great recovery. Leduc just didn't see it coming.
Walcott's play to his own backboard looked so scruffy. It's very rare we would advise any player to take the ball that looks like it's rolling to the corner and play it intentionally up to their own backboard, but Walcott made it work, and Walcott has now got his team back into this game.
Yeah, the fact that Walcott didn't look entirely comfortable in that play played into their advantage, in fact, because that's why the challenge came in from Leduc. He thought, okay, Walcott doesn't look like he knows what he's doing here. He looks like he's out of position, or might be. So I'm just going to go for this challenge, and that's when Walcott hit him with the recovery. Oh, what a landing by Walcott now. Leaves the net wide open for Caveman to take a shot, and it was Misty, actually. Look at this. He just lands on top of Steve. There is no way that Steve can make the near post save.
This has got to be so frustrating for Havoc. They were in the lead just a moment ago, and out of nowhere, they find themselves trailing. But for GBU, this is such a far cry from the last game. They have not played half bad in either of them, but they're getting the results they want this time around. 2 minutes left to play. Are we now starting to see some cracks in Havoc's gameplay? They were immaculate in game one, but this time around, they're being caught out by some scrappiness. Need to find a way to respond. Walcott. Second touch from him. Looks to keep following it up. Right off the sidewall. They're being available for both teams. Gonna drop down. Leduc leaves it for Outlast. Looking for Steve. Steve just goes up to try and put the Caveman Ben off. But he wasn't quite within the peripheral enough, and Caveman Ben didn't flinch.
Walcott's been defending fantastically for the past few minutes here. Every time the ball's bouncing off the backboard over his head, he's got the read and he's got the ball under control as well. And he's able to transition into the other half of the field, at least now for Hammer. They've not been caught out of out of position and underestimated what he can do in these spots. They are showing necessary respect to these backboard reads by GBU. Where are the passes that we saw earlier? We're seeing a lot of backboard attempts from Canberra Havoc at the moment, but nothing's working out because for the time being, GBU, they've got that covered. They've got someone up there ready to intercept the ball before it bounces and then get it to safety.
Oh, that is a very scary pinch, though. And when you've got a minute left, you start to wonder, how are we going to break this defense down? How are we going to get ourselves back into the game? And sometimes a goal can just fall into your lap.
I was giving some praise to Walcott at the other end of the field. I think he defended really well, but that's such a huge mistake to try and play a 50-50 at that angle. A lot of people will look at that and think, well, that's so fortunate for Canberra. The ball's just gone straight into their goal from a 50-50, but experienced players will know that that's just too dangerous of a position to be looking for a challenge like that. Walcott maybe thought he could beat Steve to the ball, but clearly that wasn't the case.
You feel really bad if you work so hard to give yourself a lead in a game that's so important to you. Just to hand it away that easily can always be a real shot to the gut. Steve, great block, but it's going to be a long time for his follow-up to come in. Leduc's on 0 boost. It's also going to mean it's a long time for him to recover. You can already see he's going to take a while to get back, and that leaves a completely open net. GBU have regained their lead.
And Canberra Havoc have just completely lost composure here. They threw everybody at this ball. They wanted to get possession back. I mean, it did look like an opportunity perhaps to try and make something happen. But to go at the ball in risky positions like this with your last man with just 15 seconds left, definitely questionable, and they might be punished for that unless they can get a late equalizer.
Outlast into the midfield, but it's easily intercepted. GBU tie us up at 1 game apiece. And Johnny, I feel like I'd have been more impressed with this performance from both teams if those last 2 goals didn't exist.
Certainly, the last 2 goals of this game were the ones that could have very easily been prevented, or at least more could have been done to prevent them. But overall, both teams have been quite conservative with their play. We're not seeing anybody overstaying up front, waiting for a pass to come to them. The rotations back are pretty much immediate on every single play. And both teams, they're being forced to score goals against defended nets, which is something we didn't really see in the last series that we watched in the upper bracket. Goalkeepers are being put to work here. But GBU get the little comeback, and it didn't look like it was going to go their way early on in this game, so credit to them for stabilizing and taking advantage of a few slip-ups by Canberra, who have underestimated the recoveries of GBU and Walcott in particular on a couple of plays in that last game.
Now, one of the things I've actually noticed this series, which is very different to what we see elsewhere. I'm going to use Dignitas as an example here of typically when we see them try and transition the play, they usually have someone on the wall, either side, try and pass it from the goal line to the player on the wall, and they'll use that as their clearing option. For these 2 teams, that's been reversed in a way, and I haven't seen it that often, where they often try and go from their own corner, from the wall, pass it into their own midfield, like from their own side of the field, and use that as the transition instead. It's been very curious. It offers plenty of double tap opportunities and long clears, but it's also something that can be intercepted. I'll be very curious to see if either team can start positioning a third man to start going in for those and just taking players out of the field. As here we go, Walcott has got GBU rocking and rolling. They look to continue from the last game.
And a 50-50 went in their favor here, but the reaction was just not there. Outlast and Steve both ended up in no man's land between a save and a challenge. But really, you've got to split the tasks there. One person needs to pressure the ball, one person needs to stay near the goal. This is more likely to happen after a kickoff than any other time of the game. Perhaps. You still don't want to see that, especially when everything's on the line like this in the lower bracket. And everything was going so well for you in game number 1. It's fallen apart a little bit at the end of game 2, and now the start of game 3 for Canberra.
Outlast. On over to Misty. Good demo on the goal line as well. And Caveman has to put that one on target. Feels like he was caught into the play just a little late. Steve's got a heck of an angle to hit.
Oh!
He very well will.
That is just as good as any of the redirects we saw from Renegades earlier. He's way above the goal here. He just slots it in with absolutely no issues at all. This man's been practicing his training packs. You can almost guarantee it.
That's one of those ones that, there's no real pressure on him from any player. And that almost makes the shot harder sometimes. Where all you know is that, everyone's going to realize if you missed the open net, no matter how difficult the shot actually was. But he absolutely nailed it.
You want your open nets to be more difficult, I think, because then you're not as expected to score. The pressure's not really on. He can just get in the flow state there and, really make the play happen exactly as he wants. Well, you don't want to take anything away from him. It's still a great shot, regardless of all the ins and outs and all the mental factors that went into it. We wondered, would we see stuff like this in the lower bracket? We expected the chaos at the back, the chaos in defense that we saw earlier, but man, we are getting rewarded with so many great goals as well. Steve once again with an absolute banger to the top shelf.
And whichever one of these teams moves on is going to be a real threat to whoever they come up against. Not just in the next round, but potentially for the rest of the tournament. They've been incredible so far. Both teams on the offense have been so deadly. Steve can't quite get the ball over to a teammate, but he's definitely got plenty of pressure now for his team. Leduc straight down the middle. And Steve can clear that one. Needs to get a second touch. Misty already over, and that is a very dangerous challenge from Leduc. Almost sets up Misty. I'm very happy to see that one go off the post.
Wow, Misty just didn't believe there that the ball was going to bounce downwards. You could tell that he was thinking about it, but with the ball coming in that quickly, has to be a hard read. There's no chance to sit back and react to it. Just missed out on the opportunity. They do still have time, and they're able to use the time at the end of the game in game number 2 to come back and then win it. Here they come again, barreling forward with all 3 players. Still a chance. It's easily saved by Outlast. Nice little half flip into the corner to take control. And we're looking at Steve again. Can he get a hat trick of Scorchers in this game? GBU looking for one of their own. That's a nice challenge on the infield pass. And like I said earlier, we haven't seen too many of these interceptions when the ball is coming infield for either team. So that's very promising from Canberra defensively as well.
Speaking of things that we haven't seen too much of so far, I feel like I haven't said Misty's name nearly enough so far this series. I think if there's just one player that I want to get a little bit extra out of as we see the passing play, Walcott and Caveman almost combining to create another fantastic opportunity. Steve's over the top, actually, and that could just roll in off the post, follow up, and there's Caveman again.
It's a nice pre-flip to set up that shot by Steve. Completely caught the last defender out of position. Really Duck's bounce shot's going to go wide. You know, Canberra, they need to calm down here. They're very close to scoring on a couple of plays there, but they have to just accept it hasn't happened, and now they've got to go back into midfield play. There's been no real opportunities for GBU to punish them there in the moment of hesitation. Now here's one for Misty, but his shot's lackluster straight at Outlast. He's always going to be the favorite to get the save in that position. Need to see more from GBU. They have to really go for these plays with absolutely no hesitation. Couple of chances for Misty in this game, and both of them have gone away from him.
Backboard, Walcott looks to control. Hasn't got many options up in support. They can't afford to concede one here. Minute left, that could be a death sentence to this game. Infield pass, Caveman, he's got it on target, but Outlast gets there on time. That was an incredible passing play, followed up by an equally fantastic save.
Yeah, it wasn't just in time, it was at the perfect time. If he arrives any earlier, it might be awkward. It could be behind him, but Outlast just covering all angles there. Oh, Caveman's been bumped mid-air out of his double touch. That was a chance, and it still is a chance. Outlast being forced to do quite a number of goal line saves just to hang on in this game. Still just the 1-goal lead. There's been no third from Steve to make it a bit more comfortable for Canberra. They've got more defending to do before game 3 is going to be over.
That wasn't the best touch away from Outlast. At least make himself a crossfield target. Last opportunity here now. They've got to get something going. It's off the backboard. Leduc over to a wall that already has Caveman on it. But Havoc have taken the game, and Havoc are now 1 game away from taking the series.
In a way to bounce back from an ending of the game previous to this one that really wasn't very clean from Canberra. They had a couple of mistakes and cost them that game too. It would be very easy, especially in the lower bracket, to tilt and to just lose this one. But Steve just really playing out of his mind with these shots. Just 2 goals on 3 shots from him. No shots for Outlast or Leduc this game. So that's how you win a game. Just taking the 2 real chances that you do get with both hands. And you know, on the other side, we had GBU, far more pressure, but the saves from Outlast really kept Havoc in control right until the end.
Yeah, I feel like in a series where both teams are operating so efficiently on offense, Outlast could be a major difference maker here. He is positioning so well. He's not getting overexcited by any of the plays. He's not overcommitting to anything. He's exactly where he needs to be when his team needs him to be there. And as we saw in this game, how big of a difference that can make. Outlast, he might be what sends Havoc through to the next round, but 1 more game needed.
Yeah, he's got to keep his composure. There have been a few moments in this series where he's, panicked, tried to read a bounce off a wall too early and ended up missing it, or, really not reacted well to a player coming at him. But in this third game, he put on a great display. He was very calm in a lot of situations where he was the last line of defense and really quite isolated at the same time. And that's what you come to expect from players with that one's background. They know what to do when they are the only defender, because they've been the only defender for so many hours of competitive play.
Certainly does give you a very different mindset and a very good way to try and figure out how to get out of a panic situation. Here is Walcott, and I can tell you what, the way he's been playing recently, him being on the ball might be the panic situation for his opponents. It's a great little tap down from Misty. Caveman couldn't quite get there in time, and now Steve looking for the backboard. He's actually put it off the wall. That's going to be incredibly difficult to read, and everyone from GBU was committed, trying to make sure that nobody was going to follow it up.
Yeah, I love that pass by Steve. Using that diagonal wall means that the defense, they have to attack the ball faster. It's going to bounce away from them, so they don't want to be playing catch-up, giving the offense too much of a head start on that read. You know, double commits are more likely to happen. It did happen on that occasion. Luckily for GBU, they made good contact on the ball. But look out for the passes from Canberra. They've been on point for pretty much every game in this series, and that's a nice save by Steve. Misty's shot was top shelf. He had a couple of opportunities last game. That was a better go at it, I'd say. Game number 4. But every time Canberra come forward, they're looking threatening. They didn't need many chances in the last game in order to get the win. Got to keep an eye on them at all times.
And Caveman Ben with a huge miss. Steve takes his time, looks to force something magic. He couldn't quite do it. I feel like he just had too much time on the ball, gave himself too many options and didn't commit to any of them.
Yeah, he just didn't get the first touch that he wanted. He was trying to pop that ball above himself so he could fly after it, maybe even ahead of it. Get a demo on the last defender. But when the ball ends up behind him like that, there's really nowhere to go. He had to slow down his flight, and by then, more defenders were coming back into the position. It was really all over. So on that first touch for Steve, who was captain clutch in the last game, he's missed a really good chance there to put Canberra on the brink of victory.
Especially when he did have one player up in support. Could have just really forced the challenge, get him into it, but it's something that they can worry about another time because Leduc is on target. Forces Walcott to come in. Both teams going back and forth with chances, and Steve was unchallenged the whole way.
Well, that's the first touch that was missing on the last play. Completely nails it this time. Look at that flip, mid-air dribble to keep himself going, to accelerate the ball mid-air. And no one was ready on the goal line because of the pressure that was being exerted by Canberra off the ball. 1-0. We are poised to advance in the lower bracket.
Misty was it straight down for Leduc, well read by the offense. But Misty has to get more contact with that. And is that the goal that books a date between Havoc and Fury for tomorrow?
Yeah, just not the clear angle that Misty wanted. He's just really passed the ball straight towards Leduc in that play. Needed to keep it closer to the wall, needed to keep it closer to himself. Really anything except the angle that he did go for would have been fine. And look at this from Outlast this time, 3-0. Just like the last game, they are proving to be such a clinical force at the end of this series. Outlast with a brilliant shot there. Full volley as the ball's coming down, and he still slaps it on target. Just as easy as you like. You know, they were already looking like the favorites to advance. Now, it's even more so.
Outlast looking to try and make it 4. Walcott for Misty. If they're going to make this comeback happen, they're going to need a goal very soon. We've seen Havoc get slowly and progressively better at holding on to these leads as the series has gone along, but that is a dangerous tap down, and Steve wants to make sure that it was on point to come in and swoop away the danger. And this is the annoying play. Outlast, very smart, takes it away from where any player could be. Just shaving away second after second off the clock. Walcott leaves it. It could be on target.
Oh.
And if they're going to make a comeback, that's not a half bad way to start it.
That's a very interesting outcome here. Walcott initially flew up for the ball, but decided that it would be better to go for Steve after realizing that he was going to miss it. Nice little adaptation there with a shot from Misty. It's one of his best ones so far. A late game chance, perhaps, for the comeback to be possible. Well, with how well Canberra have played, it doesn't seem likely even now. Will they be able to hold on to it this time? They did end up misplaying at the end of game 2 and losing that one. But this time they've got that 2-goal advantage. They had the 3-goal advantage. That's the great thing about putting yourselves in these positions, is you're allowed to get outplayed once or twice and you're still looking good to go forward.
And these long clears hurt every time you see it. This could hurt even more. Misty has to get there on time, but every long clear you see is at least 8 seconds shaved off the clock. every single time you see a midfield challenge win. Probably an extra 4 on top of it. Outlast needs Steve to come and help bail him out. Everyone was committed to this. There's nobody back. Steve looks to finish it off. Pop up over the top of the keeper. A little bit of an overplay, but 2 goals to the advantage. Not going to be overly worried about that.
Yeah, it was a good pass opportunity there for Steve, but he forgot that the defender was about to respawn. Walcott had just been demoed, and he ended up spawning at the far side of the goal there and intercepted the pass with ease. I like the fact that Canberra haven't gone all in for that play. They haven't sent 2 people really far forward out of position. They've already got the 2-goal advantage. They just need to let the clock do the work for them here. And that really speaks to how they've played this series defensively. They've been bailing each other out of trouble extremely effectively. Whenever something does go wrong, there's usually somebody ready to pick up the pieces and helping out to get these clears that they need when they're under pressure, and to prevent mistakes like the ones we saw in the previous series in the upper bracket between Renegades and Ground Zero from resulting in goals, because everybody's got full faith in a defender to make a difficult touch.
So 3 goals to the better. That is going to be it. Fury, the task is set for you tomorrow. As Havoc looked very much a dominant force in this game. Very much a dominant force in this series. And the question is going to be whether or not they can continue that form tomorrow.
Having to deal with some of the other offenses that we've had on display in this tournament will not be easy for this Havoc roster. They played a very reactive style in this matchup, and it's worked out because GBU just didn't have enough threats. Their shots just weren't quite good enough, so you could afford to sit back on the goal line and save those shots after seeing exactly where they're headed. Will that work against the better teams in this tournament, the more scary offenses? That remains to be seen, but overall a pretty good result on the day for Canberra, who have advanced in pretty comfortable fashion here and look good while doing it.
Yeah, and I think, the sort of opponents they'll find in the next round, the Furies, potentially, even beyond that, those are the sort of ones that a team like this isn't necessarily expected to win against. This is pretty much the minimum now acquired. Everything out here now is just a little bit more building, a little bit more prize money, and a little bit more confidence as you head forward towards a new RLCS season. So for Havoc, they'll be very happy with how this has played out. They'll be very happy to beat, one of the other teams that looks to be coming up and coming. So this is great for them. And what is even better is that after this break, we're going to have even more Rocket League action. It's our last game of the day. You're not going to want to miss it.
Rated E for everyone.
No more patience when I'm feeling low.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You are watching the Oceanic Rocket League Spring Series. I'm your host, Brody Leafex Moore, and alongside me is Gibbs and Yummy Cheeseman still here. And we just watched our first elimination match, and Canberra are the ones going to be victorious, moving on to face off against Ground Zero in tomorrow's series, as this is a 2-day event. And that was a little more laid back. We didn't see as much chaos that we had gotten from that winner's semifinals there, Yummy.
I feel like that would be impossible for it to be as chaotic as that previous series. It was much cleaner. Overall, there were some good passes as well. And I honestly like to see Outlast felt like he was way more part of the team than what we saw earlier in the day, where he was going for a ton of solo plays. Now he's got some good passes, and Steve just found these really good shots that won them. I think it was game number 2 single-handedly.
Yeah, that game 1 pass by Outlast where he's going for a pretty difficult save where there's a guy like in his face, but he takes the time to just pass it out to his teammate to get a big clear and score that goal. That's what I knew. I'm like, all right, these guys have got this. They had the defensive passing going early from Outlast. And again, we were even joking about the first series they played. It's like, oh, there's Outlast going for another solo play. But that didn't happen in the series. And then Steve, such quality shots towards the end of the series. He just put this team on his back, and it was fun to watch.
It was great. There's a lot of redemption here too. You know, Outlast, he didn't play in RLCS season 8 or 9, and he's come back and managed to do this. Leduc came 8th in league play, and he's already bettered that in spring series. And Steve obviously redeeming himself from the team roster, Espa roster, the infamous one last season, and coming back and having a great performance in this series.
Well, speaking of Outlast, we got him on the line, so why don't we draw him in here and not make him wait any longer listening to us ramble. Outlast, congratulations on the win there. I just want to say you guys lost to this roster 3-0 last week. Obviously, something's changed. What did you guys fix to make sure you could take the victory?
We had there was one night where after scrims, we just stayed up until 2 a.m. just talking about going through replays for like 6 hours, which was exhausting.
No
but eventually it started working, which was good. So,
and you've had 2 seasons off as well. You had season 8 and 9 off, or at least not inside league play. What have you been doing in that time? Have you been on the grind?
Yeah, I haven't played Rocket League for so I don't know how long the 2 seasons were, but that's how long. I've just had uni to do, so I don't know how I've managed to unwash enough for Leduc to pick me up. I tell him every day that him picking me up was a really weird decision, but I love him anyway. So yeah, that's about it.
Speaking of this roster move, do you think that this will be the permanent roster going forward for season 10?
Hopefully, unless Steve, I don't know. We'll have to see. I really hope so. Unless I get kicked for a better player. Unless that's what I meant. So, you know, unless the Duck comes to his senses, I guess it's going to be this roster. So.
Hey, well, again, you guys are clicking really well right now. You have a real strong challenge against you guys tomorrow, though, as you guys have to play against Ground Zero. So this would be a good time to test the roster and really see how you guys can do. What's the game plan? Obviously, you don't want to give away too much, or have you even thought about what it's going to be like to play against Ground Zero now?
I think it's just stay calm, because when I'm playing competitive, I get way too stressed. I haven't played in a competitive environment for a long time, so yeah, I missed the easiest things in the world. Somehow get some good shots, so just have to keep calm. That's about it.
Well, let's hope the latter is the one that continues to be the story for you, man, and you get those good shots continuously here. Thank you so much for taking time to chat with us, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you. No worries.
And there you have it. It's Outlast from Canberra Havoc as they take Victor. But as we did say, you know, they have a hard match coming up against them, Yummy. Like, this is not going to be an easy series with Ground Zero.
No, it's going to be really tough. But, you know, as he said, as the Australian saying is, no worries. He's going to have to go through, be calm. I think if they can play like there is no pressure, like there is no expectations, they have the quality. They have the player who's been to Worlds. They have Outlast, who, at least in the past, was known for having high mechanics, and in that series looks much more like a team player. So they could definitely make some waves, especially if Ground Zero played like they did against Renegades.
Well, Gibbs needs a nap, so let's get on with the day. We have one series left and that's going to be Overt versus Mind Freak. Let's talk about this series. One more team is going home on day number 1, and someone else is going to continue on to play against Fury tomorrow on day number 2. So the question is, who's it going to be here? I mean, we saw Overt lose 3-0, but we also saw Ground Zero Gaming that was pretty on point earlier today. Mind Freak, looks decently solid against Renegades. So I feel like they might have a bit of the upper hand here, Gibbs, coming into this series.
Yeah, but the stock's been falling for Mind Freak. They finished number 2 in league play, but no one really gave them a shot when it came to regionals. They finished 4th there. Now everyone's saying, all right, you're 5th best in OC. Mind Freak, they want to win this, obviously, to stay in the tournament, but they want another crack at one of those teams from the top 5. They're playing this team of Overt. They're the 8th seed coming in, the newcomers, or at least the team that is supposed to lose out. So Mind Freak, they need to get the job done here. They want another crack at those top 5 or top 4 teams, and I think they'll do it here.
And as you touched on, Mind Freak really haven't had that same performance since they came second in league play, since they even took down Renegades and had a really big season in that league play area. I'm expecting, I want to see Fever have this big performance because he's got these mechanics. He's got some great aerial mechanics in particular. He's made these big montage plays off the roof in league play, but even in some of the smaller tournaments around. And it's really up to him, I think, to have that performance that'll drag them across. Requiem always having a strong performance, of course, but against a team that has Cobo and Riv, they are still the favorites. They are still the more experienced team, and the team that, you said they're 5th, that's still top 5 in OC.
Well, let's just get them ready because they are ready on the field. Make sure you join us online one final time on Twitter with the hashtag RL Spring Series. We want to always hear your thoughts, guys. But now it's time for Overt versus Mind Freak. Someone's going home and someone's making it to day 2.
So here we go then, Johnny, our final series of the day. If you've managed to join us from both North America and from Europe, then guess what? I salute you for your endurance so far, and let's hope that these two teams can provide an ample prize for us in the form of a good series.
You never know what to expect after what we've seen already today. We saw, a crazy, chaotic series in the upper bracket, and then quite a controlled and reserved series in the lower one, both impressive for different reasons. What are we going to get on the last series of the day? Of course, this is another lower bracket matchup, so the loser will be eliminated. The underdogs over definitely will have to step up to a level that they haven't really shown before if they're going to come out victorious here. Difficult save early on, but Sprat makes it. Then a counter-attack chance for Cobo. Has he just been forced to knock that high up above the goal? Yes, he has, but almost recovers for the double touch anyway. What a goal that would have been. It's unfortunate that it wasn't easier than what it was. I think the mid-air bump sent him off target.
Oh, and that is a great challenge afterwards. Fever puts a bit of pressure on Cobo. It's going to be slightly towards net, but it was a trickling shot. The pressure from both teams so far, showing their fangs. Going to be seeing who can make the first bite. It's going to be Cobo slowly trickling his way forward. Chooses to take the boost instead. That's going to be a shot far side of the net, and the post ends up saving Mind Freak. But Overt, they're coming into this as the underdogs. This certainly does not mean they're going to be a pushover.
So far, they've had some great chances on net, and they are looking threatening. We'll have to be very careful, though. They're sending quite a lot of players forward at once here, so just like we saw earlier on in the day, a lot of faith being put in the third man in any position to do his job and to do it well. So far, so good. It's looking quite a controlled matchup, more like the previous lower bracket series that we saw. Certainly nothing like Renegades versus Ground Zero.
Oh, Riv couldn't quite get that past the second player. Cobo doesn't want to see any of that, though. Just annihilates Fever, and here comes Sprat off the backboard. Looks for the full setup, returns to Riv, and Ghost follows it the whole way. One issue I've got right now with Overt is that they're creating chances quite well, but they're not positioning wide enough on the field. They've got quite a few players crowding around on the ball side, and that is a huge miss. Cobo around just to help out, but they need to, make sure they've got people on the far side that can dart inwards rather than having the ball run away from them.
So far, Mind Freak haven't really played up to the level we expected from them. They're under pressure and they've conceded to Riv's shot, which no one is ready to answer. but it's Cobo off the ball, just like we've been seeing all day, making this awkward for the defensive team. And is this going to be another upset in the lower bracket? We've already seen one.
So far, I'm very curious on the overt bumping plays off the ball, because it seems like they're going to try and force them. Sometimes could be a little bit more of a timing thing, but whether or not Mindfreak can even take advantage of it, get control of the ball quickly enough is a different matter all in its own. So for Overt, you know, if they're not going to get punished for it, might as well keep going for the play. If you're getting goals, even the better. Riv, infield pass. Cobo, though. Well, unfortunately, he's not got a limo for his car, and he's not going to reach that shot.
Yeah, would have needed to have an extra long to get out and stick the nose of the car onto that one, but it was kind of between a pass and a shot, really. Pass, I think, would have been the best option. We saw so many infields working out well in the other lower bracket matchup we've seen today. Nice little save in the near post by Sprat. He's had several, and another one to block Fever. And now a chance to counter-attack for Cobo. He's eliminated from the equation. You know, overall, the chances on net have been quite few and far between for Mindfreak. Their offense started off pretty well earlier on in the day. It's been an extremely quiet display against Overt, the team that they're expected to win against.
I feel like there's just almost been a little bit too much flair so far from Mindfreak. We could just do it being a little bit more precise, a little bit more accurate with what they're trying to accomplish. As Rivaz come in very late here. Ghost, though, enough boost to try and put the shot on target. It's going to give his team a little bit of a chance to move forward. Requiem bounces the ball up for Fever, but Cobo can move in very quickly. Looking for that second goal now. More specifically, trying to make sure this ball is not anywhere near their net. They are 1 minute away from beginning the upset. Here's Ghost looking for the double tap, but this is something that Overt are doing very well right now. They are just following the ball. They're not chasing it down the other side of the field. Instead, they're waiting for it to enter their final third and making contact the moment it reaches them.
The composure has really been impressive from Overt. Every time that someone is asked to make a difficult touch defensively, they're really doing their job quite well. Nothing is happening until now. Maybe Ghost misses his shot as the ball flew across the box. That was a difficult one to see coming. They'll need to take chances like that if they're going to come back here. It's still scoreless and only 20 seconds left. They are being threatened as well.
Ghost gets it past one player, but just constant support being offered. Riv off the backboard. Mindfreak are going to try and take advantage of this, but Overt are refusing to commit players forward. They don't want to take the bait. Cobo ends up missing the ball, though. Ghost over to Requiem. Requiem off the backboard. Sprat needs to make contact, and he's done exactly that. Just got to find the back of the net. Really? I wasn't expecting that. Overt take game number one, and they look to try and finish it in style.
Yeah, it was almost a great goal. We've seen so many of these shots just find the top corner today, but I guess that proves they're not hacking. There's no cheats online, because that one did hit the bar and then go straight into the ground. But really impressive by what Overt have shown us in this game one. Just like Canberra in the previous matchup we saw today, looking very calm and very composed under pressure. Several times we're seeing dribbling plays out of defense. We're seeing players more than willing to let an attacker run right at them with really no fear, no panics happening. And that's, going to be important if they're going to stay in control of this matchup, because so far Mindfreak's offense hasn't been all that creative. And if Overt can play this, calm style, then they're not going to have too many difficulties, really.
No, it definitely seemed like Mindfreak's offense was very readable, and we saw Overt do exactly that. They were happily allowing Mindfreak to, play the ball to their own final third, but every time they took advantage of it, they just played so calmly. They were forcing 2, maybe 3 players to head their way before they eventually managed to, just get rid of the ball, get rid of something for their side of the field that maybe they can even try and create an opportunity from. But for Mindfreak, I think they're adding a step or two too many right now. You don't need to be using 60 boosts to get the ball past one player, especially when Overt haven't necessarily been that quick with the challenges. Use 20 or 30, get the ball over to another player. I want to see some pinging passes more than I want to see, 3 or 4 spins just to get a flip reset. I think they can dumb this down a little bit and find a lot more success.
Yeah, Mindfreak they've got to use space more effectively. If they keep on going for the plays that they've been trying in this last matchup, then they're not going to see much success. They need to really look for the gaps in the defense. They need to look for the passing opportunities to play the ball to each other instead of just hitting it long and hoping that somebody on Overt messes up with an overhead clear, because it's not really been happening so far. Overt have been pretty solid. Like I said, their third man has been very consistent in almost every position. And if they, if Overt keep reacting well to these kind of high pressure clears that Mindfreak are going for, then Mindfreak have to change their plan. They can't just keep lumping the ball forward and hoping that it's going to work out.
So we're going to see whether or not those adjustments come in game number 2. Remember, Overt are coming into this as the underdogs. Mindfreak had a great league play last time around, but already almost giving a shot up to Riv, and that is another miss. It's going to offer possession over to Cobo, who looks to try and take it the whole way off the backboard. Sprat with the follow-up. Great save from Requiem. Just came pouncing out of his own goal line. He did not want to try and wait for that shot to come in, but was still sitting prolonged pressure. Overt, unrelenting right now. Here we go. Riv off the backboard for the double. He's got it straight down the middle. Cobo's not going to commit to that. But Overt, a much bigger challenge than anybody predicted.
Yeah, the boost pressure here is quite impressive from Overt. Several steals, and they're really, pinning Mindfreak back after getting the boost in the back corners. Many chances to score there, but Mindfreak look like they've escaped from that stranglehold. Are they going to be able to create anything the other side? So far, no luck. And the minute gone, it's still Overt, just like the last game, who have the better chances to look back upon. Promising sign as they move forward, and again, very composed defending from them. Sprat just lets the ball bounce off his own back wall and lets his teammate come into the play. This is the best chance we've seen into the game for Ghosto, and he's hit the bar. And unlike earlier in the day, we don't see a defensive own goal on the rebound. It's sent safely into the corner.
You get the feeling that Mindfreak are not going to get a better opportunity than that. We have not seen Overt make that sort of rotational mistake up until that point. You get a feeling of a warning like that, it's very unlikely they're going to take that risk again at 0-0. Requiem can't quite win the challenge. Now going to be everyone scrambling back. Riv wants to try and get the shot on target. Cobo with a follow. It's been a couple of whiffs so far on the goal line. A race to see who can get the follow-up touch afterwards. Fever trying to test Sprat, see if there's a mistake. Requiem with a good following. Something that Mindfreak can definitely do right now is just try and force a couple of challenges on that final third. Rather than trying to play outright, and outright, it certainly will be. Cobo scores a banger.
Just when you thought the pass was coming across too high, Cobo sends it in for a blistering double touch. There is no time for him to react there. The first touch had to be absolutely perfect if he was going to have any chance of getting that rebound on target. But it was absolutely perfect. That's an unbelievable goal. And the pass to get the ball into the middle is equally impressive. Just perfect play on the counter by Overt there.
And now Overt can go back to what they were doing so well earlier on. Go to that defense, see whether or not Mindfreak will overextend. Sprat over to Riv. He's got past one player. Ghost has only just got himself back. Great flick! Under the crossbar, 2-0.
Riv with the solo plays. How about that composure? Just past one player off the wall. Ghost get put in a challenge before Riv is fully in control again. And he flicks it over Riv as well on the goal line. 2-0. And Overt's offense is looking incredibly efficient. They haven't had to overextend for either of these goals. And they've still put in shots that are so difficult to defend against.
I can tell you right now, Johnny, as a Dominus player, I can tell you that those flicks are my favorite part of the Dominus. It's not overly difficult to get it to the right point where it will just, almost always be at the perfect spot, right at the top of the goal. That's exactly what was provided to him. Just trying to force Fever off the ball, and he's definitely been very successful on that target, but Fever gets Mindfreak on the board, and they certainly needed it.
This is huge. We saw similar sort of position developing where Overt are just getting bodies behind the ball, trying to, keep everybody relevant in the play, but Fever came out of that interchange with the possession and ball control. Really nice wave dash to accelerate into position to shoot. And once again, just like we've been seeing all day, that demo couldn't have been timed any more perfectly. It was just at the moment that Fever is about to take the shot, or is up for it. Last man taken out of the game. Fever again with a shot. This one will be saved. But there's still time left in the game for Mindfreak.
Sprat wanted to bum Ghost. Certainly did not make the cleanest touch afterwards, and that can very much be put down to the pressure that was put on him. Requiem over to Riv. So that corner can be very difficult to read, and it's done exactly that. Riv wants to jump on Fever. The follow-up shot. It's on target. Combo follows again. Rebound will be put in, and Mindfreak are reeling.
Sprat just put the ball in a difficult position there. Requiem panics. He's just hit it into his own post, and it was all too easy for Combo to convert. 3-1 now. And Overt are really on a tear right now. So many impressive offensive displays. They just aren't overextending, but they're still creating very, very difficult to save chances. The Mindfreak are lost. They don't know what to do. I'm sure this is a surprise to them, but that shot's gone off target as well. They need to be scoring in these opportunities. Mindfreak, once again, failed to find the back of the net, and it's because they've missed the target completely. That's the real difference between these two teams at the moment. Overt are putting difficult shots on target. Mindfreak missing altogether.
And I can't help but feel like a major opportunity was missed earlier on. We saw the open net not taken advantage of. We haven't been able to see how Overt will play from behind in this series. And they're forced to play that a little bit quicker, because so far they've been able to play their own pace. Mindfreak did not give themselves that chance. Ghost wins the challenge. Fever moves on. It's 1v3. But an early shot from Riv, and he can try to follow it up. Requiem shot, not too much power. Didn't need it. 9 seconds to cause a comeback.
Well, finally something goes in for Mindfreak. Riv was completely out of boost on the back wall there. He would have had another touch, but Requiem's shot will go unanswered as they put one in with just 9 seconds left.
They've got to get something straight from the kickoff. That's pretty good. Fever, though, misses the ball entirely. They can get everyone behind the ball, as Overt likes to do. Combo plays the ball to the side, narrowly avoids being bugged. Overt are 2 games to nothing up.
Wow. We saw exactly what we expected in the winners bracket of this tournament, at least round 1. And since then, this tournament has been a complete surprise. So, after chaos between Renegades and Ground Zero, we've seen Canberra advance, looking extremely solid. And now Overt are looking to join them in that second round of the lower bracket with such a composed display in defense and really clinical offense. That double touch from Cobo, truly impressive. And I want to see more of these guys play if they can keep up this level of offense.
And for Mindfreak, you know, what have they got to do right now? What is missing from Mindfreak that can put more pressure on Overt?
I'd say Mindfreak are just playing far too predictably. Every time that they attack, Overt seem to know exactly what Mindfreak are going for. So Mindfreak, if they don't play their attack perfectly, they're not going to get goals in that kind of exchange, because Overt are reacting well. They're playing, very solidly in defense. Against a team who are playing as consistently as Overt are, you have to try and catch them off guard, because throwing simple things their way just not going to work. Obviously, that might work against other teams. If you're running into the kind of defense that Renegades and Ground Zero were showing us earlier, then yeah, sure, let's just send anything on target and see what happens. But not against Overt. They need to mix things up. Mindfreak have to be more unpredictable, because just simple isn't going to cut it against a team who are playing this well.
So, top 2 last season in league play. And now, right now, they are facing down the barrel of being eliminated in the first round against a team that the Deaths didn't even think stood a chance against them. Mindfreak have got a lot of questions to answer here. They have to start here with the first game. They need 3. Fever misses the ball. But Requiem and the rest of the squad looking to try and put something together that can give them their first lead of the series. Requiem now over to Cobo, and Cobo clears long. Sprat can't quite find the challenge, but it's not going to matter too much. Overt have got the pressure gone, at least for the time being. Sprat over the top. Riv just looking around, gets himself demoed, however. And that is going to be offense gone. Requiem and Mindfreak now can try and put something together, but it's straight into Riv. And now They've given up offense yet again. Just no real time being taken on the ball by Mindfreak.
Yeah, there's just no creativity. There's no confusion being tossed in the direction of Overt, who are really using a lot more misdirection in their offense. We're seeing mind games, and we're seeing delayed approaches to several 50-50s just to mess with the timing of the Mindfreak challenges. And, you know, it's up to Mindfreak to try and copy that, to try and show that they can do that as well. They can mix things up in offense and catch their opponents off guard. Because at the moment, everything that they are doing is being seen from miles away by an Overt team who are playing some of the best Rocket League they've played in a good while.
Over the backboard, Cobo can't make contact, but the defense can. Good play back, though. Just opening the field up. Fever needs to get himself a second touch, but he's bumped off the ball. Requiem clears over to Fever. A little bit tall for him, but still gets rid of the pressure. He gives plenty for Requiem to try and chase. He takes the boost instead and looks for Riv on the goal line. Something that Mindfreak will want to make a bit better use of throughout this game is those off-ball plays. Well, got them a goal in the last game. Fever over to Riv. Riv for the backboard, but this time Mindfreak, they've got a couple of players set up, and this is a great transition from them. Mindfreak looking a bit cleaner when it comes to removing the danger from their side of the field.
Yeah, so far, Mindfreak haven't been outplayed. Well, they're trying to defend against this Overt offense, but you feel like it's just a matter of time before Overt puts something together, just like they did in the last game and the one before that. You know, for all of this time that's going by without Mindfreak conceding, they haven't looked at all close to scoring either. As all these shots on target that they're adding up aren't really that threatening. They've been pretty routine saves for Overt in game 3.
Sprat can't find the demo, but he's put Requiem off. Gets one on the far side from Ghost. Any challenge from Overt could have potentially set something up. Instead, pass back over to Sprat. Takes the ball back down. That's a great first touch, but Ghost was privy to it. I'm seeing a lot of demos coming out from everyone on the field. Fever gonna try and force a challenge. He needs to win it. But Cobble off very slightly. Now Requiem with the flick. Riff. Take it to the far side of the field. Now 2 minutes on the clock. Next goal becomes massive, and Mindfreak are the ones that desperately need it. The backboard, and Requiem sees away the danger.
It's a great pass there by Overt out of defense, but it has not gone on target for once. Mindfreak with their best game yet on the scorecard. Fever looking for the block, but Cobo gets it past him. Mindfreak are still coming forward. Are they going to get anything for their efforts here? They are going to go down. They won't want to go out without a fight here. That's a great chance. The Fever puts it in. Finally, they get a setup that Overt do not see coming. Requiem all the way up to the ceiling before sending it forwards into the backboards. And that was just too quick for Overt to respond.
Overt have done a great job so far of challenging everything, but good luck challenging that. So much height on that ball. Just didn't stand a chance. Now across the side of the field, Cobo puts it into the body of Ghost Car. Mindfreak needs to hold on to this now, but Cobo takes a first-time shot. 1-1.
And once again, Mindfreak are just far too obvious in the play. Requiem trying to get the ball away from the first challenge, but he didn't see the second one coming, and his attempted clear has played straight into the hands of Cobo. He slots it into the open net. 1-1 with over a minute to go.
And they go back to square one. Mindfreak have to get the next goal yet again. Cobo not looking too comfortable, but at least gets the block. Requiem will want to turn for this, but Cobo's got him a little bit beat on pace. Over to the corner. Ghost just avoids being bumped, but it's something that Overt have got constant pressure on. Fakes that one player. 30 seconds now. Finally, Mindfreak hoping to transition.
Mindfreak continue to get mind gamed. Cobo in that position with a perfect play. Nice demo, double demo actually by Ghost. And what a crucial time to land that first one as the shot was just about to go off. Still all tied up with 15 seconds to go.
Requiem to the wall. He's not got much support right now. He's going to have to try and pull something together. Blasted the blue side of the field. Fever could not afford to get blocked like he did. Requiem still not looking comfortable either. Requiem now over to Fever. He's going to need to try and force a double touch That would be a heck of an angle if he ever did so. It's not the best clear, though. Ghost can keep this play on. And Overt happy to play for overtime. Is it going to be the 3-0? Or do we go to Utopia?
Mindfreak were able to catch Overt out of position and off guard once this game. I don't think they're going to get another chance though, because Riv has just taken this series away from them in overtime. GG's in 3. And how about that? The upsets continue in the lower bracket. Overt advance and Mindfreak are sent home with a sweep. That is absolutely crazy. I don't think anybody saw that one coming. If Overt were going to win this, I don't think anyone would have predicted a sweeping win for them. But honestly, they deserved it. They've outplayed Mindfreak in all 3 games here. They showed fantastic composure, and some of these offensive plays were really difficult to stop. So full credit to Overt as they advance into the next round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a tactical masterclass from Overt. Didn't overcommit to anything. They weren't afraid of the occasion, which can be, you know, overwhelming to many players. I mean, they've seen it said on the desk so many times this weekend where this is the biggest stage. This is one of the rare times that we get to see OCE on the Rocket League channel. And these guys are representing not only themselves, but also what their region is capable of. And Overt stepped up to the challenge massively.
And now this just makes this tournament all the more interesting. It looked like it was going to be, 3 teams and then everybody else. 3 teams competing for the title. But after seeing just how crazy those upper bracket matches were, and how impressive some of these lower bracket teams were, I just can't wait to see more games between them tomorrow and see really who is going to come out on top.
So Johnny Boy cannot wait to see more games, but they're going to be coming tomorrow. I can't wait to see my bed. It is 9:20 and I'm very tired, and you guys are going to go and see LeafX.
Well, Shogun, I think you get the better deal there out of everyone. Bed over LeafX? Yeah, I'll take the bed too. Anyways, yeah, that was a wild ride. Don't think anybody expected it to go that way. Yummy, this feels like quite the upset.
Yeah, it was the biggest result of today, the most impactful result by far as well. And for a team like Mindfreak, who have been, I guess, on a downward slope, it is absolutely tragic for them as, you know, they've started to fall further and further down from top 4 down to 7th place.
Let's talk about Overt here. A team not in the RLCS this season. All 3 players coming in, just wanting to make a name for themselves again. You know, some of them have been there before, like in years past, but it's been a while. And we see plays by Riv. We see plays by Cabo. Just huge plays versus a quality team in Mindfreak. Again, top 5 OC. And that wasn't even a question. Like, it was definitely top 5. And then, you know, it kind of goes down from there. Mindfreak was in that conversation to contend to maybe make some upsets versus the best teams in OC, but over at the 8th seed, they come in and not only win this, but they win it with a sweep. So that makes me very happy, Leaf, because that means I get to go to sleep a little bit sooner.
Well, we're gonna just get some final thoughts then, so you can get there. Just to Yummy, then what does Mindfreak do going forward then? Like, what does this spell for this team?
Well, the off-season's so long, and I'm just going to be frank, I think there's probably going to be a roster change there. They haven't been able to capture the performance that they really wanted, either in regionals or after that either. And it is how it is in OCE. They didn't make top 2, which means their spot in next RLCS League play is not guaranteed already. So it is very open to the roster change that could be there. I don't know who it would be, but yeah, it's still a fantastic result for Overt, of course, and I guess to remind people of some of the context, like Riv coming back from season 7. When he did season 7, I was calling him the highest potential player of the region, and then all of a sudden in season 8, he came like 15th, 16th in the qualifiers. Didn't even get close to top 8. And Cobbo similarly had a lot of potential. Season 8, just didn't even get close to qualifying. And I think for Cobbo as well, he's been tweeting every single day to GIF your game to follow him with all these awesome montage goals. Well, he finally got a massive double touch on a big stage. Yeah. Somebody clip that, send that to GIF your game, and get them to follow poor little Cobbo to get through. And on top of that,
Just don't say they have a lot of potential anymore, because then they're just going to fall back down on those qualifiers.
These guys, zero potential except for Sprat, who came in as his first. He's a rookie here in the first time in the top 8. He's one of 2. Caveman Ben is out. He's the only rookie remaining in the top 6.
Well, let's take a look at that bracket then. We just take a look back at the day, see who's remaining. As you said, 2 teams are out, which leaves us with our top 6. It's going to be Overt, Fury, Ground Zero, Canberra, Renegades, and Cringe Society. Those 2 teams are waiting up there in the winners finals. Gibbs, to you, I feel like this kind of followed suit, except for, again, maybe that last series that we just saw.
Yeah, the upper bracket kind of followed suit. Obviously, there were some redemption arcs with the Renegades, but everyone thinks that they're probably going to win this whole tournament. Cringe Society, they get the redemption versus Fury, but they also did that last week, so that was pretty expected. The lower bracket, though, is getting wild, and now you have that day 2 momentum coming in for these teams that no one expects to do a lot, but any of them can make a run. It's going to be really, really fun to see who has to play, one of those teams up from that upper final. When they lose and they're down on themselves, it could be a surprise team going to that grand finals.
And now I'm looking forward to this Overt versus Fury matchup, because that's a lot closer than we originally saw or thought, and that might be the closest match of tomorrow. But there should still be plenty of fantastic Rocket League, assuming that we don't see Renegades versus Ground Zero again.
Assuming that, but we're gonna have to find out. As you said, this is all happening tomorrow, so make sure everybody get on with your day or go get some rest, because day 2 is going to be just as fun. I'm LeafX signing off, and we'll see you tomorrow.